a BKB.
Yeah, 2 BKBs used on the Mars, BKB on the Marcy, BKB on the Shadow Fiend. Beastmaster still has his, but he has no roar. They don't feel too bad. I know that Aegis is expiring now, but you never feel bad. Anytime you win and you get a win, you shouldn't feel bad about taking the win and walking away.
Right.
Will Spirit now walk out?
Right, and that's the other dynamic is how far behind our Spirit. It's 12k gold, but in terms of items and fight potential, I feel like we haven't really even seen Team Spirit get a good one into their favor yet. It's going to be a tough one to watch as they try and pick up their next round of items now, 37 minutes in.
Again, this Leshrac hasn't been able to do too much in the fights. I think a lot of the time the Lifesteer is either dead or everyone's BKB'd, and he kind of wants to wait for everyone's BKB to run out to be this really strong threat. And so the fights have almost always been over in the duration of the BKBs.
Or drop down, they see him. Toronto, Tokyo needs to be careful. The Spear blink back. Gets him for the glimpse. BKB TP out.
Okay, that was insane.
That was pretty good. that was pretty good.
That guy has won a TI before.
Yeah.
Quick fingers.
I saw Gunner's face. He's like, damn. Yeah, okay.
Arcane Rune up top.
They're just buying timings, but they have to at some point think of what is their timing.
I like this. I'm down for a replay on just a blink.
Yeah. Gets him out of there. So, boom. After taking the tier 3 tower, are going to try and make another assault down here at bottom. Still a minute and a half left till Roche. And they're actually finishing off a Dragonlance, bringing it out for Jackie. Always a bit scary walking up high ground without Aegis.
Bang the drums, though.
Looking for it. They have the Sentry Ward down. Impale the start. Big punch. Big catch. Is it enough for the kill? Oh, no. They didn't get it off in time. The ODOT missed. The save comes out from the Marcy. That was exactly what they needed. And now the pullback. Do they have enough? They do. Yadro down. No buyback. Oh, boom. They sense something. They sense the moment. They can feel the crowd.
He's so close to buyback, too.
And they want to take this one down. Tier 3 tower getting hit. Jackie from the low ground. This would be such a huge upset. They have looked solid this entire game.
Look at Yopaj just lying in wait there with the smoke, using that ninja gear.
Has Refresher back up again in a second, too. 10 seconds left now. Can they do this?
OG.
Looking for it. Collapse. He's revealing himself.
He's got a ward on the right. He sees them all.
They're thinking about it. Jump forward. Spear back. Arena down. Get over here. Round 2 with the Refresher. Tim's in. They're catching. They're killing. Boom. They're doing it all. Team Spirit, they don't have the answer. There are still no buybacks. Still dead for a little while longer. They chase them down. Big blasts and another one dead. Team Spirit, they're all laid out. It is over. Oh my God, Boom came in and boomed them. As they're going to take it down. Mira back up again. The crowd's getting into it. There's a third Roche up, but they don't care. They want to end this game. They want to send the TI champs home. They throw the spear in to stop any blinks, to stop anything at all. Jackie trying to take it down. Mira looking, hoping, desperately want to take this out. But Tim's, he runs in. He punches the ancient Team Spirit. They don't have an answer. GG! Come in and upset the champs. You couldn't write it any better.
A CTI Boom Esports doing it for the crowd. They're on their feet. They love this.
Unbelievable performance. And oh, it hurts. God, the elimination, but the absolute ecstasy coming out from Boom as they close this game out. 1% chance at the end of the group stages.
To play this game.
To play this game. To even have the opportunity. One of those matches that they are not going to forget. And Boom get another lifeline here.
I mean, they definitely did not look like any sort of an underdog, that's for sure, throughout this match. I feel like they sort of took the tempo a lot through this game. They understood that they were the ones leading, and it was always Team Spirit. They were like trying to find their way back in, and it felt like Boom were just in such good control.
And with that, we're going to head on back to the studio. Team Spirit eliminated. Boom, moving on.
indeed Boom control the game and control the narrative, and they are moving on to game 2 and knocking out the defending champions, Team Spirit. And, so much to talk about when it comes to draft, the lane moving, the itemization. So we can start with you, T-Gov. The draft, the OD was like an answer to somewhat, but they also, were just kind of waiting to see if that answer worked out. They weren't really making opportunities with it.
Yeah, I think the main thing for Team Spirit, they had pick 18, pick 24, pick 18, they go Lifestealer into this Mars, and then now suddenly Mars is a mid lane, so this Lifestealer pick, it's like, wait, I'm not laning into the counter I wanted. And then you have this last pick, OD. In theory, there's some saves it can apply, it can help with a forward thinking Team Spirit, but as soon as you start playing reactionary and on the back foot, then the rest of your draft lacks its like initiating tools, its ability to take a fight, compared to Boom, which is on the complete opposite side of that spectrum.
Yeah. And that's really what I felt like, Team Spirit have been famous for, is not only their reaction, but their initiation as well. But having collapsed on the OD, it was only a reaction. And even at the kind of 20-minute mark, Roche was taken, and here we see one of the big fights and turnarounds and, various saves. But sorry, Lizard, you wanted to get in on this.
No, if we go a year back and you pick this OD, you build him a Meteor Hammer. He's the one initiating. He's the one pressuring, always jumping in, astraling you, Meteor Hammering you, setting things up for your teammates. But right now, he cannot do that. And what's also difficult is, like, you're playing with the Lifestealer. Naturally, he wants to rage, right, Sheep? But if you rage, then you can't be saved. So it was really difficult to execute
and you
properly.
can, and also get locked down by the Beastmaster during the rage. So really, really tough. And then, and also, we talked about saves from the OD, and that was a very stressful game, I can imagine, for Collapse. And he really didn't feel like he got to play his version of what he enjoys in Dota, which is initiations and, perfect timings, just because of just how many tools it seemed that Boom Esports had. But talking about items, Sheep, what was the itemization like for Boom to really keep their momentum?
Oh my god, I love their itemization. This butterfly coming out from Jackie was fantastic, because Lifestealer is a hero that really wants to buy a Halberd, he wants to buy a Basher, he wants to be able to control you and stop you from hitting, and he wants an AC as well, because you're playing into this right-click Shadow Fiend. So by having a butterfly, Lifestealer, he wants an MKB, but he can't get it, he has to get these other items first. OD as well, he is a hero that hates buying MKB, so like this item just 2-in-1 makes it so hard for them to really kill him. You also have you're playing into a lineup that also doesn't want to buy BKBs, right? Lesh is going to, but Lifestealer has Rage, and OD doesn't want to buy one either, really. He wants to get these Ags and so on. So I think Yopaj going in on this utility Mars with this refresher, it was amazing. He was able to they could start on the Lifestealer happily, knowing that this arena is able to completely split the fight in half. And with the refresher, again, you just have this constant jump and ability to go on them. And oh my god, I love Boom. I'm so happy for them.
Well, Boom had it all, the heroes, the momentum, the items, if you just heard as well. And now they have a winner's interview with Casey.
All right, we're here with Yopaj. Congratulations. You just knocked out the defending champs. How does it feel, and why do you think you were able to be so successful?
We're actually don't care anything, just play our own style, and we're just happy. We're just happy to beat the defending champion, and we didn't expect anything. So,
how much did the crowd play into it? Were you able to feel their energy and their support?
Actually, we're not thinking about it, and just play, no pressure.
Yep.
So we're not thinking about the crowd at all.
Well, it worked really well for you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
There you go. Yopaj, also known as the team's hype man. I love interviews like that, because they are here just to play Dota. You know what I mean? That is their focus. And sure, there are moments, because where they are now, and then of course, for the final weekend, stadium gets bigger, where you can, sometimes even feel the vibrations. Some of the players have said of, being in the booths. But here, just wanted to play, no expectations. We're happy we'll be defending champions.
I love the IDC, I just play kind of mentality. And if you guys remember, 1.5 years ago in Singapore, Yopaj actually made a name for himself. He was playing that Singapore major, he was dominating with the Wind Ranger and whatnot, and here he is, a year and a half later, beating the defending champions.
I'm just picturing he finishes the interview and he's like, oh. I just beat them. We finished the hook, Like he's just doing like his professional face. He's trying to keep it, stern so that no one gets too carried away. Because they just beat the champions. Now they have to play up against second place.
We know who they're. I think we might know who some of the teams are playing, but we can check on that later. I'm not sure if we know exactly who Boom will be facing off against yet. But they've got 2 big victories under their belt. One in the group stages was EG, but this is the one that obviously matters with Team Spirit. But I really love their draft, and I kind of want to focus a little bit, if I can ask, on Disruptor and kind of vision. This, a lot of teams are very positional, and I've always found in pro gaming the ability to kind of move your opponent and bring them out of a position, and Marcy does that as well. They had 2 of them on their team, and that also adds a huge amount of stress to Spirit, I'm sure.
Of course, especially when you combine that with a hero such as Beastmaster, who's giving you vision constantly, who has another initiating tool. It's just so difficult for Team Spirit to accomplish anything in a game such as this.
I'm going to have to interrupt you there. Sorry, I was doing all these hand signals. Next game, Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators joining the stage, and yeah, you might want to keep it's Ace. I remember him. Hello, Ace. And you have to give a counter of how many times I've interrupted Lizard on day one. They've actually asked him to speak a lot to help me out. But we're going into their opponents in this lower bracket game. Best of 1, Fnatic. To be the crowd's favorite here from SEA, Raven, Armel, Jabs, DJ, and Joao Niel. I completely butchered his name, but he won't mind, I'm sure, because he's going to be hyper-focused on getting through this best of 1. These games, as you've seen on stage, are just incredibly intense, and anything can happen, and that's really the magic of TI, and that's what we saw recently with the Team Spirit versus Boom Esports game. What's likely to happen here, if we can predict? And Lizard, I'm coming back to you because I interrupted you last time, so we need more Lizard.
You need more of me. Okay, so for Gaming Gladiators, this is a team that has been around for quite a bit. Well, the stack has been around. Yeah. If you look at them, they have this famous trio. They have Boom, they have Celeri, and the coach Mortal Fate coming all the way from Viking GG. I expect a ton from them.
Yeah, the amount of times that the Gladiators guys said in interviews, it's like, we're the guys that no one cared about us, so we made a team, and they've, at least in Europe, throughout the entirety of DPC, they've been a strong staple at just dominating, at least being consistently in the top bracket of our region. And of course, this TI showing, it hasn't been the best so far, and they're in the lower bracket. And it kind of also feels the same for like Fnatic. Fnatic have consistently been at the top of SEA, but now they're here. So I think both teams, strong SEA, strong EU, it's a very even matchup for this best of 1.
Yeah, 2 wins out of the group stage for Gaming Gladiators. Fnatic actually came out with 3 wins, 3 ties, and 3 losses. And how would you kind of explain Fnatic as a team, Sheep?
Fnatic are inconsistent. You say they're at the top of C, but honestly, like they've struggled. Like this year has been Boom's year in terms of like in the region competition. Fnatic sometimes will eke out that like top spot and then just as quickly lose it. They struggle very much with discipline in the past, the same way that Boom has throughout this tournament, and I think Gaimin are also feeling that sort of pressure. And for Fnatic, they definitely have the skill, and we've seen that in the games that they've taken from the top teams in this tournament in group stage. So I just need them to really just lock it down, boys.
I like the pep talk. And I like the storyline as well, because you're saying essentially Fnatic have somewhat higher highs maybe than their opponents. As in, when Fnatic are on, are they a scarier team than Gaming Gladiators? Yeah, you say they're inconsistent, but you also say they can
destroy, yeah, for sure. I mean, Gaming also had a really amazing start to this year, right? So I think both teams maybe at their highs this year could be comparable.
All right. And is there any players that you would want us to keep an eye on in these matches? Kind of pivotal players.
For me, it's Gladiators, Offlane Joe, Ace and Tofu. They went from playing in a little mix stack in EU from Hellbest Matches, then they got picked up to join the Gladiators, and I think this combination unlocked Gladiators just to playing new styles. Like the strength of this combination, it just a whole new life.
Any signature heroes that they like to bring out as their offlane?
For Ace at least, it's been the Underlord, Legions. If he wants to play it, he'll play it. He's an ex-carry player moving to offlane, so if there's a bit of farm to be had, he'll turn that offlane hero into that kind of 2.5 hero, that too. Suddenly it's got a bit more priority on the map.
And if you can remember those times, James, Ace, he was always that gimmicky kind of a carry player, right? He had all those meepos, broods, beasts.
Visage.
He brings that micro skill also to the offlane, so he can apply it and pick a little bit of a different kind of a hero here, like a brewmaster, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a lot of experience. Yeah, and one of the players I recognize. So I'm doing great on this panel. And then Fnatic, any kind of players that you want to kind of bring up? And Sheep,
yes, sir.
You're twitching. Let's go.
DJ, the man of the hour for this team. He is an absolutely phenomenal, world-class 4 player, especially if he gets his hands on something like a Hoodwink. That's probably one of my favorites. Even in their losses, this guy turns up. He is so good at his movements on the map. His ability, his spell casting is great. You'll usually see him with the potential to just turn into a core as the game goes later because he's so good at having impact. Number one, my favorite on that team by far.
And the way they switched it up, right? They were playing DJ and Jabs last year on that 4 and 5. Now Jabs is on the offlane, but both of them always felt like the playmakers for Fnatic.
Yeah, DJ, a name I'm also familiar with. I believe actually he kind of called out Jerax being the best ever in position 4, and I was like, that's a man of good taste.
At the same time, do you guys think that Armel, perhaps as he missed the last TI, he's hungry now and he's back for revenge?
He actually is. He's talked about it. He's been I learned my lesson. I was lazy last year and I will never let that happen again. He has come back with mindful practice. He talked about making sure he's learning something from every pub.
And in terms of experience on the stage,
not
any much difference? Because in group stages, as we mentioned, they kind of perform similarly, but in terms of actually on stage.
Well, when you look at Raven, this man has been on 4 or 5 TIs.
A lot of TIs.
There is definitely a little bit of an edge when it comes to the TI experience, because it's a different style of experience from any other stage, right? It's TI.
Yeah, for Gladiators, they just don't have that much experience at all. Of course, Ace will be their key player there, but everyone else, it's first time.
Well, here we go. We're getting ready for the draft in this match.
Diamond Gladiators versus Fnatic.
And I've got a treat for you here on the panel.
No way.
Yeah. After my strongest hand off there of the production, you get to do the draft.
Wonderful.
And I get to watch and try not to ask silly questions.
Okay, well, listen, can you just predict the entirety of the draft, please?
Yeah, sure. We're going to see some Lich, Tiny, Morph. There you go. That's 3 heroes. Anything else?
No, I think that covers it.
Yeah, that's it.
Should we just wait for the game?
Should we just be quiet? Yeah, there you go.
There are some people that just mute Twitch chat, by the way. They wouldn't know the difference. We could just mind. But yes, the draft is going to be on its way.
It's going to be a very interesting one, because even position 5, let's say on Fnatic General, I remember 2 years ago, they would pick a position 5 troll to him. He would carry the games in the DPCs. Both of these teams extremely flexible. You guys mentioned Ace before.
How flexible is Armel?
Well, let's not call him the most flexible mid laner, but at the same time, he's extremely stable with what he's got. And he's old school, so any single mid lane, classic mid lane hero is definitely in his hero pool.
I'll let you guys focus on the draft, because take it away, and it looks like the first bands are already out. Okay.
Yep, so I pretty much preface that, of course, the key heroes to look out for, it's going to be this Enigma, Fnatic, picking it a little bit more often than Gladiators, but potentially having that factored into their opening bans will be pretty critical.
Yeah, when I look at the drafts, I usually first look at what teams are banning against Fnatic, against Gaming Gladiators. Actually, versus Gaming, it's usually the Enchantress and Marcy that's banned out, but they get the Marcy out as the hero is just strong in any any hands at the moment.
Yeah, very much a respect thing. Of course, Celery on that Enchantress, very prominent. Broodbuff has kind of risen in popularity during this TI, and now the key heroes are being let through. It's going to be the Primal Beast, it's the Shadow Fiend, Enigma's still available.
Do you think that SF is perhaps first phase material for gaming?
I feel like SF might fall down a little bit due to the kind of the EG showing this morning. The team that was dominant with the hero just got, kind of put to the lower bracket so quickly.
Sorry, Koshi.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm just thinking in my head about how Fnatic have played throughout the year, and like Januel, he was a support player in like healing. He liked healing heroes. He would play very much these kind of he'd let DJ do all of the roaming, so he would go on like a Tiny, a Hoodwink, whatever, rotate to the mid lane, do his thing, and Januel would focus more on like making sure Raven was having a good game. So this Undying pick that matches that playstyle, I think it's cool to look at this TI and how support has evolved, because I think in Arlington there were players like Picho saying like, oh yeah, healing, it's the best, it's just the best. And in this tournament we have very aggressive fights. We have liches and disruptors and stuff with kill threat that want to harass you in lane. So Fnatic's still kind of opting a little bit back for that.
When it comes to the Silencer, Tiga, is this a lane matchup or versus an Undying, or is this just something that gaming like to pick up?
It's a second pick kind of style hero, because they've played it on both 4 and 5. Mm-hmm. So the ability to lane it into anything they need is key. And with this Primal Beast, they've also played it in the off lane, in the 4, in the mid. So because they're
very flexible,
pick,
right?
like this, it's opening. It's very robust because of course Primal Beast. You go phase boots, BKB. Your 20-minute timing is dominating, and then you pair it with this team fight here. But yeah, Sniper, that kind of secures a lane against this beast. You're so far disconnected from the lane that you can kind of, not really feel the pressure.
It's probably one of the rarest heroes that can actually stand up to him, right? Like just keep your distance
But always against a sniper, I guess that means the gaming are going to need some jump.
Yep.
The Booms Storm Spirit could be a thing that we see in the future.
Yeah, it could be nice. Sniper is really cool because you notice how Drow as well has been picked up a little bit this tournament, but she's suffering way harder in terms of win rate. And one of the reasons I think that is because Sniper has this 1,400 gold shard that allows him to reposition himself in fights that Drow doesn't have. She has to buy a 4-staff, and it like hinders her item progression. So because of that shard, Sniper just feels so good and nice against his counters. We've seen people picking him into like clockworks and not caring too much as a result.
One of the combos that we saw with Primal Beast a lot was actually the Disruptor, and though my eyesight not so great, I think it's in the pool.
Yes, it is available, and if Gaming Gladiators want to play in that win lane go forward style, then they could pick it, but because I think they're conceding a little bit of lanes because of the Sniper pick, it might not fit so well into the lineup because they're not ensured a certified win.
I'm running this all down, T.
No, please do.
Do you guys think that Pangolier is still an option? Because both of these teams, they love that Pangolier, and it's highly contested between them.
Yeah, I think anything that has a bit more of a messiness to the fight.
For Fnatic, perhaps, right? Because they have this Silencer.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. You can counterplay into that for sure. I think if you can have heroes that like to itemize to deal with global and it doesn't punish them too much. For example, like having to force yourself into a Lotus, but you then don't have the initiation tool, that kind of ruins a hero. But a Pango, you can casually buy it and your skill set is still the same.
I really like the Disruptor ban coming out though, because when you look at an Undying and a Sniper, they're heroes that are not incredibly mobile. You want to center your team fights around the Tombstone. So if you are able to kind of move as a unit and have the glimpse to pull back, right, if you're chasing as a team, that's sort of a really good tool they could have used. I want to see more heroes that kind of enable them to just stick together as a team and not let people get picked off on backlines, because you guys are talking about that potential for pick off.
One issue with Fnatic's opening in regards to their bans, I don't think they've covered enough to secure the Sniper, because Visage is still available, and if Visage gets banned, then there's still like a Batrider, for example, that you can then put on the mid lane. And even though, again, it's had a terrible win rate, it can still just open up the game, and okay, they opt to ban a Bloodseeker.
They're just banning all these heroes that can run him down, right?
Yeah, no, exactly.
It prevents you from running away. Lycan can always catch you. He doesn't care about your shard. And Bloodseeker, if you get ruptured, it becomes kind of difficult to move around, force yourself.
Do you think the Bloodseeker is revealing that Pango you talked about, potentially?
It also could be a very good option for them, right? Like they covered their bases with the Bloodseeker ban.
That's the fun thing with drafts at this level. It's this Bloodseeker ban. They could have seen, okay, guys, we've got 3 or 4 heroes we really want to play against, but let's just ban the Bloodseeker to then force the final ban of Gladiators to, do we now ban the Pango to respect the Bloodseeker ban, or do we just ban the hero that we still wanted to ban?
You used to be a coach, didn't you?
Yeah.
Like, this is the coach mentality.
Exactly.
He looks 2-3 steps ahead.
But now look at the.
I'm like, okay, this ban, next hero.
But like, there's a lot of bait bans. I think, for example, like Puppy, he's one of the best drafters at doing this, where he'll sometimes use a ban where it's like, I'm going to ban a Velo, and it's like, what? And then it's like, and then the other teams think about, maybe they want an Ursa, maybe they want some Void. It's like, no.
So do you think this Slark was actually baited out ban because Bloodseeker got banned, right?
Potentially.
Usually a counter.
Yeah, could be. Like, again, it's like the Pango or the Slark are the 2 prominent ones of a Bloodseeker. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but it sounds cool.
Yeah, usually Fnatic like to leave their offlaner for later in the draft. They could definitely pick it here. It's just I see in general a lot of the captains are offlaners and they like to leave their hero for later, just so they have like a better game, which maybe happens here.
Something that I haven't seen from Fnatic, but perhaps is an option as well, is a Nyx. Do you even care about Mortimer's Kisses and a way to deal with that?
Good pick. Especially because in this situation, Fnatic have to pick 2 heroes, so going for like Nyx +1, going for a really reliable offlane duo gives you some strength in the draft, because Gladiators, they've got flexibility for days. But the first 3 picks, they could be in any role right now in regards to
We've
2 or
even
3
seen
players.
the Silencer offlane throughout the group stage and today as well. Right?
Yeah, so having some like Nyx Death Prophet style, maybe not Death Prophet, but like Nyx +1 big offlane hero could be good.
No, they just get their clock.
Okay.
This is literally what they like to play.
Yep, same vibe.
DJ or jabs, it doesn't matter. You play it on 4.
They need to be very wary right now of Faceless Void being in the pool. When you have a Snapfire, it's the damage you want heroes to now be kept in place for you to get that damage out, and Faceless Void is a hero that's very good at that gap close versus the Sniper. He's going to be able to get away from the Tombstone, he's going to be able to get out of the cogs. It's a very scary looking hero right now.
It's something that they play quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
Like on the side of gaming.
So I want to see something right now that can deal with it if that's what Gaming want to go for.
Diamond Gladiators turn to
Templar Assassin.
Just a casual TA.
Yeah, not bad. Especially like if you want to turn up the tempo against them and make sure they can't just go for a later game carry.
So are we thinking Armel Sniper? Are we thinking Raven Sniper here? Because they played it in both positions before, right? Like even, I believe they prefer it on the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm just checking now. Their previous victory against TSM, they did put the Sniper in the mid lane. They put the TA, same combination, into safe lane. Hero-wise, they have at least 3 of the 5 same heroes that they previously played at TI. Yeah, lanes are pretty open in regards to the cores, at least, to Fnatic. But I still think that...
By the way, wild idea. We've seen a PL win today. He had 0% win rate before. I'm looking at this game. Good against Clock, good against Tombstone, good against TA.
I don't
Is that
think
an option?
I can't handle.
They're not gonna.
I can't handle 2 PLs. And
2 PLs too much.
Like a K1 PL, that's one thing. But I can't take another one.
Okay. I do think they need to pick something on their last pick that can fight around Roche. Right now, I feel very bad about Gaimin being able to contest the pit. Like, there's no team fight on this team. They can press the global, and they don't have anything that really goes in other than a farmed Morphling or a primal with the Blink Dagger. It's a little scary right now, especially since they also... If you have a well-placed tomb, it's hard for Snapfire to just walk in and use the Shredder on it, right? That's the idea of her. She's meant to kill the tomb, but it's going to be hard to place it, and then you can't use your kisses.
But overall, when it comes to Morphling, so he brings a lot of armor, decent against TA, right? He can also waveform towards the Sniper, so he kind of can deal with him as well. Do you find this a good pick, or is it just comfort zone?
No, I think it's a good pick. I think Gladiators, they've just secured their team fight now in that 20-minute mark of the game. Yeah. Because this Morphling, you come out of lane, let's say with like a Manta or something, or on that phase, you've already got a Global, a BKB on Beastmaster, Primal Beast, sorry, not Beastmaster. You're just going to be able to enter these fights, and Fnatic, what's their stun? What's their team fight, their initiation? It's pretty non-existent. They can fight around a Tombstone maybe, but they're now replicating that. This final pick from Fnatic, it needs to be that initiating team fight kind of central hero to allow the big physical damage from TA and Sniper to be unlocked.
I'm only afraid about like a 15-minute Deso Tombstone Roche taking timing.
Yeah.
That's all I want for Gaimin, to be able to put a stop on that. Otherwise, I think Fnatic can run away from the game before Morphling is strong enough to fight back. But the hero's really good. This Axe build has been popping up really hard recently. It steals stats from the target. It also steals like extra depending on the attribute.
It makes your carry cry as well, right?
Yeah, you have 2 Agi carries on Fnatic right now, so you're taking away their Agi as well as like 70 attack speed, I believe it is. So it really like nukes you super hard in these fights and makes you super sad.
And when it comes to the team fight that you called for, Tiga, Tidehunter has been banned out. Is Mars an option? What are they going for here? They just got to visit.
Okay.
All forgotten.
Fnatic wants to play a pretty strong lane. They got really decent lanes. Get that first Ocean, like Sheep mentioned, and then try and end the game. They want to end the game before this Morph finds
Before he even gets that.
Exactly.
Perhaps.
So this mid pick for Boom, it needs to be a kind of map playing hero, something that just kind of unlocks the game for everyone else, like cheap fight skirmishing, and just buy time for the rest of his heroes to get into the game.
We talked about Pango earlier. I would be okay with something like that. Get that defusal timing and just fight and rotate. If you can have your support come mid and smoke you to side lanes, that would be very ideal. It kind of sucks as well a little bit for gaming that they don't have very
good. Top of Sniper, also deal with the layers of Visage.
One option they have is just put the Primal Beast onto mid lane and pick up another hero for Ace, because you already know that Undying Sniper should do pretty well against Primal Beast. Just shove that into mid. You're going to farm anyways. Then pick up an offlaner that can maybe apply a little bit more pressure and then just give yourself some wins in the lanes. Just trying to find what that hero would be.
There's so much push, man. This is so scary.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't think they handle this well at all. Like, both their supports are pretty bad at clearing like birds and stuff as well.
Do you think they just go boring and go for like an underlord offlane or something? We're just going to push the waves out. We're going to wait
that
buy some
works.
time.
Like, I've heard the same idea so many times.
Show Ace some respect there, please.
No, I just mean versus any team that has Visage, I've heard this same idea so many times. Get the stable. They go with the
stuff. All right.
I think this makes a bit more sense because it gives you at least this opportunity to outplay them in the mid game. You're not just backing off, farming up and waiting for them to start their snowball. It actually gives you that playmaking potential earlier.
How many Aegis stills will we see in this game from Boom?
None.
Sheep? None. Blizzard?
None.
Okay, I'm going to say 1. James?
I was taken away by voices in my head. It wasn't production, I've just gone mental. But yes, ask again.
How many Aegis stills will Stone Spirit get in this game?
I'm going to say 0.
Okay. So everyone doesn't believe him. I said 1. All right.
I think it might be a little bit too much on Storm, because like, sure, you want to take in the Primal Beast.
Yep.
But then if it goes wrong, you've committed 2 heroes in that situation, and then it could all just, blow up in your face. So hopefully they don't get in a situation where they need to put that much pressure on the Storm.
That's a good point.
That's a good point. I was pretending to be an analyst just a moment. So you've all got 100 Gabens each. You have to spend over 50 on who you think is going to win.
I'm going to give 57 Gabens to Gladiators.
Okay, so slight in favour.
58 Fnatic.
You guys are very down the middle on this one. I want a big prediction here, Sheep.
Well,
100
I'm a biased
Gavens are worth a lot,
fans.
by the way.
85 Gavens for Fnatic.
85.
Wait, 100 Gabens on Gladiators. Sorry, I realised the game as soon as 100 Gabens.
As soon as I add in any aspect of gambling, they all went mental.
GG.
The story continues. But we're getting set up, and we'll be heading over to our counters momentarily. But this is our third best of 1 today. Fnatic or Gaming Gladiators will be moving on, and then of course a little bit later we've got Royal Never Give Up versus Entity to round us off. But the drafts, as you mentioned, you guys really kind of called it what they needed, and it'll be interesting to see how. I think I favour Fnatic a tiny bit. I mean, just from what you've been saying, if that's okay. I know that's against what you said, Sheep. Don't take that.
No, it's fine. The only thing here I'm thinking of is Visit has a very bad base attack time, so maybe they can abuse that lane really hard.
Well, we'll find out. We're going to head over to our casters for this lower bracket match. It's MLP and John Xfire to bring you the game.
Not what you expected.
Oh, thank you so much, James. It is indeed MLP Dota and John Xfire. Jonathan, welcome. We are here at TI for this best of 1 series between Fnatic and, of course, the side of Gaming Gladiators. You've seen the draft, John. How are you feeling about them?
Pretty excited. Should be a really explosive game coming out here. We see the Sniper come out with the TA. Lots of combinations coming from both sides. Primal Beast for Gaming. And there's a lot going on there, right? Like, there's so much aggression that can come out from each side for Fnatic. I think the TA timing, we heard the panel talk about that. You hit that, you run around with the tombstone, you've got a sniper that can just keep hitting away with that minus armor as well. Then you can start to overwhelm. But counterpoint, Gaimin, I mean, they've got that global silence coming in. Once you hit level 6 in your sniper, Primal Beast can really dominate the lane if you can just gap close in this matchup. So if you can get all of those beats going for Gaimin, they can also find that timing. So it's going to be a lot of back and forth. I think the laning phase is key for both sides here.
So big. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, in classic SEA fashion, Jonathan, we've got to pause to start off the game. We can't cast if there's no pause happening at the start of the game. So it is a very necessary pause to happen here. Fnatic again against Game, and Jonathan, it's a best of one. One of these teams has to go home today. It's going to be heartbreaking. Do you favor one team or the other? I mean, the panel was Fnatic favored. What are you thinking?
I think draft-wise, I'd say Fnatic. I do like Sniper. I enjoy Sniper when it comes out. I think with the TA, you've got a very solid win condition. It's just a little bit greedy, right? If they've got to be able to play around that early power, the Undying's going to give them in the laning phase, try to run around at that time and play with the Tombstone, maybe get a little bit of a push going as well once Jabs is ready to go on his Visage. And if you can get that done, your early timings are kind of secure. Again, the panel pointed out, you don't have the best answers for that Visage last game.
Going to be very, 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 very tough, I think, because we are going to get underway once again. I do believe game is unpaused. We should be getting into it very, very soon. Jonathan, game one, of course, it is a best of one series, so there is only one game to go. But let's see how this one pans out. Fnatic against Gaming Gladiators. If they do get started, you kind of pointed out the fact that they don't have the greatest way of dealing with the birds this game. What do you think they do about it? Like, how do you deal with the business?
You just got to try to focus down to hero. You've got good jump coming in from your Storm, you've got follow-through from the Primal Beast, even the Morphling, once he has something defensive, can help out too. Just try to get some vision on the backline. That's where it gets tough, and you're up against a Clockwork. Visage is going to be scouting around as well with his familiars. So if Fnatic just plays around that informational advantage, it's going to be hard to find that angle for the Gladiators. But if they can sneak that Storm across, you don't have the best lockdown here either from Fnatic to keep that Storm in.
Very, very true. We are looking to stare each other down right now. Genuel and Boom just having a look at each other across the mid lane as the stickers are going to come down here from Armel. Very, very cute kind of doggy there. The mid river. Celery going to show up as well on the silencer just in case. But I highly doubt we see a level 1 team fight to break out here. So both teams just kind of sussing each other out, making sure no sneaky wards go down in the mid lane. Bot side, looks like Fnatic should have this one under wraps. And top side, you do have DJ on the Clockwork. He's hanging around, seeing if he can try and sneak this boundary away from Tofu and Rachio. But they are going to show up and just kind of bully him away. DJ just going to walk his way out. It's going to be a 3-for-1 trade anyway. Raven, the only one to pick up a boundary for Fnatic.
Yeah, nice little bonus coming out for Gladiators, of course. Just having a little bit more into that initial bottle build-up is going to be really important for Boom in his matchup up mid. Up against that Sniper of Armel, so we do get the Sniper Storm matchup that you don't get to see too often. That does feel a little bit more playable for Armel here. I think the first 2 levels are going to feel pretty good. Level 3 is going to be nice as well. For Boom, rune control is going to have to be key. I mean, you just can't walk up and harass Armel. Even if you've got that double Overlord charge at level 3, if you want to go for that play, it can be a bit tough. Maybe you see some rotations come in. Rotation out from Sniper, maybe get from the silencer, get a little bit of a slow going. You can try to bully it if Armel just kind of overextends it.
Yeah, it's a classic Storm Spirit. I mean, any Spirit Brother really is just all about the power into that 6-minute mark, and we'll see if he is able to secure it. Of course, down a bot lane, Celery going to be there on your position for Silencer. Genuel going to be against him on that +5 Undying, and you are going to have, of course, the cause of the Primal Beast. The top lane as well, of course, Tofu going to try and chase down DJ here, as DJ does actually manage to get the pull away on this creep wave. He's managed to keep the aggro as well. Looks like they aren't going to bother trying to follow him down and punish him for this either. Just kind of let him go. You're not going to really be able to punish too much with the Snapfire.
Yeah, and this is a really good start for Fnatic. You have that level that you need on DJ. Start to work towards level 2, level 3. Get jab some solo EXP as well. Once you do manage to chase one of them down with the battery assault, you're just going to get so many charges of that soul assumption. It should be easy to chase them down for a kill.
Absolutely. Because Raven against Ace here down at the spot side, John. Do you think the Primal Beast gets a lot of harass off of this TA? Should it be a free lane for Raven, or should it go the other way? Should Ace have the free time?
It's going to take a few levels for Ace. Like, you can try to melt down Raven. John Yuel's doing a great job of being that distracting force, because obviously with the silencer you can just stop that decay spam out. by constantly applying that arcane curse. Jonuel is ready. I mean, he's got 5 mangoes on hand, so you can play that game for a long time. And as long as Ace can't get on top of Raven, he doesn't have that angle to just trample in and run him down and melt through that refraction. You're pretty safe to just farm here, as reflected in the CS.
Yeah, some starting builds just never change with this damn Undying. You're just always spamming mangoes. It's just the way to go, especially with the nerfs that happened with the decay. Is Januel waiting for another double, but not going to be able to find it. Just go ahead onto Ace, take some of that strength away. But it is giving Raven a very free time here. This bottom side to just keep that free farm going. You could say the same thing about the mid lane as well. Like, you've got this sniper who's really just not taking any harass. You kind of talked about this already, but Boom can't really do too much on the Storm Spirit up until maybe that level 3 mark. But even then, it's pretty tough to close the gap on armor.
Yeah, it's just not range that the Storm can really play with up top, though.
Tofu, get the cookie away, we'll be just fine. DJ, able to keep off with the snap fire, but we'll force the Morphling and the snap back. It's like, again, even the Visage having a very good time right now at the top side. And in fact, you look at all 3 cores of Fnatic at the moment, they are all top the CS board. So it seems like, at least for now, all lanes have been won, because we are still very, very early into it. And as the levels do go up, things may change. But so far, so good for the Radiant side.
Yeah, they're just working these things really well. I think DJ, with his moves,
Ace
run forward.
It's an onslaught away. Genuel not really going to be able to punish him too much. Creep wave his way is mid lane. Raven. Boom are going at it here on the Stormburst sniper matchup, but it's kind of hard for Boom to finish off the job prior to that level 6 marks of what I believe in B. Meanwhile, top lane, Duraccio, he's going to be just fine to waveform away. So the harass is coming out between this Clockwork Visage laning, so a little bit tough for the Morphling just to juggle that strength in the edge. You make sure he's got enough HP to get through this whole assumption, but for now doing a fantastic job here as the Clockwork as DJ. Continue the chase onto Tofu, will not allow the small camp pull away. Very, very annoying for gaming gladiators. They just can't reset the creep equilibrium at this top lane.
Yeah, it's a really good place from DJ, just holding this lane so well, giving Jabs basically a free lane, 15-7 CS, and keeping the Rochford just super under farm. I mean, the Morphling's not the happiest hero going into the jungle, does need a lot of time to get that build up, so slower laning is just...
It's going to be a lot of damage onto Boom. He's trying to make a run for it, but the headshot is kicking in as now DJ going to show up as well. Boom, he's just going to put the hand up, very far out, he'll survive. Just barely is bottom lane. Tombstone dropped as well. Januel not going to be able to really keep that one alive. So Celery, go ahead and take that down and make sure Ace does survive. First blood yet to be drawn.
Yeah, just playing, poking, and prodding in this lane. He's still in danger though.
Oh, it's a big kill. He's still level 5 here. Boom can't get away from it, and Armel is going to be able to secure first blood. They'll take DJ's life, but it won't matter. In fact, they even forced 2 rotations into the mid lane.
They have to drag in both supports. The Cogs just burning some of that mana away as well from Celery as he comes in. It's just so much space now on the sidelines. Like, the mid's going pretty rough for Boom, but now Jabs has a really free time. Raven's just farming up. You don't quite have the solutions yet. And you kind of have to wait for that Storm to try to work onto that 6. Once he's got the zip around, it's going to be a lot safer to leave him alone. Until that point, I'm just getting to that point for Boom is tough with how focused Fnatic is on that lane.
Bottom lane, though, they might be able to trade very nicely as Raven, dropping not really too low. He had the refraction charges, so he was just fine. In fact, Ace was the one who took too much damage. He's not able to really deal with the meld strike and the strength steal of Januel. Back their way out here, Fnatic, just 1-1. Still, all lanes just going their way. I mean, you look at Duraccio back up at top side, and it does seem like he's been able to catch up in terms of net worth of the Morphling, but it is still a rather slow process.
Yeah, it's going to be slow going. He's going to need a lot of space. They need to secure their jungle, buy some time out for Duraccio. Left alone like this, and you have perfect control coming out from Fnatic. A DJ, again, just forcing Tofu to chase him down a bit, get some forward vision in that jungle to contest the farm down the line. They're going to have to really use that comment to clear out some control here.
DJ just being an absolute pest, taking the banner away from Gaiman. Once again, this mid lane going to be pressured in. They've got the siege creep there with Armel, so plenty of damage being pumped out. Tofu going to try and sneak away with the invis, but will go for the deny instead, realizing he cannot break the gap in time. Fnatic, just a lot of pressure being applied onto this mid-tier 1 tower, and Gaiman, they are forced to try and respond to this, but they've left Ace alone down at bot lane, so Raven, he might just get right to work. Ace, he's going to try to back his way out and does juke very nicely. Raven, does he keep going? It does seem like he'll try. Onslaught will be there. Ace, he'll be just fine. Not secure the kill. Problem being, though, John, mid-tier 1, it's still taking so much damage.
It's just melting. Less than half HP left just from the slow prods from Armel with his little long-range sniper rifle, of course, and there's just no response that the Gladiators have on hand. They just don't have the supports that can really jump onto that hero well. Maybe if you can bring out Ace, that's where you can start to play that game, but it's going to take a little bit of time. He's not even level 6 yet.
DJ again, just ready to scout out if necessary. Does see a few stacks being made there by Tofu, as he does get a very nice D ward as well in the mid lane. Armel just getting right back to work into that mid-tier 1 tower. Just nobody around to defend this. Even Gladiators maybe just accepting the fact that it is going to drop for free, basically, as Fnatic not intending on backing off. While top lane Duraccio, even with these frustrating birds of jabs, just can't really do too much about them. Sperm has returned back into the mid lane here, but it's kind of dire straits as to what he can do to try and slow this push down. He will be enough just clearing out that creep wave, but now Fnatic, they'll just take the stacks instead. When these are just double stacks, but it is something.
Yeah, it's something that you need on Duracho. He's going to need that catch-up form. Even Boom is going to be enjoying that if he had access, but they just didn't manage to clear out that control. Fnatic sees that opening, shoving in mid, getting a little attention away and having that room to get that done. They're working this map really well. It's still a very even game, 1-1, 1K lead for Fnatic, but these two cores in the sniper, in the TA, are just getting so much more in this game so far.
1-1 though. 8 minutes in, a very, very slow game when it comes to the kill board. Teams secure that laning stage. Again, Fnatic seemingly coming out on top, at least for now. Lane even Tofu taking over, swifting that XP himself, but they might get going onto that tier 1 once again. Just so important because you are going to be able to infiltrate that jungle as soon as this tier 1's down, and Fnatic, they can choose to be very aggressive with this Clockwork and Undying support duo. Though GG, they are going to show up. Who do they jump? Nice cooks away from DJ. Not going to allow them to jump the sniper, so instead they'll try to go after Genuo, but he's a tanky boy. He's not going to drop that quickly. His Ace is going to keep moving in. Pulverize will be there, and they will at least find the pos 5 Undying.
It's a kill. It's not the one you want. Really good timing out from DJ with those cogs to break off that jump in from Boom, and it's so many heroes down mid. You're only really leaving Duracho alone to farm, and even that solo lane up against Gabs isn't giving him much. Like, I like what I'm seeing from the Gladiators. Level 6 up on Boom. They want to make a play. Yeah. They have the level 6 coming out from Ace as well. They're going to Jabs.
Yeah, they've got a great target. Jabs, he's a higher value target right now on the distance. So Celery is dropping rather quickly, but they do at least find Jabs. It's a nice trade. It does cost you quite a few hero rotations, but you've got to get something done.
Yeah, it's some punishment at last, because that lane was just left alone for so long. They just ignored Duracho and just allowed Jabs to get that build up. It's finally something coming along for the Gladiators. Big kill for them, giving them some space up top, giving Duracho room to get more than just this Power Treads and Falcon Blade. And the side of Fnatic, well, they've already cleared the mid tier. So they're more than happy to kind of trade off that way. As you mentioned, my jungle opens up, triangle contestation comes in, and if the Gladiators aren't careful, I mean, you still need some more on Boom and Ace.
In a bit of deep water here, Ace, I think. He's going to get hinted in here by DJ, but he's just going to onslaught away. Still, the Bird's trying to stun him up mid-onslaught, but not quite finding him. He's going to be just fine. Able to stay within that bot lane and keep that farm going. You kind of accept the fact that you can't slow down Armel anymore, you can't slow down Raven anymore, you've just got to try and keep up in terms of net worth, and for now they are at least only 1k behind, so it's not too big of a deal for game, and just keep buying space for these cores to make their way back in through the mid game. The question is, do Fnatic make their way into that dire jungle now and try to slow them down?
There's some pressure to do that, not too much, and they still have really good control on their own jungle, with their own tier 1, so it's still very healthy, so they can just kind of play on their side of the river. They're not going out so far. They're shoving in mid, keeping that in check. They've got some good wards to watch. Some angles coming in here from the Gladiators onto that ramp in front of the tier 1 tower bot to make sure Raven's just fine. And they're just kind of using Jabs as bait up top solo. They want them to go onto Jabs. He's already got the drums up. They're keeping an eye on him. They're rotating in for this.
They're going to try and smoke up the top side. Jabs already in trouble. They might not make it in time. Jabs still dropping. Eventually will go down. Another nice secure here from GG as Boom does take the kill on the Storm, and Fnatic, they're up here, but without the Visage, what do you actually do?
Yeah, it's not the biggest loss. I mean, Jabs is just doing his thing, keeping that lane shoved out, forcing a lot of heroes on time. You've got so much space coming out for your bigger cores in Raven and Armel. Armel now just hanging around. He has the Dragonlance up. Even with just level 1 take aim, with the Dragonlance, you can reach so far away. You're going to need a lot of mana expended out from Boom to find that kill. They will smoke up in the Gladiators, so looking for that opportunity here.
Yeah, they've got the Arcane Rune still going here on Boom, so very nice timing for them to try and make the jump in, but DJ is prepped, in position, ready to break the smoke, and will take the gank. Beast for now, still making a run away. Hookshot away is going to be there as well. DJ, going to be just fine. No cooldown on the hookshot anyway, he won't mind that. Not beating any more kills away, but now Armel's been caught out. That's a much bigger target, and they do find it. Boom with a perfect zip in as DJ. He's not out of the woods yet either. He's going to drop to the way of Game and Gladiators, and Fnatic, they just don't have an answer for it.
I mean, look good. DJ managed to sneak away, but it just opened up this path towards Armel. And suddenly the Gladiators, they're the ones taking aggression here. They're lined up for that top tier 1 tower. Really good use of the bottle from Boom with the Arcane, just giving him enough mana to play so far in. And just no control coming out from Fnatic. We saw a TP coming in from John Uwell, but the Undying at that point couldn't really contribute.
Very, very rough affair here. Fnatic just kind of trusting Raven and Armel to keep that farm going, but again, Game and doing a fantastic job of applying the pressure now. With that terrible start they did have after that laning stage, they just seem to be able to apply the pressure much better with this Storm. Doom doing a brilliant job of just rotating constantly and relieving the pressure off Duraccio here and Ace as well. 13 minutes in, 2-6, very, very slight net worth lead for Fnatic. May not last long either, as you see Game, and they are starting to take stacks away. It's going to certainly impact the gold income of Game, and there's nothing to stop them. You can't really get that deep quite yet.
No, you're just building up on Fnatic's side as well. It's really allowed Duraccio to catch up. Number 3 net worth, not too far behind from Armel after that pretty slow laning start with jabs, and DJ just kind of bullying out that lane. He's got enough room to have his impact. There are some key timings coming out here, though. Raven, he's leaving his options open for he is going for the Deso. So that timing, again, when you have that Desolator with the sniper ready to back you up, everyone just melts. It's a lot of physical damage coming out. They are lining up bot here.
They are. Ace going to be targeted. Does have the onslaught, but a nice hook shot. DJ is there in time to cancel as he does go for the Conks battery assault and will not allow Ace to be able to get his way up. And now Boom, he'll be just fine. He'll zip away as the rest of the team do make their way over. Gaiman, they want to try and force a fight.
Yeah, they rotate in, try to find something to counteract, but Fnatic just managed to burst down really quick. Great use of the hook shot coming out from DJ to cancel off that onslaught. And this is just, again, space coming out for Armel. They're starting to play behind Raven when they see the opportunity to do so. They know he's got pretty good damage coming out, very hard to melt down when he has that refraction up. And just get that build-up you want onto Armel. Like, once the sniper's ready to go, he's playing really forward in the jungle right now, on the opposite side of the map. They just don't spot him. They're forced to respond elsewhere.
Absolutely. You see, though, Gaming Gladiators still trying to find some targets in that Radiant jungle. They just run into the Genuals Undying if they're not too careful, but I suppose they'd like that right now. Any kill they can get. We'll see Boom just looking on towards that Witch's Blade, and it's just such a nice little power spike for the mid-storm once you do have that up and available. Meanwhile, Jab's going to start on that top tier 1 tower, and of course with the Visage you can just kind of do this by yourself. No help necessary here for Jabs, he'll get it done. So just side lane towers being traded. Fnatic's still an advantage in terms of map control right now, considering they did take down that mid-tier 1. Duraccio, though, getting rather low. End up taking the Tombstone and Undying Morph for himself. Ends up committing the Tombstone, however, and might just mean they can't really go for the mid-tier 1 themselves now.
Yeah, just have to farm where they can. They've got decent enough vision on that bot jungle for Duraccio to kind of play in this area, keep getting that build-up. You're also inching towards that BKB here for Ace. That's the big one. Having that safe initiation from the Primal Beast should allow them more opportunities to kind of have zoom in.
Onslaught's there, they will connect. Ace is all over it. Is now the global silence. Just to make sure nobody can help Jabs out, they will shut him down once again. Seems to be the game plan of Gaiman. Just make sure the Visage does not have a good game. Your problems are kind of relieved later on.
Yeah, that's 2 big ultimates for Jabs.
Hook shot though, Boom, he does get caught out. Conk's pushback is nice, but the cookie. Tofu going to be there in time to save the day. Fnatic, they had started Roshan, but it doesn't seem like they're interested any longer.
And that's the key timing for Fnatic. The Deslo is fully up on Raven. They want to clear out that Rosh. Not finding that kill, and Boom always leaves that threat of a reset and zip in, so they're forced back. They can't really fully commit for the objective. It's not that low anyway, so there's no chance for the Gladiators to come in themselves. And again, the Gladiators just doing so good in finding these openings for themselves. 3-7, less than 1K lead still up there for Fnatic, but they're getting some really good breeding room out for Duracho. They're getting some great utility out from Ace and Boom. They just know they've got this early timing they can play around with.
Well, the question I was about to ask you as well, John, do they keep going for this Roshan? Like, does Fnatic really want to try again? And the answer is currently yes, they do. With the Desolator timing on Raven, they feel very, very strong to try and do this. Top the Flesh Golem as well here from Januel. What the player will give all the vision. Be enough. Fnatic to able to take a very quick Roshan for themselves as Gaiman. They just don't have an answer for it.
Yeah, they just don't have the vision for it to kind of spot that out as well. So freebie going out for Fnatic, secondary life up for Armel. Our sniper starting to lag a bit behind in comparison to Duracho, but at this point in the game, it's Raven that you should be worried about. Like the Dragonlance and Deso up, working towards possibly that BKB next, maybe a blink to just jump the back line, and you start to feel really good on Fnatic. You start to find a way to take these fights yourselves because you don't really have a natural initiator outside of just DJ jumping in. And if you can't find that angle, no one can
go again. Boom. He'll make the jump in. Januel, though, very nice position to make sure he tanks the gang. Hookshot was there from DJ, but it's off the mark. They're not going to be able to counter-initiate. You had Armel and DJ trying to move their way up through the mid-river, but just unable to land the hook to get the team fight started.
A bit of an unfortunate miss. They were all kind of set from Fnatic to counter-fight in, but the Gladiators were also really heavily grouped up. So it would have been a bit of a big back and forth kind of push. I guess with the Aegis on Armel, you feel a little bit more confident if he was around the area. Unfortunately, wasn't really there to try to make use of that secondary life. And the Gladiators keeping things smooth as far as it can go. I mean, they still haven't been able to equalize the map fully with a tier 1 tower for Fnatic still standing mid. But this aggression, it's getting a bit tougher for Fnatic to control. Like, the moment they see Boom zip in, they don't have control.
This is an interesting position from Armel, but with the double damage, he seems confident to try and secure the kill onto Celery. Still trying to chase him down. Celery is able to get away, but now Tofu is the one in danger, but he's going to be okay. Just walk into the fog. By that tier 2 tower, he'll be just fine. Fnatic just very confident with the double damage rune that was there on the sniper, but unable to really find anything for it.
Yeah, no level up yet on the Assassinate either, so couldn't really clean up, even with the vision available. Managed to bail themselves out in Gladiators. And every single fight you kind of ditch like that, you feel pretty good. The sniper's not farming. He's not really doing much in the jungle. They're not pushing any objectives here on Fnatic's end. You're just going into this investment on Duracho. And he's number 1 in net worth now. He's managed to catch up from all this space. Smartland going for the Ags as well. It's going to be scary once that's off.
A little bit low on mana here. He is the Storm, but he is going to be just fine to TP out. They got the vision, but they weren't in range for a hook shot, so he's going to be just fine. They're continuing to try and bully Game and Gladiators out of this map, but look at that net worth on Duracho. He's getting bigger and bigger on this Morphling, and that's going to be a very, very scary timing here from Game and Gladiators and Fnatic. You kind of wonder if they're getting enough done with this kind of Visage draft.
I think they are. It's really not Visage-centered. It just feels like you're playing along with the potential of Raven and Armel, and you get the benefit of faster push from Jabs of Deso. They will go for that smoke play now. They've still got the Aegis for 2 minutes on Armel. Might get a good sneak around here, but they don't quite have that forward vision in the triangle to really play with.
Got the traps. They'll get a ward down on the high ground. Gladiators immediately just backing their way out. They do not want part of this team fight. Not on their terms. But he'll move in and see a double stack for himself, so he'll go ahead and take it for free. There's going to be no contest to come out from Gaiman. They're just not ready yet for that big team fight. Understand that with the Aegis up, Fnatic do seem like the much, much stronger team at the moment. So it's just the game right now. Just continue to evade the side of Fnatic. Just don't force the fight while the Aegis is up. And once it expires, you'll be more than happy to move in as Gaiman. But for now, if you're not really losing anything, there's just no need to fight.
Yeah. You've got the scaling on hand. You've got really good gap flows coming out from Boom, coming out from Ace. And you don't really need to worry about too much. You can just play on your own terms. You've got the threat of silence. You've got the threat of kisses here. The jump of Fnatic's really just all in on DJ. And if he doesn't manage to find that angle with a hook shot, if he doesn't manage to trap more than one person there or just disrupt that fight in a big way, the tools of the Gladiators just feel a lot stronger. They are getting some push out, though, playing with that Deso, playing with that Visage and just how fast they can melt the towers. They find themselves a tier 2 and could open up the high ground if they want to poke.
Yeah, as well as Gaiman have avoided the side of Fnatic. With this Aegis up, 2 towers have gone down, and now maybe even a high ground attempt to come out as Fnatic. They do still have about 40 seconds left on that Aegis timing. So why the hell not? Just Be very cautious though as they do eventually back their way out while looking to rush this again. It is a best of one series, so you've only got one chance to try and proceed through to the best of threes in the lower bracket. Just definitely don't want to get knocked down in this round of one if you can, if you're either team. Still securing some farm here onto Rachio, onto Ace. Very confident in their late game scaling here on this Morphling. And speaking of that Morphling now, John, the Axe is up.
I have a lot of good forms to turn into the Undying again with the Tombstone and the upgraded Decay is going to feel pretty damn good. Going to be hard to burst down Deracho again, going back to that lack of control. And I like this from the Gladiators. Smoke up immediately with that big pickup on Deracho. They don't have the best forward vision right now, so they might not be able to find that angle, but if they manage to take Fnatic by surprise here, that could be the turning point for them.
Yeah, Gaiman, they are going to move in. Oh, it's a 5v5 smoke situation here, Gaiman. They're going to move in. Smoke broken onto Ace. Tofu, who gets stuck with the kisses immediately as the global silence is there. Onslaught out as well. They do find Genuor, but it's only the pos 5 Undying. In fact, never mind, they found Jabs now. Ace moving right in onto Armel, but a hook shot. DJ, he'll save the day for now. The Tombstone is going to be dropped as well. Genuor, he pulled back into this team fight, and now Deracho. He's in big trouble. He's going to drop. Oh, they go too far in the end. A very nice buyback there from Januel just to be able to rejoin the team fight and drop the Tombstone. In fact, they just keep going. Assassinate out of the Tofu into the stun now as well. Soul Rip out. Tofu's in trouble. He'll try to run, but eventually does end up dropping. Raven able to secure the kill for Fnatic. Finally, they find the team fight they wanted.
That's some really sick game sense coming out from Fnatic. Immediately smoking up, not seeing anyone kind of take care of those lanes. Knowing that
that's a big one. Boom, he's getting perma-stun. Jabs, he's going to find it. Great micro out from Jabs, and Raven, who enjoyed the kill for himself, tips out.
And this is where it gets scary. The high ground push kicks in. You've got the 15 talent up on Jabs, plus 1 armor corruption to the familiars with the Death Soul. And this set of objectives just don't last long. Fortify coming out to stave them off. But again, just the game sense coming out from Fnatic. You saw how much commitment came out from the Gladiators. Global silence and kisses just to find the Undying. It's just not enough.
That certainly is. So much committal for that pulse 5, and with the buyback available, it's just not worth it. As now Fnatic just getting right back into the mid-tier 2 tower. Deracho does end up falling behind once again in terms of net worth. You keep trying to force a fight here. At least looks like for now he'll morph into the sniper and just try to force them back with the shrapnel charges, and that's going to be enough. Fnatic, they'll walk their way out just fine. Gaiman, they might just have to take a bit of time here. I'm not sure if you smoke again straight away. Just want to secure a bit more farm up on your cores before you do get going, especially considering how that last team fight went. I mean, mind you don't have the buyback on the Undying anymore, so maybe you could force a fight not worrying about that, but it still seems risky.
Yeah, it's still a massive risk. It does feel like you're going to need a BKB up on at least the Deracho. Maybe ideally you'd want it on Boom as well, just so you can get that safe initiation out. And you can't always start with a Primal Beast. You don't have that Blink Dagger up on Ace, and he's got the BKB, but onslaughting in is pretty telegraphed, so it can be tough. And we've seen it before. DJ tends to be ready to just interrupt the Pulverize when it does kick in, or when you try to look for that angle here. So you need more of that spell immunity up. You need more of those BKBs. That's going to take some time. And Fnatic, with the ground they've gained on this map, you don't have that much room to get all these cores farmed up to that.
Absolutely. Both teams once again just hanging around their side of the map for now. No vision on the side of Gaming Gladiators at the moment, who have grouped up just a bit. There's a team in that mid lane. It's going to be all about the next Roshan for both these teams. There's now even a BKB to come out onto Raven, so scary at times against the TA. That Magic community, it's very hard to be able to try and burst him down throughout these fights. And so much of your damage is just negated through that BKB. So they are going to show up mid-river, try and force something here. Traps are out to give any vision if they do need it. Raven is hanging around, but again, he's a very challenging target now with the BKB up. These will show up, maybe trying to bait a fight, but Fnatic, very composed, not going to try for it.
They just play it safe. They know they've got a pretty good stand on the map. They know they don't have to take these risks. They could just keep farming up a little bit more. They get big timing on DJ up with the Ags running. So the overclocking's up, way more damage coming out, way more utility from the Rocket Flare. And if they can work their angles really, really well. Side of Gladiators, they just need to kind of build in. Maybe if you find that opportunity to jump, you go for it, but immediate overclock, immediate flares with that smoke out here from Fnatic.
Absolutely, such an annoying agony tip that I have to try and go against here. DJ just going to continue to spam out and get so much vision.
Jeez.
That's a lot. Game, and they just can't escape the rocket flares, and now Tofu, he's going to get jumped. He's just fine though with the cookie. He will be able to break the gap away from Raven as they do move into that mid-tier 2 tower. Nothing to defend. It's a game and they're kind of stuck onto their high ground now. Maybe hoping for a high ground defense. I mean, you could still try to defend the top tier 2 tower. It just feels a little bit rough, especially considering Roshan, it is coming up rather soon.
They have to go for a play though. Going for that smoke out. Maybe they find a good angle here. They don't quite have the best vision again on that angle. So they could get but if they manage to get a good flank here, it'd be big. It's just that Johnny Wall's the one's hanging back here.
Here we go. Indiewell going to be spotted. He'll take the gank, tries to drop the tombstone in time. Be able to get it as they do global silence, and Genuel will drop. That's one. Now Ace in trouble. He's a much bigger target, just getting stunned up, but does manage to cookie away thanks to Tofu, but the hook shot is out. They've got Boom on the storm. He's still going to zip away, but he's out of mana. He is out of mana, but where's the backup? It's not there yet. In fact, Armel, he was getting to work. Assassinate. It'll fly through and does find Boom on the storm. Not the worst fight for Fnatic, but not the best either. They do give 2 kills away for that. Both supports going down for the mid-storm. Gaiman, they'll be okay with it, I think.
Yeah, it's a really nice back and forth. Again, they jump onto Johnny Wall. He's the one to break the smoke. He manages to get the tombstone right before the global silence in a really good spot on that cliff. Like, only Boom was focusing in on that tombstone. It took so long for him that DJ found that opportunity. So it's a good play coming out from Gladiators. They need to get something done, but again, they're finding the wrong targets. They're always getting Zhao first. They're always having to blow at least one big ult first.
You see the replay here. I mean, you find the Undying, but he won't mind. He just gives so much information away to his team, and well, Ace just couldn't really walk away, sadly. He's forced the BKB up, but luckily Tofu was there to save. DJ once again, just fantastic with the hookshot, finding the storm. Just completely out of mana, and something you didn't really notice, John, but from the low ground, Armel, he was just getting right to work onto that Storm Spirit. The Assassinate just barely had enough damages. Now, for Gaiman, they're trying to force Roshan, but hookshot is there, DJ. Once again, trying to force the fight. Ace with a very nice onslaught to Rachio, and boom, they're onto Jabs. They're trying for the Visage, they might just have him, but Jabs, he goes into that stone form. He'll survive for a bit longer. DJ, he will try to back his way out of the stuns around back to Rachio. He's the one in trouble, trying to back his way out, but Jabs is on the chase with the Familiars. In they go. Do they have the damage? They've got the stuns out, and Raven, he'll melt them. Doraccio still trying to run, still in trouble. He's going to end up going down. A 2 for 2 so far, but there was a buyback from Tofu. Still Ace. He would make his run out as well, but the slows are there from Raven. Can he find a way out with the onslaught? No, he'll go for the onslaught, cancel and go for the TP instead, but it's not going to work. Oh boy.
They managed to find Armel in the back. They get some good punishment for their trouble there in the Gladiators, but it cost them so much. Diracho just being taken away, the Morphling being a key component of that late game scaling, just isn't able to hold its ground. Jabs is just way too durable. Gets the Wraith Pact off, has the Ag Shard up with a Stone Form, and that times so well here for Fnatic. Roshop, you've got the TA, you've got the Visage. It still doesn't take too long, even without that sniper.
Certainly doesn't. Again, Roshan happening, but with the Ags up on the clockwork, just
so annoying.
You can't make your way over.
You can't stop it. Like, it's giving so much information out, and the Gladiators just don't have that same information to play with. Like, they've been lacking some ward vision for a while. They've got some watch in the Roche pit, but again, it just melts so fast with that damage from Raven and Jabs.
A lot of damage. Another Aegis to go the way of Fnatic. That'd be the second one of the game for themselves, and 9k ahead now. A very powerful position for Fnatic. Game and John, well, what do they need to do here? I mean, they're in a very rough position now. How do you make the comeback in this game, number one?
I mean, you've got the BKB up on the Racho. He had it last time around. You need to get a good jump in. Maybe if you could take out Armel before you lose your Morphling and then start to focus in onto Raven somehow, that's how it kind of shapes up. Get a good jump on. Don't jump Jabs or Johnny Wall. Because those two, they don't mind being targeted, especially Jabs. I mean, he's just so durable. And Johnny Wall, as you mentioned, just gives information. You need one of these two bigger cores to drop first from the side of Gladiators, and it's going to take some good vision game coming out. But as you see, DJ just keeps spamming out those flares out, and you just can't stop it. Like, he's just getting so much more out of this.
It's kind of obnoxious how much vision it gives. In fact, I think we saw in an earlier team fight, it almost just killed Celery off with those rocket flares. Very, very scary indeed. Fnatic, 9k ahead, still moving their way through the top lane. Might try to force a high ground team fight now. I mean, you've got 3 minutes 50 seconds on that Aegis. Plenty of time to try and poke and prod this tier 3 tower. In fact, now a Daedalus up on Raven. Scary times for Game and Gladiators. 10 to 13, 9k lead once again. Fnatic, they're going to move their way over that tier 3 tower. It's just not going to last too long. They'll be forced to clip it up. It's going to be enough for now. Fnatic going to overstay their welcome. They do back their way out, and Gaiman, they're just trying to find any kind of space for the map that they can right now.
Yeah, just play where they can, get some build up while they can, although.
Yeah, you get spotted, the traps from Raven. Ace, how do you find your way out of this one? He'll also towards the right side, but the trap is there, and DJ, he's going to land another beautiful hook as Ace is forced to BKB up, try to run his way up with the Meld Strike. Going to follow him down as DJ will not leave this man alone. They've got the Primal Beast as well.
It gets some space out the map for the Gladiators right now. It's giving them some room to get that build up, but it comes at a cost. Someone's got to be sacrificed for that opening. DD up on Armel. I love this build from Armel as well, Mike. Moonshard up on the sniper. He's just plinging away.
Yeah.
Like you've got the damage amp coming in from the Visage and the TA. You don't need much yourself. You just need to whack away, especially when you manage to turn on that take aim with a headshot. These heroes will still melt. And again, the jump capabilities for the Gladiators are there, but every time we've seen them jump into that backline, it comes at such a massive risk to themselves. They need to synchronize their jump in with their use of the global silence on these big boards.
Even with the AC up on Jabs now, so even more attack speed here for Armel. They do move into that tier 3 tower, and it just melts. It's completely disappearing with this double damage rune active. Armel, he'll just move on to the high ground as the protection of the Tombstone and the Wraith Pact. No, even the Familiars from Jabs. Gaiman, they're the ones that need to try and find a way into this fight. For now, their bot racks will drop. Just nothing they can do about it. The question is, do Fnatic keep going?
They have no reason to really back off. I mean, you still have some threats out from the Gladiators, but you've got Aegis running for about a minute 40 here. You just take control of the jump. Cut off the resources for the Gladiators, keep all the lanes as shoved out as you can, and swing around if someone overextends. And you've got a really sweet opening with his secondary life on Armel. You're not too scared of that jump in from Boom, of that onslaught out from Ace. And they don't even have a way to position themselves. Like, these flares, they just get everywhere. You can't stand it.
Celery, he just can't make his way out of there. He almost died. Rocket plays out as well. He's barely going to survive. Oh, this is just disgusting. It reminds me of that bounty hunter Tinker meta. You just can't escape the rockets.
No, it just never ends. And it's just down to that Ags. And DJ's just been such a menace since picking that up. Smoke out from Fnatic, trying to get the initiative here. They've got a good fight from the right side if they manage to catch someone off here.
Oh, Boom would be a massive target, but they haven't got the vision yet. In fact, never mind, they do. DJ, he's in once again, but the global silence not going to allow them to follow up. In fact, Boom does in a big vortex out from the storm into the trample. Now the pulverize. Ace will keep the fight going. Jabs is just in that stone form, waiting to just go back into this fight. He is completely surrounded, though. Should go, but Duraccio copying way too much damage, and in comes Boom once again on the storm. He finds Jabs on that Visage. Is Armel still trying to man up here against Duraccio, but Duraccio is happy to oblige us. He's going to back his way out. Familiar's still doing them favors here on the side as Raven is going to TP away, and Gaiman, they find a way to defend.
They hold on. Really great jump in from the side of the Gladiators. That Ags pickup from Boom, turning the tides.
Massive.
That's the coordination we needed to see. Get that AoE vortex down, get your kisses out. Really good use of the silence here as well to get them that time to re-engage. And the side of Fnatic now, they've seen those tools. They can't afford to stay as pumped up as they once were. We need to be a lot more cautious onto the high ground, as we can see here again.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, Global Silence was just immediately out, saving the day, and now the Vortex. The unexpected zip back in from Boom really paying off, and when you've got the combination of the Trample and the Pulverize, just so hard to survive through all that damage output.
It took them a really long time to kill off Jabs as well, despite all of that. It's just they managed to isolate all of these heroes really nicely, split it up after taking them all together. And Armel, even if he had the Aegis, he had no one to follow through on his second life, forced to back off and just kind of play it safe. They're keeping themselves in this game here, the Gladiators, but they're not able to really push out the lanes as far as they can. It's not an opening for a tier 2. It's not quite an opening for Roshan either. So they're going to have to repeat that. Because despite those losses, Fnatic, they still have the initiative here. They still have superior map control, and that threat for the high ground still lined up.
You've got the Scotty now up in the morph as well, so Durant here just a little bit tanky and a little hard to deal with here. 16, I love myself a close game, John, and right now 7k net worth. Nothing to write home about if you're Fnatic. It's 36.5 minutes into the game, so 6k really means nothing here between these two teams. Sure, game, and they are down 1 racks, but still anyone's game. And it is a best of 1, so one of these teams do have to go home after this one. Everything on the line here for these two teams. It's been such a long year throughout the DPC. They do smoke up as 4 game, and they're going to try and make something happen, but who do they find? It's just so hard to get the vision advantage against Fnatic's draft. You've got the rocket players, the traps, the shrapnels, just everything working in their favor. But they are still sneaking up through the triangle, but the smoke, we're out soon. They might just find jabs on the Visage as Ace. He does spot him out and does try for the onslaught, trying to keep up. Does end up finding the Visage, but can't really follow up with that. Just go into that stone form and be just fine, as now the Familiars just going to stun up the Primal Beast. Do they have the follow-up damage here on Fnatic? I don't think they do, but they are still just throwing out everything but the kitchen sink. But Ace is going to be just fine. He will just casually walk his way out.
It's very low commitment from Fnatic to shove you away there. You don't need to throw any bodies forward. Jabs is still really durable. He doesn't mind being jumped on that smoke. The Roger's kind of playing tag, isolated from his team, but the side of Fnatic isn't quite keen to jump onto that Morphling as well. I mean, he's got the Scotty up, he's got a lot of stats. With a Manta, he's got a lot of ways of saving himself. So he's a lot tougher of a target for Fnatic to just try and burst down. But they're still getting that build-up. And they're still number 1 on Raven with that full Daedalus up. And they could just wait for the next Roche. It is just around 10 seconds away when we'll see that respawn. Good shove in mid from the Roger, but again, they're not really able to fully commit for that objective yet.
Absolutely. Team's just very, very careful right now. One team fight could just decide this game. You just haven't got the buybacks available. Game in, they'll just take over that Radiant Triangle for now.
Oh, it's a quick Roche.
It's certainly a very quick Roshan here. It's sort of in the favor of game, and they're in position for this one. And Celery seems to know he might just get lucky. 5 seconds to go. We'll see if Fnatic can try to spot this one out as well. You do have the advantage of the rocket players to fly in from DJ. They are focused right now on the mid-tier 2 tower. And there's your Roshan. Gaiman. This could be the blessing they've been looking for here. Roshan does start going down, but the rocket players are going to fly out and give the vision. Question is, can they make it in time? They are making their way over. In fact, Roshan is being abandoned right now as game, and they do not have faith they can take it in time. Fnatic do immediately make their way over, and just with this rocket flare spam, it's so hard to try and sneak Roshan away.
It's just so much damage coming out, and the hero's not even close by. Like, they whittle away. They know it's such a risk. If that angle is found by DJ and they just get sucked down at the Roche. They do have good counterplay in the pit though. And the AoE Vortex is still ready on Boom. And you've got the kisses to back you up. Global Silence is ready to go as well. So Fnatic, it's not an easy call for them to commit to this one either.
They just picked up a side device here on the TA to boot. Raven, maybe a bit of a surprise reveal here with this Hex, but they're going to get started on the Roshan. It's already less than half an HP away. Game, and they're going to fight on ball. Tofu! He's just going to drop. The rocket players get it done. DJ able to snipe the kill there, and they find Roshan. Well, what can you do? You're trying to run, but the rockets just keep chasing.
It just doesn't stop. You get the full Ags out now as well to pass over here on the side of Fnatic. I mean, you're feeling great. You get the Ags onto Jabs. He's got the Silences to Grave. He can sneak around to the back line now. They've got so much damage. And the damage from DJ, I mean, he's standing further away than the sniper. He's got so much long range here from Fnatic. They're just barraging the side of Gladiator with his spears.
Game, and again, not out of this game, but they're an Aegis down now, Cheese down as well. Fnatic, they're going to make their way over. See if they can move up to that high ground once again. Just one good team fight, and this game is theirs. Gaiman, they still have an opportunity to try and turn this one around, but they need that good team fight to go their way. Not going to be that easy though. See the split push here from Ace. The Primal Beast, but the top lane is being forced in now. We've seen how fast Armel can take these downs. Mind you, last time he did have a double damage rune, to be fair. It's still a very painful process for this tier 3 tower, however. Just standing from a mile away and there's just nothing you can do.
Like, these towers just melt with that Song That's a Grave. Once you break that invis, the damage is ridiculous.
Jump in, Boom, he's going to try, but there's a side device out from Raven, locking down the Storms till they do find at least the Aegis, and Boom, he can go for a reset. Not a bad start whatsoever here for GG. Duraccio, he'll keep moving forward, trying to find the sniper, but needs to back his way out. Just can't deal with the damage output of Armel at the moment. They did have the refraction charges to play with those, so didn't really take any damage. Sturm gonna move in again, but a quick BKB out Armel, this time ready for it, but instead they found Raven on the TA. He goes down, Celery, he drops as well, but they do have the buyback, and now Ace in the backside with the pulverize into the Vortex. Boom, just setting up perfectly. Oh, what a Vortex out from Boom.
Yeah, he makes it work. He finds the angle back in. He knows that the BKB out on Raven is gone. So he can just punish that TA, focus in, no secondary life up on Armel, and they just melt down from that damage. Like, the control came out, and they didn't have global silence. That's why Fnatic might have felt a little bit more confident to hang around there. But they still don't have a way of really punishing Boom when he does manage to get that jump in. I mean, they have the Hex, but the Storm, being aware of that, can just zip a little bit further away and just be safe.
Now suddenly Gaming Gladiators back into this game, only a 3k advantage, no Aegis to worry about. They do move onto the high ground, the T3 tower, in big trouble. Duraccio, he'll get it started. They'll force the Glyph out, but it's not going to mean Duraccio backs off. Nobody's brought back, nobody's respawned quite yet from Fnatic, so the map is completely free for game, and it's been such a long time since they've had this kind of opportunity on the map. They do force out another Glyph. Down towards the bot side, Duraccio goes. He wants 2 lanes for his trouble. Question is, does he even find one? Because the respawn timers are running a little bit low, but it seems like they do find the mid-racks while they can. Duraccio will find that bottom tier 3 tower, onto the bot racks. It's a very quick process here for Gaimin. 2 racks is up. They'll be very happy with that. No need to rush any further. They'll back their way out.
Now the Gaming Gladiators are in complete control of this game. Really good racks advantage coming out. Their team fights coming in. Their scaling's shaping up. And this Duraccio morphling with the Daedalus up, it just does so much damage. And Fnatic, again, they get overconfident. They know global silence is down, but they don't respect the Storm here.
They're just doing such a fantastic job throughout these fights. Just every time the Vortex is up, there's just nothing you can do. And look at this Vortex from a mile away, just dragging everybody in. There's no chance to fight back once the BKBs are gone. And the game, and you keep that up, this game is yours.
Yeah, it's just in their hands as long as they can keep executing. Fnatic, no, they're not going to just lie down there. Smoke out from them. Roshan still a ways off, so that was fairly fresh in the last fight. But if they manage to get the ambush here, it's big. Still, you've got protection now on Boom. He's got his own BKB up. So even if he's caught off guard a bit, as long as he's able to turn that BKB on when he sees Raven nearby, and how do you lock down the Storm? You just don't have much to stop this.
Hesitation now. Fnatic, I mean, they were smoked up, but they just aren't going to find the opening. Another double damage rune, though, is going to be found out by Fnatic, so Raven, he'll take it this time around. No bottle to stall that one up. He will just pick it up himself. It just doesn't seem like they're going to be able to smoke up and find some kind of opening, however. They're just going to sit back for now and just wait out the perfect time. Problem is now Duraccio, top of the net worth board, looking very, very farmed up, working on towards that Satanic. He's going to be a real problem once he has that up.
He's already extra durable on this here, even with the Scotty up on Armel. It's not like he can just solely dedicate his time onto Duraccio. You've got a lot of room now for Duraccio to dance around on that Morphling. And again, they're just so slippery on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Like, you have to worry about Storm, you have to worry about the Primal Beast, you have to worry about the Morphling jumping on top of you. They've got this really good start on the fights for the Gladiators with the Global Silence up, and you just don't have that same control. It still just kind of goes down to DJ and Jabs. If they maybe play with their familiars and the hookshot well, that's where the game can start to shine for Fnatic, but that's a lot harder to pull off than just a zip in or an onslaught in with silence to back you up.
We go again, top side. He's going to hang around his own jungle now, still maybe just trying to search for Fnatic, but they're not around. They creep back into that Radiant Triangle of their own. They do have the opportunity to smoke, at least for now. Raven is going to use his own ninja gear, get his own smoke going, to make sure he can rotate across the map and be undetected by game. And such an important piece of the puzzle here for Fnatic is that TA, and you just can't afford to lose her by herself. Gaimin remaining grouped up, that look of clear vision just giving so much information back the way. Fnatic as Gaimin just take over the top side of the map, but they might even start a high ground push.
To get that done, Chow.
And he will. Local Science will be there, ensuring they cannot initiate as now Duraccio moving very far forward. Vortex is there. They have found Armel. Hookshot is out from DJ Boom. He's running a little bit low on mana. Still Duraccio. He'll keep moving forward onto the sniper. Do they have the damage? They do. The TP attempt will not be enough. They do lose that sniper. Now Ace spotting out Raven, unable to catch him. Instead, Januel going to sit back and make sure Raven does remain protected. They cannot afford to lose his TA right now as Boom. He's going to move in once again onto the Vestige and they'll just take down Jabs. No contest at the moment for Game and Gladiators. It's Fnatic slowly but surely just falling apart.
Those are massive kills coming out for Gaming. They've got the opportunity to really shove in, force some buybacks out. I mean, Armel, he had cheese. He didn't want to pop it. He just BKBs, tries to bail out. But the output of the Morphling is just so high. Would have pulled Daedalus, now would have pulled Satanic on hand as well. He can just sustain through, again, through that Scotty that Armel wants to threaten with. On the side of Fnatic, they've got to play it a lot more cautious. But the Gladiators, and they're in control now. Clearly in control. 7k up, it's not the most amazing, but it's really just how much Duracio's managed to farm up and just how well Boom's been playing. Just with that Ags, this game has turned all the way around.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just such a great comeback here from Gaiman so far. Seeing that buyback status there, Jonathan, so many heroes on the map right now have buyback. In fact, there's only 2 that don't. In fact, it might be 9 out of 10 very, very soon. It's both teams waiting for that massive team fight where they are going to need to expend them, but Duraccio, he'll at least get started on that tier 3 top tower. Not going to last too long at this rate. They do flip it up. Raven going to try and jump into the side of the Vice out. Now the Global Silence going to stop them from chasing Duraccio. He'll be able to BKB up and be just fine. The zombies continue chasing, but again, it seems like he's going to be able to get his way out. Fnatic not interested in chasing at the moment. They'd rather just keep on their high ground, don't throw a fight.
Just hold your ground right now. You've got the sniper. You can stall this game out fairly long on that hero. You also did manage to force out the Global Silence from Celery. So it is an opportunity for Fnatic if they get a little bit more info out. Scouting around with DJ and his flares. Next Roche, not too long away here, Mike. 20 seconds away. Going to be the flashpoint for both sides to kind of fight over to kind of determine this game.
Here we go again. Rocket flares flying out. Getting all the vision. Roshan, like you mentioned, John, very, very close to respawning now. Gaiman prepped for the next Roshan. It's just when you've got this vortex on the storm, it just feels like such a great position to try and fight in. Strong position for Gaiman in that Roshan pit indeed. As well, there's your 4th Roshan now. All the items available. Gaiman, if they can win this next team fight, the game just feels like it's basically theirs. Mind you, you do still have a lot of buybacks on the map. You can still play around if you do end up going down as Gaiman. Wait for that right moment. Just start Roshan themselves. They understand they're not going to be able to be undetected though. That's the real big problem. Instead, they're going to hang around that Radiant Triangle. Duraccio moves in. They found DJ on the clockwork. In trouble already. Global starts there to back him up, and now the Vortex. Boom! Right into the backside. Finds Armel. Finds Raven. What a Vortex from Boom. Just finding all the calls he could ask for, and they do buy back. They're going to try and force the fight right now. Tofu's gone already on the Snapfire, but he will buy back as well. Buybacks being expended. Gaiman will get rid of the familiars from Jabs. Armel trying to get to work, but it does feel like he's lacking a bit of damage here on this sniper. They do move in once again to the Vortex. Boom! Just all over it. They found the sniper again. Armel, he'll eat the cheese up. He'll go for the concussive grenade and try to force this fight the best he can. But where's the damage output? They're still trying. Raven, they'll find Ace at least. Armel, he's manning up. He is trying, but they are down. Both down with that buyback. Gaiman, they may have just made the comeback happen.
They've got a really clear shot. They know those 2 cores just don't have buybacks, having committed it earlier on. Zhao can't do much to stop this. And they go on to that last set of racks. Fnatic, 90 seconds without the sniper, 100 seconds without the TA. That's so much time.
He's going to drop as well, just trying to hide in the tree line. That's it, GG's call. Game and Gladiators. There's a rough half of the first game, but at the end of the day, they make the comeback happen. And for Fnatic, they tried their best, but they were just unable to close out the game, and a couple bad team fights, and it was all over. The game is proving to be the better team today.
Yeah, Gaiman really played excellent. They just rushed his Ags out onto Boom, and they played around that so well. Like the SNY Ags build up, allowing him to jump forward, the Sunjin Kaya build up, and just take control. Like there was nothing to stop him. They get the Hex out on Raven down the line, but he just manages to play it a little bit safer. They bait in with the global silences, they get Fnatic really confident, and it just kind of crumbles. They just didn't have that hard control. They didn't have the same level of team fight. It all basically boiled down to whether or not DJ could kind of find a hookshot angle for the team, and then whether or not Jabs could put his familiars forward enough to get some good chain control off, and sometimes that's really hard to find.
I mean, it was a close game, but you got to give props to the boys from Gaming Gladiators doing a fantastic job making this game one work in their favor, and it's going to feel so good now for them to move into those best of threes now, not having to play these best of one elimination games that are they're just so frightening to try and play, and just too much pressure trying to play those ones out. At least now they are within safety.
It's a smoother ride for them now. They get to move on to the next best of 3 round, so it's going to be a lot better for Fnatic. Southeast Asian team in Southeast Asia, we get Boom. Fnatic unfortunately not able to go on. The Gladiators, as you mentioned, just the better team today.
Absolutely. Well, with that, John, we'll head over to the panel and see what they had to think about this this game one, the best of one.
Thank you, MLP and John X Fire. Another TI-worthy game. 3 Roches to the side of Fnatic. They had the momentum, but it's the Ags on the storm of Boom for Gladiators. It was just turning tides. It was incredible. You know, it is as strong, actually, sometimes as a tide hunter, Ravage, but, you know, it's just an Ags.
Well, got to start on this. So, Boom, he has just played his 66th game, I think, on Storm Spirit. He's in the top 10 most played Storm Spirits in the world. He has the highest win rate on the hero. He has the highest KDA of all these players. Like, he is literally the #1 player on Storm Spirit right now in the world. And then you give him this hero in 24th pick. He finds those clutch moments. He doesn't get any Aegis steals. That's unfortunate. But yeah, he shone on his star hero.
Yeah, that was the prediction that you didn't nail down.
Yeah, well, happens. Got my Gavins though. It's all good.
I lost a lot of Gavins, man.
So, yeah, I mean, Fnatic, you talked about them as a team. Obviously, we can focus on Gladiators a little bit, but they kind of can do it a lot, but they weren't really just able to close this one out. They were aware of the Ags, right? You know, their second fight in the top. Is it hard? Is it, you know, the clumping up, and is it just the vision? Because they had a lot of vision off the clockwork. They won their 3rd Roche, I believe, just by spamming Rocket Flare. But, like, how could they have adjusted?
I feel like the game just went too long. This is a draft that was built to kind of outscale them. The Morph and the Storm just have way too much like jump at this point for Sniper to be able to deal with. It felt like they had a little good thing going after the second Roche or so. They had like this snowball effect. They were getting loads of vision from the traps. They were hunting people down, but it felt like they just couldn't manage to close game inside of their base for long enough.
If I look at these 2 drafts, and if you ask me which one of these 2 drafts would you like to play more in a best of 1 crucial match, it probably would be Gaming Gladiators, because it's a little bit easier to go late. It's a little bit easier to just hold on to the game, and eventually you will win it. Like Fnatic, they were on a timer, and when you're on a timer, plus you get a ton of emotions kicking in, like, you're bound to make a couple of mistakes, and this one was the perfect mistake for GG to capitalize on.
Yeah, it's just the fact that Gladiators, they have the discipline as well, where even under threat, they found these opportunities to make the plays. Like, Snapfire wasn't always wasting ultimate. You have the Silencer holding global. It's like, my Storm's going in, but I don't have to global because I know he's going to be able to disengage, and then I can use my global in that second or that third kind of iteration of one fight.
Yeah, you mentioned that as well, you know, in the break, how, you know, Storm can zip in, maybe force a BKB, make sure global even stronger, but also there wasn't much pressure on the globals from Zeta as well, because it's like, you know, sometimes you're against a black hole, sometimes it's like, well, we're like, oh, this is a moment I want to help my Storm, or I want to help, you know, my Primal Beast. You can really pick and choose. But Armel, he ended up picking up the Moon Shard, and you talked about this, you know, why? Because, you know, to me that was like, hey, what's, you know, I asked what's going on, but that's really to work against a Morphling.
Yeah, a little bit of the standard build now, as you talked about it, and you mentioned AUY, who talked about the attack speed on the Sniper, and how, don't sell yourself short how good it is. But Aoi
was, he does his math, and I you know, Curtis is awesome at it, and I remember him kind of explaining to Eternal Envy, he's like, no, actually, like this damage is not more damage, attack speed now.
It's not the fight.
It's so much attack speed actually, you know, will increase your output. So it's,
specifically in this game as well versus a Morphling who naturally buys that tags, morphs into you, steals your attack speed, so Moon Shard was the proper option. And at times they looked really invincible. You had all the rocket spam, you had the sniper from distance. I believe John Xfire called it a Tinker style of gameplay. Eventually, though, and eventually though you're playing the Tinker style of gameplay into a Storm, and Storm usually wins there.
Well, congratulations again to Gaming Gladiators, and we do have an interview. Casey, I believe, is with Tofu.
Tofu, congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Just another day at work, I see.
I mean, there's no question yet, but it's like best of one, like kind of tense game in front of crowd after a long time of not playing on stage. So like a bit shaky, people are a bit nervous, but like we push each other up, and I don't know, we had a lot of good moments, and there's a lot of hype coming into the series. I don't know, just beautiful to play.
How did you do it with 42 minutes in and you're down by so much, and you had that amazing defense on the high ground? How did you do that?
Was it down that much?
Yeah.
I mean, we're playing for our timings, and we delay the game until we're certain that we can win. Like we give up some recs, for example, because we know we're too weak at this point, or you mess up a fight and you know you cannot contest this Roshan, so you just need to delay the game in order to get a second chance. And eventually, Boom gets his egg in him, so gets some amazing pulls, and that's the way back into the game.
Nice. Well, congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
All right, back to you guys.
Glad to be here.
Tofu there, smiling a lot during that interview, and certainly deserves to be. It's a great win for the team of Gladiators, and they'll be moving on to be playing further into the international. Now, our next game coming up is going to be Entity versus Royal Never Give Up. It's our last game of today and our last lower bracket. We're going to be introducing Entity first. I believe they're going to be almost ready to come out on stage. So this one, very interested in because Royal Never Gives Up's journey. But for now, let's focus on Entity. Entity qualified into the international with style, pure Stormer, putting on a real show, but also backed up by their teammates Toby, Katiomi, and Fishman. But now, let's meet their opponents. It's going to be Royal Never Give Up. Royal Never Give Up up against the door here. If you're in the Singapore audience, please make some noise for X-Nova coming out to the stage. He needs your support because, yes, they've had a hard time, but they're not out of it yet. This is their lower bracket best of one to stay in the tournament, and unfortunately, the team has been hit by COVID. And there are 4 of them playing in the hotel, and X-Nova will be on stage, and I personally think that that is the team I'd want to play with.
His team looks very strong.
Very strong.
Yeah.
And Lacoste wannabe on the panel.
I'm glad that we have some English on the panel.
A lot of respect though for RNG, of course. There's like a Reddit thread as well, giving some appreciation to them. They're still, battling through it and stuff. So I really hope that they can pull together. I think no one expected them to be in this best one situation. I think before they were, doing pretty well in the group.
They had higher hopes.
They had a lot of high hopes, but also they're performing a lot better. And so yeah, again, not expecting them to be here, but hopefully they can bounce back and have that poetic journey potentially.
And there really is a chance for bounce back, because sometimes when you initially get hit with some of the bad news, it really can affect you mentally. It's like, oh God, that's happening to us. But once you kind of get to the realization and you have some conversation with your team, it's like, hey, this has happened, but we can come back. We've been training for this, we're good enough. So I think they've had enough time where, I hope it doesn't affect them.
East Coast said the same thing. Like in the first couple of days, they had some bad emotions there within the team, but they managed to go above it and adapt to the situation. The thing that's actually kind of funny about RNG is that X-Nova connects all the pieces. Like he's the one on the stage. He's also the one that started his career with Somnus, played with Chalice quite a bit before, one that initiated the Kaka poach from retirement, right? Like he's the one that connects all of them. He's the only one on the stage.
Almost does it all, Yeah. If they win, who will do the interview? Which bear?
It will be a
because X-Nova can't do everything, He's going to need a break, if it happens. But yeah, there they are in their hotel room. So Ghost, Samus, Chalice, Kaka obviously going to be talking to X-Nova on the stage. This is, a first. When you ask, in the future when people say, hey, did you play on TI stage?
1v5.
I used to play Dota. Yeah, I used to play on TI stage. 1v5. It's me versus Entity. But let's focus a little bit on Entity as well, because they qualified in, really good fashion, I felt. But so far in the stages, 1-4-4 with just one win. It doesn't feel like they've really found their rhythm that they had prior to the tournament.
Yeah, so Entity is a team that has their set style quite heavily, and they have probably the lowest pick rate of unique heroes, only 33 unique heroes, compared to RNG, which is like 48. So I think just hero pools, they're very focused on their style rather than trying to expand as the tournament progresses.
That's the kind of weird thing though, right? Kata only played 2 heroes during the qualifiers. He played his Nyx and he plays Earthshaker every single game. They had it on lock. This is what they were comfortable with. But you move now into the group stage and he's played like 5 different heroes. They're really kind of moving out in a way that feels uncomfortable. Maybe it's a little too fast. It was what Puppy said. They had amazing ideas, and it took him like some time to get the gears turning to figure out what they were doing so well. So maybe there's a problem here where they've started to shift away with it to try and adapt to that TI meta.
Sometimes you are forced to shift away because Entity, let's be honest, they weren't the team that everyone was looking at before Arlington Major. But after the Arlington Major, everyone looks at them, they figure out what heroes are necessary to be banned against them, and they put them in a position in which they have to experiment. They have to pick these position force spans and hoodwinks.
Yeah, sometimes new teams with that momentum get shut down by the draft.
Exactly.
By the more experienced teams. And, very interesting to see, if they've been figured out. And, of course, these teams have had time to prepare against each other. And that could be dangerous for Entity.
It could be. A lot of teams will add heroes to their pool for TI though, so it's hard for me to say exactly like, oh yeah, this was it. This was their donezo. Like Pure loves adding heroes to his list. He's very authoritative in the draft on his pick. It's like 70-30. Usually they just listen to him. If he says, I want this, they give it to him. He really likes to kind of put himself out there with some weird heroes, and he's been doing a good job overall.
Yeah, and with all the players being in Singapore right now, I believe Pure is first or second on the leaderboards as a carry player. Like he's spamming quite a bit of different heroes, adapting, adjusting to all these bans that are aimed at him so that he has a wider hero pool.
I've been very impressed by Pure and Swarmstormer. I would say that Swarmstormer's group stages, weren't as strong, but when they seem to be working together well, mid and the carry, they really dominate. But what can we say about Royal Never Give Up for those that are tuned in for the main stage? What's their storyline, Sheep, that you think?
Storyline, I think, definitely centers around Ghost as a carry. They didn't get to play with him during the Arlington Major. They had Anna as a stand-in and they performed quite poorly. Ghost is a relatively new pro player, especially to this team. He comes in, he's learning a lot from his experienced teammates, has said as such, and I think like the trust that they are starting to place on him is big. Like he is this key here. If he plays well, if his team has trust in him, I think that they will go far and do really well.
I completely agree with what she was saying.
Lizard, I love the fact you just started talking because I literally, as soon as you started talking, they said, you know what? We're going to pick some bans.
Nice. I'll continue anyway.
Here we go.
Entity versus RNG.
Royal Never Give Up versus Entity. We're back and we can start off with... we're going over piss and ban, so we focus obviously a little bit more on the heroes now. But would you like to finish your point, Lizard?
Sure. Besides Ghost, they got Kaka back into the team on RNG, and we can talk about his heroes, his Lions and whatnot, his Nyx Assassins, because this guy is going to control RNG, and he's one of the main reasons why they are here at TI.
All right. The first bans looking like they're coming out now. T, you've got a lot of stats in front of you.
Yeah. Do you want one or?
Yeah, just take one from random. Just pull.
Random?
Earlier you did say stats are not important.
To be fair, that was actually pretty prevalent. The Batrider stats are egregious, but Beast Coast just kind of put those stats in the bin and just won with it. So maybe we can break the logic of stats once again in this series. But so far, that's not happening because these bans are the best heroes in the tournament so far, statistically. The Enigma, the Marcy, Brood's a bit more of a spicier one.
Yeah. I'd say the most unique thing about RNG is they really like their Drow. I think they're also having success with it. Like did they win 3 times with it out of the 4 games they played, I think? Correct me if I'm wrong later, T. But I'd like the Drow. She's an answer to a lot of heroes that are strong right now. Like the Morphling, the Terrorblade, people are really liking to pick against those.
And it ties up to the confidence that you were talking about before. Like, you don't give Drow to any carry. You give it to a guy that you have absolute trust in.
RNG spending quite a lot of time on this final ban. Again, we do preface the fact that Entity, they are in the lower grouping of teams for hero diversity so far at TI. So this final ban really is quite key. So for Entity, because they're first pick, there is still Undying available.
Another bug, Nyx perhaps, that you mentioned before, which is something that Kataomi just plays a marvelous Nyx. There's a highlight reel of his stuns in the group stages.
You have to be really wary of SF as well. Entity are more than happy to pick it. It's like the flex hero of this event to put between carry and mid. I'm glad they take out the Nyx, but yeah, RNG, one of the reasons they're picking this Drow Ranger is because of the SF in the meta. Like, they're picking it as a response. So if Entity were to take SF here at the end of this drafting phase, they might want to have to consider banning it.
So do you think that RNG now can open up with an SF as well? Like, if Tiny has been snatched up by Entity, it's an option for them, right? Like, RNG has picked it quite a bit. And what I like about SF for RNG as well is that Ghost isn't necessarily always the carry of the team. Like, Somnus maybe, he has been, throughout the DPC seasons, he's literally carried this team more time than he wasn't. Like, from the mid lane, he's the true carry in so many games, either getting rampages on his Linas or just dominating with SFs.
Yeah, he's an
I go with the
absolute
Lesh.
Lesh is definitely just thriving with the new Bloodstone changes. The spell Lifesteal is up so much, you can just get this item into a BKB and you're pretty much entirely unkillable for the most part. You really need that like burst damage or overwhelming like physical damage we see in the SF and stuff to try and combat that and kill and get that Scotty later down the line.
Do you think that Entity anticipated the Lesh pick because Nyx was banned out, and Lesh is something, it's a hero that's always banned out versus RNG.
It's been their pairing, the Nyx Lesh, so maybe they were thinking, okay, it's not going to be picked through, but I think just the identity of Lesh right now, it doesn't need that traditional pairing, because you just throw it mid, you don't care about anything else, and then you just play around it. But for Entity at least, it's Tiny. You could argue there's a little bit of flexibility with it, but I expect it just to be the 4, most likely unlocking some Toby hero to play his summoning obnoxious offlane. Because again, Entity's entire draft style, it's let's build a really solid foundation with our 3-4-5, and then our mid and our carry gets to play anything we want. And now this combination, the support combo, AA Tiny, when you hit level 6 on AA, you just walk around with your Tiny around the map. That's right. You naturally want to be a little bit more in the face of your opponent. You can't now be stealing jungle stacks away and stuff, because if there's ever an avalanche toss or anything else, you're just going to die.
You're not going to be able to run away with like 10% HP, laughing, using Diabolic Edict and Pulse Nova. Like, you actually will be killed just by just by the supports.
AA is so funny to look at the stats for in terms of like, I was looking at pick ban rates. I was like, oh, AA is so high for a plus 5, it's crazy, but it was all bans because people have been picking loads more Morphlings and Lashraks and stuff, and who heavily rely on morphing and lifesteal. And AA is just such a threat to that. So usually you don't see, especially with first pick, you don't see 2 supports being picked out like this, assuming Tiny's going to pos 4. So this is quite like, they really value this.
Do you want to know the win rate for AA?
Go ahead.
28%.
Wow, that's so good. That's so good.
Yeah.
That's so high.
Again, these best of ones, a lot of teams are just picking up these heroes which have just terrible win rates. So now, this is important. It's a best of 1. Let's pick the low win rate heroes. But
I have to say these next 2 bans are just so good. Like, as Entity, they picked A, right? So if you're RNG, you know that you can't get that Morphling. Entity bans out Naga, which is kind of good versus Morphling, and they instantly ban the Morphling afterwards. So the mind games here are on point from both of the coaches.
And don't forget, this is a rare scenario where on first pick, you've opened with Tiny, which is, again, traditionally 4, and then on your 8th pick, when you're first, you've just gone for another support. You've not opted to go for the big carry to then ban 3. You've now in the second phase, you're going to have to unflex your Tiny, pick another carry, and most of your draft should be revealed in some sense. So you're actually putting a lot of focus on AA kind of having a priority in this draft at least.
I guess guess we should look hard then at their bans. Like, is there a certain carry that they're going to be wanting? Because they have to ban for their carry that's unpicked instead of just banning for a carry that they have picked. I'd hope so. They get, what, one extra hero from RNG before they have to decide what they want.
There's a bunch of weird stuff that they have played on Cube, right? Like even back to Arlington Major, like obviously he wasn't there, but if you think about the playstyle that they have with him, it doesn't necessarily always have to be that true position one. It can be just an additional core, and then you can play even something crazy like an Arc Warden on the mid lane for Stormer, which he's exceptionally good at like 6-7 heroes, I believe. His hero pool isn't amazing, but the heroes that he does play can completely change the course of the game. Invoker as well in a game such as this one. It might be an option for them.
He's been one of the few players that even respecting the Arc Warden there. He's been one of the few players that attempted to even bring out like Tinker, for example. Like this could be a scenario where, of course, Leshrac can pressure towers early, but if Entity cover themselves with enough, tower defense and strong lanes, because already Tiny A are pretty prevalent there. If you slot in a semi-carry safe lane and then this like obnoxious bat or Tinker style mid, you can just play a super high skirmishing game that Entity want and punish a bit more of a slower paced RNG lineup. But that's me getting carried away a bit, thinking 2-3 picks down the line here.
Yeah, but Arc Warden was picked a few times in the later stages and the group stages by Entity when they were kind of like, we need to mix something up. I don't think they were too victorious with it, but it was a very hard game to end out, and that's an interesting thing because hard games to lose means you have a chance of winning, if that makes sense. You still want to be on the upper first, but also Entity did beat out Thunder Awaken in the group stages, so they've definitely got it in them to really have a good showing here in the lower bracket.
And also just in a game such as this one, I see Lesh and Lich, and Arc Warden just feels good. There are some games when you look at Arc Warden, you know he's going to lose. This game versus Lich and Lesh, I can't really pour it into words, but the way the hero works in the lane and post lane is good against them.
I mean, they want to run at you, Lesh, but you can't necessarily, it might not even get past your illusion.
Yeah, exactly.
They can't move. So.
Also with the Earthshaker picked up now, Lesh is a bit more flexible. As he's usually played mid, his laning stage is really strong at the moment, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the case anymore. Like you can put Lesh on offlane with Earthshaker and it's going to do just fine versus pretty much anything.
And this is a scenario where the Nyx has already been banned out, the Tiny's picked on Entity, there's position for enabling like melee support. There's only really Clockwork and Earthshaker left, so they go for the Shaker this time around.
Is anyone surprised?
No, it's Entity.
Not at all.
What Zoo's available, guys? All right, let's go for the village.
Yeah, and they put it on like offlane and mid. If Stormstormer buys it, he goes this Ags build, tends to do that, like drums into Ags, and if it goes on offlane, it's more of the Wraith Pact and the Auras and that type of build. They'll probably reveal soon, I imagine, where it's going. I don't think Stormstormer prefers it. I think Toby likes it way more. And if you're pairing it with a pause for melee hero like Tiny, then it just slots into place a lot better.
They've just doubled down. So I was going to mention RNG's lineup, their support Joe, very reactionary, defensive. They don't apply pressure on the map, but they can help secure lanes. If you can't actually pressure your lane on these heroes, and you then don't have a 15-minute playstyle to go into, you can just get punished if you're abreast. And Entity, they go, sure, let's just pick up double Zoo, look at your support. You now have to pick 2 carries that can deal with all of our push now.
I guess their bans did hint at this, the Tidehunter Naga. Naga with her high armor. I'd be like, yeah, okay, we got a TV in play. I'm kind of scared for them, I'll be honest, because you're playing into a Lich as well with summons. Like, obviously, they tank the ult, but it's more about this Frost Shield being able to soak so much of this physical damage that they're dealing. I was thinking in my head during this drop, I'd like some dual damage, like a Lina who does physical and magical damage, something like that, or an SF. But this is a little scary, especially into a Lich.
Are you worried about the TB though? Ancient Persian as well. Like usually I like to play that guy into a TB. Yeah. Have the ulti. The Sunder isn't really that usable anymore.
Yeah, Entity's mid-game fights. It's Tiny gets blinked. If you locate the Terrorblade, you Avatos into A ultimate. You're going to kill him off. And RNG basically picked Terrorblade going, alright, we're going to probably lose a bit of map, but Terrorblade is a aggressively positioned hero that if you get out on the map, have your illusion skipping waves, you can delay the siege, but if you don't get to that window where you have Manta and you can actually make those plays, you could just lose all the early fights, because their early damage, it's Somnus Leshrac versus the world right now.
This closest bear looks very serious, like he's mean, he's ready.
I mean, he's the drafter, you've got to pay attention.
looks like they just want to win their lanes, I suppose, on Entity, because there's a lot of level 6 reliance on RNG, like for Shaker and stuff, and he wants to blink. And if you're able to just win your lanes and take away map space at all, it makes their game harder. I'm imagining one reason this TB looks good as well for RNG is because he can send out his illusions and play this top half of the map. They're on Radiant, they want to be able to control top side of map. They don't want to give Roshan up to Entity with this Lycan and Visage timing. They get the drums on him and it's just like really, really scary. So they need ways to kind of contest that side of the map, and TV's good with that with his illusions.
So Entity just look really aggressive when it comes to either just taking down the early towers, and also map control. So TB maybe giving some, vision and knowledge that you can dance around it and build up the TB. But what's the kind of answer you think for RNG to kind of repel this, roaming Tiny with a follow-up Ice Blast, but then also, Visage and Lycan that can really make the map small. If you make the map small for your opponent, like one of the things I loved about the last match, Boom on his Storm, wasn't just his vortexes, he picked up a gem. It's huge control against the clockwork, and it actually, made the map really small for a little time for,
if they decide to put a Lucian offlane, some sort of a spirit as well could work for them, like that's perhaps an option.
You could also go for like a Pangolier on the offlane, but again, it's like such a weak hero, and they've not played it at all so far in the tournament.
They can play it mid.
Potentially,
that's an option.
I might prefer an aura carrier, something that can build a Wraith Pact in a pipe, or Crimson, or whatever have you. Just stuff that allows the team to sustain and keep this Lesh alive.
Okay, you go for Underlord.
Yeah, I would really like that. If they can get a Wraith Pact, it makes their game a lot easier in these team fights.
So we did discuss the same exact scenario in the last draft. Like Underlord versus Visage, he goes for all these auras, he goes for that Crimson Guard and whatnot she was, but you just lose so much map control that you aren't as relevant as you used to be.
It's a carry Lycan as well, I believe I saw that Pure picked up the Lycan. So they're really going to be leaning into get the items even quicker on the map. Maybe they're going to look to put the Lycan away from the Underlord lane. But yeah, Entity, want to end quick?
I think Entity actually, when I watched them qualify, a lot of their success really came from playing behind almost, the tier 1s and sometimes tier 2s where the opponents didn't expect it. They didn't expect that kind of aggression from Entity, and the games where I've seen them kind of not do so well, they were always kind of backing off and playing, we need these timings and these farms, and we're going to go for, this defense over this ward. That didn't work for them. So this does feel a little bit like it's, even though it's very, one direction, but it still feels like it might fit their kind of young playstyle.
Fully in their comfort zone, I believe. Do you also see the same contrast between the last game and this one? One team is completely waiting for their timings, and the other is full aggression. Aggression.
The best of one draft. They have push. They have ways to end the game. If they execute, they can win a single game with this style.
Well, we'll see how and who can end it. It's our last game here today, and we're going back to MLP and John Xfire to bring us the match.
Thank you so much, James. We do get into this best of one LOL bracket. Once again, RNG against the side of Entity. Jonathan, I've got one question for you, because it is an SCATR. What does every pub player say after a Dota 2 game in the SCA server?
Felt like a 1v5.
It felt like a 1v5. And right now for Xnova, it must really feel like a 1v5. He's literally out there by himself. He saw Somnus's his headset, the cat ears. He said, screw that. I don't want this guy playing with me. I'm going to the booth by myself. And John, I think it's fair to say, in the history of Dota, if Xnova and RNG win this game, he could literally tell people he 1v5 on the main stage.
Technically true, which is the best kind of correct you want to be there. Let's see if RNG can get that done. I mean, for Entity's side, they've got this really aggressive draft, right? Lots of push potential coming out here. Going back to what they love, they get the Lycan out for Pure. They've got the Toby Brew, and they can just kind of force these fights out early. Take some really fast objectives once they have the summons ready, once they've got that Hump the Dominator ready, and just kind of get the familiars going. Like, it doesn't take that long for these objectives to melt once Entity does start to go. And RNG, they've got to be a little bit cautious. They do have that early timing lined up as well. I love the point the panel made about the Lich Frost Armor kind of slowing down some of that physical output that these minions will do to you. So you do have some save on hand, but you're going to be buying some space out for the Terrorblade. It can be a little bit hit or miss depending on how well you use your Metamorphosis, if you get caught off guard, how well your lane goes. And again, laning's going to be a really big part of this one for both teams.
Absolutely. We'll see how it does go down. Of course, both teams going to hang around the mid lane for now. Just chilling out. Again, wards not going down. We'll scout out just a little bit from the side of Entity. Who they can spot out as they will see Chalice. Young Lord, though, he has that atrophy aura. Not really the kind of target you want to try and make the jump on. going to see Toby, that Brewmaster, but seems like Toby going to be just fine. In fact, Stormstormer and Kataomi are going to bully away the side of RNG in this bottom side. Be able to get away with 2 boundaries of their own. In fact, make that 3 for the side of Entity. So RNG only able to pick up 1 on Ghost.
Just a little bit of a stronger start out for Entity. Going to have that added gold down mid, of course, where you do want to get as much as possible out from Stormstormer. As Sheepo called, I think Stormstormer again on that Visage, he's just going to be looking to play pretty fast. He's got a lot of varied build-ups to go for. Somnus can still kind of hold this lane. It's not the worst matchup in the world. You are going to be annoyed heavily by the Grave Kill, but the wave clear is there for Somnus, and you can just kind of poke and prod, especially while you don't have Gravekeepers up. You should trade fairly fine.
Absolutely. So it does end up going here for Somnus. Stormstormer should be just fine as well on this Visage. Just look up maybe the bot lane here, Jonathan. You've got Toby and Kataomi against Ghost and X-Nova. Seems like a bit of an annoying lane here for Toby and Kataomi. I mean, against the Lich, it's just never really fun, just copying that much the Frost Blast over and over again. Ghost should have a decent enough lane, I believe. I mean, you can get aggressive with Toby with the Tiny, but you might need a few levels before you do get gone.
It's going to take a little bit more to get that magic damage going there with the combination on your Tiny, of course. So you're going to just need to soak up, hold that lane. Not something the Brewmaster loves to do, sharing a lane, sharing EXP, because you do want to rush into that level 6. You want to rush into maybe a value point in your Cinder Brew, start to burn away the Ghost, pull that's off, and it's going to be harder for him to trade.
And it will. How's that final lane going? Top lane, Pure and Fishman against Chalice and Kaka. Specifically, probably the slowest lane of the map right now. Like, you've got an Underlord. In fact, I say that, but they are going to land a very nice Fisher here onto Pure. Body blocks out as well. Chalice able to find a perfect block, and naturally, apologies to the side of Entity for the caster curse there. John, I did say it was the most boring lane. Apparently not.
Yeah, this can get pretty action-packed. A nice simple block. You've got good damage coming out. You're very durable in the front, but a lot of these heroes coming out from RNG in the top lane, and there's really not too much Fishman can do to aggress back, right? It's not the most aggressive thing in the world. The Lycan plus Ancient Apparition lane, something Chalice can really just stand back, keep spamming out the Firestorms, and not really care, not really be punished for it. You could leave this guy solo in lane. Kaka is just getting a pull off, getting his own EXP going, so you're ticking all the boxes in this lane for RNG, and you're just managing to get that build up you want.
Yeah. Mid lane, a very slow affair between Somnus and Stormstormer. The runes aren't going to spawn up, so both of them should be able to find one for themselves. As Stormstormer puts the hand up, get a high five for himself. Somnus will take the other water run on the top side. The bottom lane, like, going back to this Brewmaster Tiny combination, like, at what stage do you think they can start moving? Because you do see Toby with the Cinder Brew, which does imply they want to get aggressive, and it's very effective with all the magic damage you do have against a hero like the Terrorblade. But at what point do you think they really start to get moving here in this lane?
Level 3 timing, maybe level 4 timing on your spells. That's where it starts to feel a little bit more comfy to try and burn down. The issue is if you don't manage to get that magic damage off, it just goes back to having a Lich. You're going to be cut off with a Frost Blast. You're going to have the Frost Shield down the line if X-Nova feels the need to.
Ghost. Up a fair bit, but it's going to be just fine to back his way out. Ups the meta, just in case he needs it, but they're using it to farm instead. Seems like for now, Entity can't really force too much.
Yeah, just gonna have to allow a little bit of build up in Ghost. This lane is going a little bit slower. You know, it's not exactly free farm right now for our Terrorblade, so you are slowing down that pace here for Ghost quite nicely in comparison to what you are getting out for Pure. And Pure, he did die earlier, but he is working the lane a lot better. It's hard to shove out a Lycan as well. You've got a lot of regen on hand and are quite durable. And Chalice has been pretty much left alone. Kaka's just stacking and pulling and soaking EXP, but after that kill opportunity, just kind of holding back.
He'll return now. Kaka is going to make his way back over to the top lane, but pretty sure what he can get done here. A bit of harassment out onto Fishman. See the courier, it seems. Kaka maybe just trying to cut it off. Seems like Pure is well aware that the courier has been spotted. Kaka still going. Does actually find Fishman with the Fisher. Might have enough damage, but just needed one more. Not quite enough here for Kaka. Unable to find any of the couriers either. Just really finding nothing at the top lane, but quite a bit of harassment out of these onto Fishman.
Yeah, it opens up the lane a lot for Chalice, though. 27-9 now. And you're not really threatened by the Lycan. You can't really threaten the Lycan yourself. But you are keeping Fishman away, and you're cutting off the EXP of that AA. You want to work onto that level 6. You need a way to soften up these targets with that Ice Blast. it's going to take a little bit longer in this game for Fishman. Pure just going to need to try to get what he can.
Bottom lane. Here we go again. Toby trying to move in onto X-Nova, but X-Nova actually just turning around, harassing Toby back, and there he was alone in all this, so can't go too far as the Brewmaster. This is allowing Ghost a pretty free laning stage, like just knowing that you don't have the support of Kataomi around, who is currently just pulling the creep wave behind the bottom tier 1 tower. Trying to reset the creep equilibrium here for his Brewmaster. Let's do so very effectively. And speaking of quiet lanes, I mean, mid lane, Somnus and Stormstormer, it's kind of trading CS evenly. Somnus currently 6 CS ahead of Stormstormer on the Visage. There is going to be a rotation out from Kaka on the Earthshaker. It's not an easy target to try and burst down the Visage. Seems like Kaka not going to be able to quite find the angle for it, but he might just stick around for the power runes. But bottom side, X-Nova, he's going to get spotted out by Kataomi with a nice tossback, but X-Nova, he can just TP away. It's just that easy.
Just bails out, nothing to stop that, seeing the commitment from the Avalanche toss. So he's got room. They don't find anything for their trouble here on Entity, getting the rotations out. Somnus is still getting his farm. You're buying a lot of space out for Ghost. Chalice has a free lane, as Pure can't really stop that Underlord. And he already has that Vanguard. So you really can't poke him. You can't even threaten him with a Lycan in. You can just kind of work that lane. You're holding off from Pure hitting his level 6, from building into his own Dominator, and as long as that timing's thrown off, you've got a lot of room.
Moving in onto Pure, very nice Fisher out onto the Lycan once again, and Chalice, he's getting so much damage out. Pure needs a way out of this, needs CPs in, almost going down. Chalice, he's going to try and man up for this one, but it's not going to work out. Kataomi, he was there with the Avalanche just in the nick of time, and Pure, he will barely survive this.
He's going to hang around in the lane. He does have good regen up with a Feral Impulse at 2 and the Helm of Iron Will. Good timing from Entity to kind of jump in and save. They can't really find any punishment coming out, but neither can RNG. A bit low on mana, but needing a little bit more time to regen up as well before fully committing. Kaka could try to work an angle here if he wants, though.
Hey, again, you still got Fishman around. He'll spot out Kaka. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Toby, getting aggressed on here by X-Nova and Ghost, but we'll be able to back off in time. Playing Kaka, still looking for an angle here onto Pure, but could end up going for anything here as doesn't really find what he needed. Meanwhile, Somnus has infiltrated that dire jungle. Just going to try and annoy perhaps the Lycan. Somnus, the most farmed here on the map right now, just very confidently moving across. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Toby, still being harassed up by X-Nova, but here comes the turnaround from Kataomi and Toby. They'll just work together onto the Lich with the Frost Shield. It's just so much damage reduction. They'll move it in for the Avalanche. They will find the TB. Where the Ghost, the Fisher is there. Toby, he is going to drop. It's not a good trade whatsoever. I mean, you've got X-Nova, but you lose your pulse free Brewmaster. It's just not great news.
It's not what you want to see. You need that EXP. You need that farm up on the Brewmaster. You want that level 6 up. You want to be able to be chaotic in these fights. RNG, just find a punishment. It takes so much commitment to just kill off X-Nova, and even now he can just go and top up Somnus over here with his bot.
Absolutely. There we go again, Kaka on the bottom side in trouble. Just deny himself off, it seems like. He'll be just fine to do so. Around to even just soaking spears. Now Somnus being chased down by Stormstormer. Get those familiars in range. Just try and still creep away here from Somnus. Just being very, very patient. Slowly creeping their way forward into that Radiant jungle, not allowing Somnus the free farm he's looking for. Somnus actually sticking around on the Leshrac, but not really much he can do at the moment to try and force them back.
He doesn't quite have enough damage yet, I think, by himself, considering the build-up on Stormer, going for 2 points in the Gravekeepers, maxing out the Grave Chill. He can just easily run away from the stun. So he's just going to be able to take control, keep farming up, cutting away a source of farm for the side of RNG. RNG, though, they've left Chalice alone up top. He's just pushing in, again, with that Vanguard build-up, straight into the Crimson Guard. The minion play coming out from Entity, it's not going to do as much once you've got that AoE effect on Crimson Guard. It's just going to block so much of that damage.
It will. At least be able to set up for that bottom tier 1 tower, but the top tier 1 also dropping to Chalice. You of course had a glyph here on the bottom side. Toby will just get to work, and you've got the familiars there, so it's not going to take too long to get this tier 1 tower down. But again, Chalice is already pushing that top tier 1 for an even trade. Back bottom lane, who have they got? It's going to be Kaka on the Earthshaker. He does get picked off here by Kataomi. Does end up going down very easily.
It's not the biggest kill in the world. It does still open up this bot tower push, although down the mid.
And we've got Fishman. Stun will land. They'll find the AA. A decent trade by either side. Trading supports. 2k advantage now for RNG. Entity, I mean, they've got this timing throughout the mid-game with this push-style lineup, so I don't think they're panicked about this. It's all about just waiting it out, hitting that mid-game, and getting the work done after that.
I still worry about just how well Chalice is farming, though. Again, once you've got the Crimson Guard up, can you really push towers that fast with the summons? Because they don't have the highest damage.
That's fair.
It's just about spreading that damage out across multiple units and running down. But you get counteracted by just this one item coming out from Chalice. Not to mention the fact that after 3 assault is going to be annoying on Steve. So they've got a lot of ways of just stopping that. I mean, Pure is trying to shove Chalice away, but it's not really enough to stave him off. They're trying to go down bot again. They've got good forward vision here from Entity. Really nice forward ward to just keep playing in this area. They haven't been able to get the big kills they want. They're stalling out the Shaker blink timing, which is nice, but it doesn't feel like that's the biggest tool for RNG at the moment. They're looking elsewhere.
And Kaka is still hanging around the bottom side, waiting for that creep wave. He said they don't want to allow the Earthshaker, that free kind of farm, and Entity are certainly still standing very aggressively around that bot lane. You mentioned, though, it doesn't seem like RNG really mind. Focus on the Earthshaker, that's fine. We've got 3 cores that farm the top side of the map. It's no problem whatsoever. It's mid lane. They will move in on Somnus, but it's out of range for Toby to make the jump in on. He's just trying to focus down that mid tier 1 tower. Stormer is going to be there as well. Chalice, he's going to be around to defend. And this is how it becomes very, very challenging. Against the Underlord, some things just don't change. It's just very challenging to try and even think about going for that mid tier 1.
They've got really good vision coming out here from the side of Entity as well, walking back, so at the very least they won't see anyone that kind of wants to sneak around. And they're going to be able to protect that sentry. They can't out Toby though.
They do. Mid lane Toby just going to drop on the Brewmaster all alone. Entity, they will focus at the bot lane again. It seemed like they were trying to go after Kaka in the meantime, and Toby just gets sacrificed for nothing.
They have to be careful about working the map that way. I mean, I get what they're trying to do. They're still maintaining that control on the bot jungle, but they kind of split apart. And you are trying to buy some space out here for your liking. Yes, that is giving some space.
Fishman. Not the biggest kill in the world, but they'll take it, it seems, as Kaka will continue, even popping the Echo Slam. Just in case he was going to juke them out, he'll just pop the R, and sadly Chalice is the one to take the kill on the pulse round Lord John, so he won't secure the kill himself, but you'll take what you get.
It's worthwhile, and that's the full Crimson Guard out for Chalice. So again, the next time that pump up comes out from Entity, the damage is just heavily cut off. And now they get this opportunity to push mid. They've got level 3 Edict. They can just mount their own objectives alone. And Steve coming in.
Yeah, they're coming in onto Chalice, but he's such a tanky boy. He's got that Crimson Guard up, so you're just literally doing no damage with these familiars or the wolves. They'll keep trying to move in, but where's the damage output? Kaka, he'll just block the path. Chalice just walks out. No problem.
Yeah, literally 0 damage from a lot of that. Like, he just stood there. The magic damage was doing work. And you kind of want to play around that aspect, but this is a support time. You know, you're not going to be having that opportunity to have that fast blink timing, to have the levels to maximize the avalanche toss. And just after a bit of a reset back in, the tier 1 just gone. The power of Flesh Rack, the power of RNG's own push style with this lineup comes into play.
At what stage do you think like Entity can start really fighting back with their own draft here, John? Like, at what stage do you think they can group up and just start going for those big tier 1s in the mid lane, or perhaps even the tier 2 towers? In fact, you might have to hold that thought, John, because we've got a big smoke coming out. RNG, smoked as 4, moving their way down towards the bottom side. They're going to find the Visage. That's a big target, but they will not connect with the Pit of Malice. Stormer with some very good micro, and now Kataomi from the backside with a nice avalanche into the Ice Blast onto Chalice, but where's your follow-up damage? It's not there yet. They'll chase down Somnus on the left track, but he's going to be just fine. In fact, Kaka, he's coming in from the backside, but who are they aiming? Kaka in trouble, is going to drop on the Earthshaker as X-Nova now is completely surrounded and will also go down. In fact, Chalice still trying to tank up, but they're onto Somnus. Somnus, he's a Giga Chat. He might be able to fight back, but not quite. They've got so much damage. In fact, even Ghost showing up at the last seconds of the team fight needs to back his way out. And he will. still a massive win for the side of Entity.
They managed to find the big kills they wanted. RNG were the ones trying to be aggressive. They're looking for that kill, but they don't manage to burst down Storm fast enough. And they miss that angle. Like, they don't get the Pit of Malice off. A really great use of the micro here from Storm to just drop those familiars down. Very clumped up from RNG. And it just gets cut off like that. You have to be careful about grouping so tightly up against that Visage.
You look at the replay right now, and just a very nice avalanche from Kataomi. Just sets up the team fight, and you notice the way they just ignore Chalice altogether. Like, everyone's just screw the Underlord, don't touch him, go for the big ones. And Kaka, he did try to save the day in the backside of that team fight, but it feels like it allowed another opening for the side of Entity at the end of the day.
Yeah, it just allowed them to kind of come in and take over. Once you do understand that the Underlord is not the target, everyone else falls fast, especially once that Crimson Guard active fades. So, RNG, I mean, they're still getting some room out here to farm up on Ghost Dragonlance up, going for a quick Sange into the Scotty here just to have a little bit more stats. You still have this blink threat from Kaka eventually coming through along.
X-Nova in big trouble. The Familiars again landing perfectly. They'll need to let X-Nova die. Kataomi looking for a bit more, but doesn't have the spells to throw out. So Kaka going to be just fine. They did not have the avalanche. You saw Chalice trying to run his way up the river, but just unable to get there in time as well.
It's starting to feel like Entity is starting to hold their ground a lot better. They're using this Visage really well to keep baiting in these plays. And again, just these stuns out from Stormer to cut off that aggression. It's so much time that RNG isn't getting as much out of. Because you are finding room to farm up on Ghost, on Somnus, but you're not able to group around and play with your entire team. You have to wait for the respawn, you have to look for that pick off once more, and it allows Entity to just catch up really nicely. Full Helm of the Overlord up on Pure, so you've got the Ancient Creep to kind of drag around, the Thunderhide Creep's nice, Ancient Black Dragon, Granite Golem's also really good to tank up, and eventually even the Ags up on Toby's going to be nice to have as well with a Primal Companion. So things are starting to line up. Stormer, his own axe a little bit further off, but we saw how much damage a Visage can have once that axe is up as well. It'll just force even more out of RNG's economy. More investment.
Somnus, they're going to find Toby. They'll drop the Echo Slam, and Toby's gone. It's because they just weren't expecting the rotation from Somnus. Did have that the Ancient Black Dragon around him, and obviously he can't do much to help him out. And well, Toby, he will drop once again.
And that's a really important kill for RNG. Blink up for Kaka off the back of that. We still have to wait for the slam to come back off. Of course, it's going to take some time and maybe look for that opportunity unless they find a really good angle just to enchant and go for the fissure. But you've got more play now on RNG. You've got more ways to be aggressive. Your offlane isn't really the most playmaking here for Chalice. It just sits back and farm. So a lot has to come out from Kaka with the blink up. He can kind of set that up for his team. The side of NTT, though, again, they're not lagging too far behind. Fairly even game 6-6. 2K leads.
Well, lane. Right about a breakout. The wolf form was popped here by Pure as he will try to rush forward. He would love Somnus. It's a massive pickoff. Kaka, he'll cop the Ice Blast with Somnus. He's the real target. Where's the help? He's popped the Bloodstone, trying to survive. In comes the Dark Portal. Now a nice Fisher. Kaka, he may have saved the day, but Somnus is still dropping. May eventually go down as Toby. He's trying to get the work done, but where's the damage output? Somnus, he's going to survive on the Leshrac. They don't have enough to finish the job off. Somnus, how does he walk out of it? He's alive. It's Kataomi, he's the one to drop. Chalice, he makes it just in the nick of time, and they keep going for more now. Fishman, also being caught out on the AA, he is going to go down.
It's just that timing out from Chalice and the great use of Somnus with that Bloodstone. Like, you just can't kill him. He's just stealing too much, or no BKBs to stop him from doing damage. So he's always going to sap some HP back. And it just goes back to how durable you are with the Underlord around you. Once Crimson Guard is up, you just don't die. There's just not enough throughput from the side of Entity. They don't have that burst damage lineup here.
They certainly don't. Chalice just making it just in the nick of time. It's buying so much time for Ghost as well on this TB. Like, we haven't talked about this man whatsoever, but he's just been hitting creeps this whole game and it's kind of being ignored. Top of the net worth board, and he has been there for quite a while. And you kind of think with the draft of Entity, like, it may not have its own timing, but you don't want to miss that big timing in the mid game, right? Because once you hit the late game, sure, you're not out of the game, but you're against a Terrorblade, and he's just kind of one of the kings of the ultra late game as a hero, right? Like, just so hard to deal with.
I mean, you have some answers on hand, Like the AA can make it a little bit more annoying to hold on to your life for the Sunder.
And they go again. Kaka gonna find Kataomi. So they do at least find themselves to support Tiny. Not the biggest deal in the world, but perhaps they could think about Roshan.
Yeah, it's not going to take too long. Ghost already in the pit with his metamorphosis up. And Entity, for their part, it does feel like you rely on that Tiny to come in with the Avalanche toss for the control. You can try to scout out here with Stormer and his familiars, but it doesn't feel like the follow through is there without the Tiny.
Roshan going to go down basically for free here as Entity just do not feel confident to try and make their way in. It's the first Roshan of the game, the way of RNG. Ghost will feel even safer now on this Terrorblade. It hasn't felt like he's been in any danger this whole game, and well, now you've got to kill him twice somehow. Can't be there to make sure that Ghost doesn't get jumped by himself, and again, I just question what the answers are going to be here for this carry.
You need to hit your own timings here on Entity. Maybe a couple of BKBs would help. We're seeing Pure go for the AC, just kind of tank up a bit, up against the damage of Ghost, but that's not an answer for Thomas. Because you are kind of counteracting the Terrorblade by more durability, but this Leshrac will still have free reign. And Stomnus is going for his own BKB. So he's really not going to care about the jumps in. He's not going to care about the Brewmaster splitting apart, trying to hold him off.
Oh, Echo Slam top lane. They do end up finding Stormer. He's fine for now, however, and Frick Kaka, he's the one getting targeted with the Ice Blast, with the Cold Feet, but he's going to be just fine. In fact, now Chalice, he's being targeted, trying to go through the Dark Rift, through the portal, but they're just stunning him up. He's still a very tanky target. Chalice is still trying to go through the door, but it's just closing on him. They will not let the man go through.
Yeah, good punishment out from Entity. Seeing that opportunity to jump in, knowing that there's no real follow-through from Kaka there. And that Chalice was basically just Fiend's gating by himself, no backup. A bit confident coming out, trying to jump a Visage. Stormer, even without, all this farm that we saw from our last Visage game, he's still curable. He still has maxed out Gravekeeper's Cloak, and you can't really burn through that all too fast as an Underlord. You have a lot of... You can hold your ground really well there as well.
It's very, very tough. Do you have the go-ahead here? RNG, who are having a few issues. 1K advantage still there, 9-7 in favor of RNG. They do still hold on to the Aegis. Entity, though, definitely clawing their way back into the game. Now with the Aghanim Scepter up on the Visage, it's more annoying to try and deal with Stormer throughout this game. RNG, still a lot of faith in their TB to carry them through as he's working on towards that Eye of Skadi here on Ghost. Other side of things, naturally Pure, going to be going for the AC on the like, and pretty standard build up here for this like. We'll have it very soon. In fact, I believe it's on the courier now.
Just going to feel a lot better in trying to push against that Crimson Guard at the very least. Again, just amping up your durability up against Ghost, who has been left alone for a long time, but has lagged behind Pure now in terms of overall net worth. Axe out on Toby now as well. Immediate smoke out from Entity. They managed to find the angle here, RNG. It feels like they've sat around for a long time. You've got the Lesh, you've got the TV. You could try to push, but they're still farming, and Entity's ready to go.
They are. One-man smoke up. Through the backside. In the Radiant jungle they go. They'd love a mid-tier 1 tower, but they love a team fight more before that. Ghost, he might bait for the team. His RNG is smoked right behind him, and it seems like Entity, they know something is awry. They will not risk it. They are just going to back their way out. RNG, they'll wrap around the left side of that mid-river. Just behind Ghost, trying to force a fight. If you've got the TB, it's the bait everyone loves to try and go for, but it's not going to be that easy to take him down with the Aegis up. Meanwhile, on the backside, Entity on the other side of things in the Radiant jungle, hanging around, sending Toby's remnants in. In they go. Kataomi is there with the Avalanche and the toss-up. Somnus, he'll get the BKB up in time. Still perfectly healthy, but is he really? Familiars, oh boy, he's down. Kaka, he tried to go for the Echo Slam, but it does not help in the end, and he's dropped as well. There's just so much damage now flying out from Entity. So they've got the Chain Frost down onto the Underlord. That's going to be another, as Chalice just cannot get away. They just melt.
That was really split up from RNG, and Entity were in a really good spot, just holding that high ground very well, very patiently, and just kind of drew them in. They had vision on the high ground when the smoke broke. Chalice was just a little bit too far to try and help keep Somnus alive. Like, he did just melt to the Silence of Grave coming out there from Stormer and his axe, and it was just overwhelming. Like, RNG can't afford to stay that far apart in two separate fronts to try to make this work, because once they see the Underlord's not even keeping anyone alive, you can just easily melt that DPS down.
Yeah, certainly so. As we do see a replay here, and the Somnus just getting abused by these familiars, just so far away from his team. Even Kaka forced to Echo to try and help him out, but just could do nothing. Very rough affair here for the side of RNG. Is just so many units try and focus down on these team fights as well. It's like, who do you actually focus?
It's hard to call. I mean, it does feel like Stormer is actually the big threat, especially if you can just zip around with Song's Grave, start to spam around. The Soul Assumption fully maxed out now, get the Familiars to resummon and get the stuns off. It's really difficult as long as the Visage is there, but it doesn't feel like you have the steadiest answer to the Visage. Like, focusing him down is just going to give so many opportunities for everyone else to fight in. So I think they've just got to look for a pickoff. Maybe just killing off Fishman might give them enough confidence. Taking away that Ice Blast, which just amps up all of that output from Entity, makes it simpler to look for those kills.
There we go, mid lane again. This could be another great team fight. If Entity can find a way to try and force this as Ghost. Still hanging around. Doesn't have the Aegis this time around and could be in big trouble. They do make the jump in. Kataomi is there with the Avalanche toss, and now the Ice Blast to fly through. He's copying a fair bit. Ghost, what do you do about this one? He'll go for the Sunder. Meanwhile, on the backside, Pure. He's been caught out. X-Nova holds him down. They just burst him down on the Lycan. So this time around, Entity getting a little bit too overly confident in RNG. They were ready for it.
I love that they managed to get that Wraith Pack going now this time as well. So they mitigate a lot of that burst onto Ghost. Give him enough time to just underway. And the A doesn't really stop you from health swap. So you're not really affected by the Ice Blast. You force a lot of attention on one big tanky target. And, Ghost is extremely tanky now with a Scotty, Dragonlance, and SNY. Now that gives them the opportunity to push for a tier 2. A little bit of a split push going on down bot. Kataomi just keeping that bot lane shoved in. But you've got that full aggression now from RNG. They've got the Leshrac around. They really want to fully commit. And Entity, they can scout around. And Storm is still really strong if he does manage to get in.
But the T2 tower just not going to last. RNG happily take it away. Be on the sidelines just waiting. Have that perfect opportunity to try and move back in and force another fight. Still 1k ahead is the side of Entity, but they are slowly losing map control now. And be a bit of a rough time now going into RNG's end of things again. You're still trying to deal with this TB in a way. Pure is the highest net worth on the board, but it just doesn't matter if you get caught out. They just have the lockdown here with Kaka and X-Nova. And of course Chalice as well with the Pit of Malice.
So many tools available for RNG. And for Entity, this is where you start to get a little bit concerned about scaling. Onto the late game. Onto the mid to late game part, you just feel so much more confident. On the Terrorblade, you kind of get second wind on the Leshrac once BKBs start to fade away, and we don't even see any initial BKBs yet from Entity, so not an immediate worry, as you will still have some long charges on Pure, waiting for the recipe to be finished up. But as it drags on, it just feels like RNG is going to have more solutions. They're going to be able to split push really nice with the Terrorblade. They're going to be able to force objectives really fast with that Metamorphosis and with the Diabolic Edict coming out. On the side of Entity, it feels like they're the ones that just needs to find his timing now. They'll smoke up once more.
Ooh, this could be dangerous though. Ghost has got a double damager inactive right now. This could be the worst timing possible here for Entity, but they're still maybe going to try and force this fight. They don't know about this TB's DD. Entity smoked up in the mid lane, but not moving too far forward yet. Just going to get a few D wards out while they can. While Roshan does now respawn up, so it's a big objective for both these sides. Trying to maintain control around the Roshan pit now is the side of Entity. RNG will do the exact same thing in that Radiant Triangle. It'll be very annoying against Toby's Primal Companion as well. Like, you've always got so many ways of scouting out the side of RNG. Very hard to be able to actually try and move into that Roshan pit. But RNG, they are going to smoke up themselves now as 5. Where are they headed though? Through the mid lane they go. Entity just kind of sitting back on that high ground of the Dire Jungle. Will counter smoke now. The 5-on-5 situation between these two teams.
They need to answer bot somehow, but with a smoke commitment, they can't clear out that lane. And Somnus is going to have to show up. That's going to give them a numbers advantage to Entity if they do fully commit for that movement out.
It's a very smart play from Entity, just trying to force the hand of RNG. They certainly are doing so. I think it's a 4v5 right now. I suppose Chalice can always try to use the ulti there to try and bring him back. RNG patiently waiting, and so are Entity. Trying to rush into this fight. Again, it is a best of one. Loser of this match has to go home today. A lot on the line here between these two. So we just very, very patient. 11-11, very slight net worth lead. This next team fight could decide pretty much the outcome of the game. Like this second Roshan, just so important.
Yeah, just showing respect to each other, knowing how close this map state is. Really, it's a 2K lead for Entity, 11-11 on the board. Either side can really just take a big fight and suddenly have a huge swing their way. Now, for Entity's part, they do have that full BKB on Pure. Still a 9-second charge. He's not going to have to worry about Somnus. He's got the armor to deal with Ghost here as well, so he's not going to get bursted down up front if they manage to find that angle. And, of course, you've got the Blink and the Force Staff up in Catalan. So it's much easier for them to put someone away, drag them away from RNG, which is where we've seen them weakest. Right? When they're split apart, when you're not close enough to your Underlord to stay alive, it just feels really awkward for Somnus to hold his ground there.
It certainly does. Entity now in that dire triangle. Just taking their time, understanding RNG and not moving their way into that Roshan pit. Will just keep the farm up, going for that Nullify now on Pure. Butterfly now available on our TB. Ghost again, just been farming like a madman. Does have his Butterfly up. Very effective against all the units you have to try and survive against. Just that added evasion will be very effective with Ghost here on the TB. All about keeping this man alive throughout the team fights.
Yeah, he's tough not to crack. Doesn't even have his own protective item yet. BKB also coming out late for him. Just gonna play this patience game. Like they understand so much is on the line here. It's a best of one. Your game is really even. You know both teams have really good times at this point, but you want to wait for more, and just kind of leads to a steadier game state. You play in the triangle, they play in the dire jungle. You can maybe scout around, but you don't want to risk it.
Yeah. Very frustrating. Like that bot lane's constantly being forced out here by the units of Entity. We saw earlier. You do have to have Somnus just rotate constantly to try and make sure that is defended and pushed back out. Entity, though, they were unable to force the Roshan fight that time around, but perhaps this time could try to make it happen. Problem is the wave has already been pushed out here by Somnus, so he can easily rejoin his team and be prepared for that next team fight. So they are going to find a nice arcane rune here, and Pure will guard it with his own body. Or if you want to give that over to him, it does seem like Pure does take that arcane for himself. This bot lane just always being pushed in, just never being left alone. You've got to make a decision as RNG, like, do you want to force a fight? Do you want to keep defending that bot lane? Feels like no matter what you choose, you kind of lose here, but RNG, they are going to 5-man smoke up. Around the Roshan pit they go. They won't try to force the Roshan quite yet. Just trying to make their way through that dire jungle. Goes still front line for the team. Chalice right behind him. Good to see Toby here on the Brewmaster, and Karkar's in. He's popped the Echo Slam immediately, just no hesitation. But the fourth staff away is going to allow him a way out. There's now the Ice Blast. It'll land on a couple. Chalice, he'll be okay to walk, and it seems like Entity are not interested in trying to force this fight. They're just happy everyone survives. That'll be enough for them.
They're still getting that bot lane shoved in still. A lot of creeps out. RNG, if they miss an opening, they pop Metamorphosis. There's now pressure here on RNG. Do you want to fully commit for the Roche? Can you fully commit for the Roche with a bot lane shoved in as deep as it is? It's a risky take, but they have no choice. The meta's down. They need to go for it.
Yeah, they've got to try. Ghost is in. Roshan being chipped away at. Fishman, he's around the corner. Storm able to scout out with the familiars. It's a very hard Roshan for RNG to try and take. It's very forced, like you mentioned, and they are eventually going to have to back their way out. It's just not the Roshan you really want here. So many ways of getting that vision in the pit here for Entity. Now even a nullifier out on Pure. It's going to make life even more challenging for the side of RNG. Luckily for them, at the very least, the bot lane is not being forced in any longer, so we don't have to worry about that for now. But what they do have to worry about is this 4-man smoke up from the side of Entity. They do wrap around that mid-river area, trying to make their way over to that Radiant Triangle. Ghost is going to show himself. Fisher is committed just on the familiars, trying to burst them down, but Ghost, he does get caught out. Ice Blast and a big avalanche is out. Kataomi setting up perfectly. Chalice is in big trouble here on the Underlord. He might just drop and does. Meanwhile, X-Nova getting chased down, but will be left alone. So instead, they'll go after Kaka on the Earthshaker. That'll be another as Ghost now. Is completely surrounded. How does he survive this one? It doesn't seem like he can, though. Chalice does try to move in, but it's not in time. They are falling like flies here, the side of RNG. As Entity, they will just keep moving forward. Somnus still trying to fight. Does go man up against Pure. In fact, that's a lot of damage from Somnus. He's got one down and another. He's found Pure on the Lycan. Somehow RNG still managed to find a way to fight back, and it's off the back of Somnus.
Yeah, they did have to buy back on multiple heroes for that. Almost the entire team have to throw back up in that fight. It's going to cost them. They at least have a Roshan to take, so there's some security coming in here. I think if you're Entity, you're still very happy. You force out a lot of spells. You force out a lot of good movement there. You manage to cut off Ghost, isolate him from the rest of his team, and just play around that. You toss him up in the air with a Brewmaster. You keep him so far away that he just doesn't have anyone to back him up. And you make it extra awkward for RNG as you consider. Just trap him in that ramp. Couldn't do much.
Perfect initiation by Kata. I mean, like you mentioned, if it wasn't for the 4 buybacks to come out from RNG, they just would have had no chance in hell of even turning that. And, well, quite frankly, yeah, you got the Roshan at the end. Definitely great news for RNG, but heavy costs coming out for their side. Naomi, just so much impact on that support Tiny. Or at least RNG in the meantime do manage to take the top tier 2 tower. The Aegis that they do have up now. Finding something for their trouble, but I imagine with the buybacks down, chances are you are not going to be able to try and force high ground.
You're going to have to play it cautiously. Just hold back, build back up. Maybe try to finish up that BKB here on Ghost, very close to just having the entire gold for them. And once you've got that protection on the Terror Blade, that's where you can start to get a little bit riskier. Still a rather even game. The odds are showing a slight favoring there for side of Entity. Just a small margin coming out. So still holding even despite all the back and forth. Although RNG are finding the game a little bit tougher. Without that security of any buybacks, Entity has a lot more room for error here.
Absolutely. Entity still grouped up. Unit. RNG. It's the same here in this mid lane as they do see the Overlord creep. They'll try to move in and take that one out. Fight for now. Meanwhile, on the backside, looks like they have found X-Nova on that ledge. The Crimson Guard, though, he is going to remain safe. Familiars just do not have the damage through that Crimson Guard. It's Ghost. Let's take care of the Familiars now as well. Stormer, he'll go ahead and respawn them right back up. It's such a close game between these two teams, just neither side willing to give an advantage over. They do take the outpost here, Entity. They want to try and control the bottom side of the map and maybe just keep working on towards that bottom high ground. Been doing a fantastic job with just the units being thrown onto those creep waves over and over again. They just waste the time of the Aegis here for Ghost. Just don't allow them the opening to actually find a successful team fight in RNG's end.
Just prevent them from trying to reach that high ground here from RNG. Like, don't give them any confidence to try to take that risk with the Aegis right now. Keep playing on your side of the map on their side of the map quite nicely here, and just kind of keep them locked in. Like, once this Aegis expires, Ghost is going to be feeling pretty awkward. He still needs to farm up for that buyback. He has to wait 2 extra minutes after the Aegis expires for buyback. So it's a lot of room for Entity to actually just do what they want. And they are doing quite nicely here as well. RNG for their part. I mean, they've got protection up. They've got the full BKB for Ghost. They've got the blink up for Somnus along with a shard. So the split earth spam can kick in. They can complicate that high ground push and really make it tough in the middle of these team fights for Entity to kind of try to reposition themselves. But it does feel like the one thing is that the impact of Chalice is kind of falling off a bit. I mean, he can still play around really big with Fiend's Gate. The Atrophy Aura is still sort of nice, and the Crimson Guard's nice as well, but you're not getting an easier way to do these fights now, especially if you absolutely whip the Pit of Malice, and it doesn't feel like you're getting much out from the Underlord, at least in these big 5v5s.
Here we go again. 4-man smoke up RNG. They are going to try and make their way through that dire jungle. The triangles, they do find one, but Katomi, a very quick blink away. Going to be just fine as Ghost. It's pretty far forward. So his team right behind him, but will be tornadoed up here with the bruling of Toby. just unable to find a fight once again. There's only 58 seconds left on that Aegis that he does hold. Well, he's Stormer down at the bottom side, but they just can't make the jump in onto the Visage. So you might find a bottom tier 1 tower, but this Aegis, it really just doesn't seem to have really paid off for the side of RNG. It's bought you time in the game, but that's about all it's done.
I think that's really the purpose of it. Just stall out. You bought back en masse in that last fight. You needed security. So you just get that, you play it slow, you farm back buybacks, you wait out that timer, and you just find whatever objectives you can take. Starting to pierce into that tier 2 bot. Not going to really fully commit. The side of Entity's now fully smoked off. They find a good angle here. There's still some more time until those buybacks are back on.
They're wrapping through that diet triangle. Nobody from RNG are around there anymore. They just leave the area. Not willing to risk anything. 15 to 15 now. 4K advantage. 40 minutes in. Teams in a best-of-1 series, playing it very, very safely, not wanting to get eliminated this early into TI 11. Chalice is going to get jumped, though. A nice avalanche toss back, but Chalice does have the BKB up. Will just TP away immediately. Messing around, though. Ghost now, spotted by Karkar. They do actually land a nice tornado out onto the Earthshaker. Karkar, he will be able to force staff away, but the chase is on. Kataomi's there with the avalanche. It's not going to be enough, though. He's still fine. Desperately trying to find something for their trouble. X-Nova, he's being chased down by these units of Pure, but even he's just fine. The Crimson Guard of Chalice, he's going to be able to back his way out, survive another day.
Just a little bit poking and prodding, bit of a deep chase out from Entity that doesn't find us so much. Chalice did have to pop the Fiend's Gate to try to give them an angle out, but a little bit far out from Haka and from Ghost. Doesn't quite matter. Everyone stays alive in the end. And that does mean there's more time for the side of RNG. This really favors RNG, actually, because, again, they're waiting for these buybacks to go back up. They're farming up, trying to get themselves back into the game and equalize the game a bit more. Whereas Entity, they need to find these kills now. It feels like if you're going to have that window onto the high ground, you find one core kill here for a full minute with no buyback. That's enough time to melt those objectives.
Looks like RNG, they're going to occupy that dire jungle. Take the outpost back, maybe set up for the next Roshan. Entity very well aware that Roshan's still a very far way away. We'll risk it, just letting that go for now. They have smoked off though, they might want to just try and fight. Again, they've been looking to try and fight the side of RNG for quite a long time. Just doing a good job of trying to avoid them altogether, but Stormer going to move in, has the vision of the familiars as well as the wolves coming up with Pure. They're going to find Ghost on the TB, and they will slowly start to move in. Ghost kind of surrounded here, does get tornadoed up. Pure, he'll pop the wolf form. Who are they going to target down first? On the top side, they found X-Nova, they found Karkar. Both supports in trouble. X-Nova already got it, now Karkar just drops to the damage of Pure. It's just so much damage as Somnus needs to back out. The BKB is wearing off. He does get nullified. Ghost, he's going to try and man fight through this, but can he really do it? It seems like he'll try. Toby will back out. They will lose Fishman, however. That's the AA down. That's at least one down for the side of RNG, but Entity, they do buy back. In fact, RNG, they will not stick around. Somnus, he's going to be just fine. Pure, can't get the damage off. So it's really just a 2-for-1 trade. Buyback forced out by Fishman. Who do you call that a win for here, John?
I think you're a bit happier if you're RNG. It's not the biggest kill in the world. You do lose your 2 supports, but you managed to survive through while you were still waiting for a couple of those buybacks. Buybacks are back up for Kaka and X-Nova, and you don't have Metamorphosis to play around, so that is still another opening for Entity to gun for, but your Primal Split's down for a little bit longer. You're going to have to just reset the force to buyback out from Fishman here.
This next up, Stormer just kind of going in on his own. Pure is around the corner, and so is Kataomi, but here comes Ghost and Chalice. They're going to try and make something happen. Toby, he'll show off the Brewmaster. Ghost still willing to just fight back. Does take down the Brewling. They will focus down the familiars and just the units in general. As much gold as you can out of this. It just doesn't feel like you ever really see a big 5v5 team fight between these two teams. Just all about these units being thrown out.
It's just skirmishes, poking, prodding, checking to see if anyone's going to overcommit and punish them. You're not looking to make any of those mistakes yourself. Too much on the line for you to take that risk. So you just send out the units, send out the illusions, and let them do the work for you. Side of RNG, they are getting that build up on Ghost. He's going for the full Silver Edge now. So more damage, a source of break to kind of help him out and bursting someone down. definitely going to help the cause there. A Lincoln's coming out from Somnus to help defend himself, especially from Nullifiers. It's going to be really nice to have as well. It's a little bit more for that to be up, though.
Oh boy, they've got Chalice. That's a big one, but he does BKB up. In fact, now the Pit of Malice turning right back around Toby. He's a big target. He'll be able to force stuff away, though, and does get the primal split off as now Ghost. He'll be targeted here with the toss back of Kataomi, but Ghost is still fine. He will get forced stuffed out of there. Meanwhile, Xnova being chased down by the units of Pure. In the backside, though, they've got an Echo Slam. They've got the Sunder. Pure being gazed up. Can they get some revenge here? They cannot. He is still just fine. Chalice is the one to go down on the Underlord, but Ghost still trying to man up, still trying to fight against Toby. Toby will force stuff away. Where's the team fight? Entity, it seems like they're out once again. They'll find a couple, they'll get the buyback out from Chalice, and that's going to be enough for him.
That's a big win for Entity. They force out the Metamorphosis. The flank coming out from Pure is just huge. He runs in on the side. No one can really handle him. Still had the BKB to come on as well. And he just makes short work of some of these softer targets. Yeah, you don't find the biggest kills, but just wasting Metamorphosis, wasting another BKB charge round, it's more than worthwhile for Entity.
Certainly is. It's all about the buybacks here in this game. Roshan is now officially back up. Scary times once again for both sides. More so for RNG, though, as Entity just, again, have so many ways of scouting out what's happening in the pit. It feels like they're never really worried about Roshan being just snuck behind their backs.
Radiant's courier.
So we get some D-wards off. Get the courier of Kaka on the high ground. Snatch Roshan just feels so important in a game like this, just so tight right now, and you do have that Axe Blessing available as well in this next Roshan. So RNG, 5-man smoke up. With mid-river they go, into the mid lane. Entity, they are hanging around that dire jungle. There's a double damage, naturally, on the bottom side of the map right now, John, and it does seem like RNG are going to find it. Right before Roshan. Ghost will take it for himself. This could be the opening they're looking for. Roshan, not going to be started yet, but Entity slowly making their way over to the pit. Yuval might just get to work, and he will. Roshan now under siege. RNG, they're the ones that need to make the first move. Ball's in their court. How do they initiate this one? Kataomi already in the outskirts of the Roshan pit, not allowing anyone to sneak in, and now Xnova. He does get caught out, but barely does not drop. He does survive for another day as the Ice Blast is going to fly through Xnova. He is going to force stuff and barely avoid it for now. The Roshan still being taken by the side of Entity. Seems like they had no chance to try and initiate that team fight.
They just couldn't find the angle in. They get the full salvo of items from Roche. Aegis up, Cheese up, Axe Blessing being held on to by Pure here. Wondering who's he going to pass that on to. It doesn't look like he's going to be needing the wolf fight in this game. You could probably give it a shot. Wolf bite on a Visage with Silence the Grave sounds are like a really big meme. We've never seen that one. So I would have maybe liked to see that. It would be pretty funny, but it's fairly open. And it does look like he has passed it onto Kataomi. So you've got the 3 volley on hand, which is always nice. Because suddenly you just pick up a Chrysalis on his support Tiny and he does 1 million damage.
And he already has a Chrysalis, John, going into the Daedalus, so why the hell not? Love to see that 3 volley coming out here as a support Tiny, and Kataomi going to be very, very happy with that. So such a close game, but now with the Aegis intact and Entity's end of things, it's their game to lose, it feels like. They've got the 14k net worth lead. We are 48 minutes into the net worth. May not matter so much, but it just feels like every team fight, they're able to disengage as soon as they want to. They see one buyback, they're out of there. Every single time. It's going to be the story of the game here between these two teams. Just unwilling to give any openings to the other. So yeah, they hang around that mid-river, but nobody willing to initiate a fight.
Just play patiently, especially on Entity. They're not in a rush anymore. They know they scale really nicely. RNG, it's kind of all in on just having Ghost do something here. So they get the tips out, Metamorphosis pop along with DD. Not the best feeling in the world. Entity's got that opening. They know once that fades, it's going to be on cooldown for quite a fair bit. Get a nice set of kills. No need to worry about the Terrorblade. Simplified process for the high ground.
Absolutely. You say simplified process, John, but there's no simple anything about this game. It just sounds like everything's complicated.
Always is.
Absolutely. Somnus takes care of that bot lane once again. RNG still patiently waiting for this high ground defense to come. Entity still just split pushing the side lanes. You know, John, I'd hate to say it, but is this, do I jinx it with the T, do I say it, the T fight?
I mean, it could go on for 10 more minutes if RNG hold on.
Right.
One big team fight could end it.
All right, Chalice. Vicious there. Ice Blast will follow through. There's your tree volley, but it does get juked out, and Chalice will force Staff away.
Yeah, I mean, it could last 10 more minutes. It's just 10 more minutes away. So maybe. Yeah, I'm not saying the number, just implying 10 minutes is needed for that number to come up.
Right.
Maybe. RNG are doing a good job of holding, though. Like, they are 16k behind. It's not the biggest deficit at this point. It is still a good amount of items coming out to the rest of your course. If you look at the farm distribution, the one issue for RNG is that you're not scaling on Chalice. Hold on.
Sneaking up from the tree line. RNG successfully back off, but every way you look, Entity's got the advantage. High ground on one side, tree line on the other. So going to hang around that mid-tier 2 tower. Ghost cannot afford to die here on the TB, though to be fair, he does have buyback, but you'd rather not have to commit it, especially when you're so close to your own base. T2 top tower just going to slowly be focused down. They forced out, but it doesn't seem like it's going to do too much in the end. Now Fisher is going to land onto Toby. The problem is, it just feels like you can't really make the jump in. Like, there's all these units in front of him. So much counter initiation here from Entity. They're just always ready to go. They've got that high ground advantage as well. RNG being very, very patient with this game. Now 15 minutes in, just not trying to force anything. They naturally want that high ground advantage themselves. So you do see Somnus eat 2 tombs for himself now, very close to that level 25 mark.
Yeah. He gets it as well with the last home there. So does have the Lightning Storm bouncing on 2 units, or bouncing twice on units, which is really nice in stalling out this game further, right? Yeah. You can just hold forever, and maybe they are going to try to hit those next 9 minutes here. This game is rather even. The side of Entity would feel a lot better into that point of the game, though. They control the majority of the map. They can just clear out those cancels. Gotta be a bit careful. RNG, I mean, they can stall well. It's a Leshrac, it's an Underlord. Your wave clear is really good. So even if you start to lose some tier 2s, high ground hold is still there. And I think Entity don't mind playing that game.
Absolutely not. They seem to be enjoying themselves here. Sure, Stormer pushing with the familiars. Sees the Firestorm, immediately just walks them out once again. Unwilling to feed any free gold away to the side of RNG. Entity just back their way out. No rush for them. Aegis about to expire in 5 seconds. They're not risking anything. More farm to be had on Pure. The Basher now coming out on the Lycan. This little way of cancelling TBs off and actually locking people down throughout these fights. Again, it just feels like they're in full map control here. There's just no need to rush this game.
Just kind of hold back, keep waiting. I mean, there are a couple of items I think RNG could try for. The overwhelming blink is coming out from Samus. You do have the full ags up on Ghost, which is great to see. He does need something to kind of help him out when that metamorphosis is down. He's going to have an option, at least, with a Terror Wave coming through. Well, he will have some contributions for the team, and you're not beholden to this long cooldown as much as you used to. However, you do have a refresh up on Toby, so you still have the double primal splits coming out, which is also really annoying, especially in the late game. Like, all you need to do is really just fly Ghost up for the entire team fight. And that's it. Your Terrorblade's going to be isolated at the end, and it's a really easy target to handle.
It certainly is. Just look at it is now. Tommy right nearby. Doesn't seem quite yet, but does have his own smoke broken. Back off immediately. Ghost is probably invis around the corner. It's being scored up here. Slowly but surely getting stronger as the smoke is going to be there once again from Entity. High ground being held in this Radiant Triangle though from RNG, and they're going to counter smoke. This could be the big team fight we've been waiting for as Entity. They've got so many ways of scouting out. Not so much through this smoke, but now that the smoke is broken on a couple, all they found, it's going to be Stormer. The Pittermouse to lock him down. The Fish is there to follow up, but in comes Kataomi and X-Nova. He just gets deleted by the support Tiny as he keeps moving forward. Ghost, who do we go for? Stormer, he's the target. They finally find the Vistor, maybe not Stormer. He's still running, but X-Nova, he's trying to get the job done himself, and eventually Ghost will find it. 2 down. Entity, they've lost a couple here, and it seems like RNG have finally cracked an opening open for themselves as Kaka, he even finds another. He's going to find Toby, but there is going to be the refresh. Into the primal split once again. Toby's still blocked off by the Fisher, and now Ghost can get right to work, but they want that Earth Panda. They need it. The slow from the Iron Scotty. Maybe they've got it. Toby trying to run, but is not going to make it out.
No buyback on him.
No buyback on Toby. And suddenly the game is swinging back the other way.
It's opened up. Entity, they got some good scouting around there with Storm, but they didn't manage to follow up. He managed to get a good jump in, doesn't live true, and you still have a lot of damage on Ghost, even though it doesn't feel like it when he's whacking a Visage away. The high ground still clears up.
Yeah, Ghost racks the game to go the way of RNG, and I can't really believe I'm saying that, John, but they made a great comeback here in this game. I'm going to say game one again, John, but it is still a best of one. Just reminding myself, Spisha does come out. Chalice, he finds to back his way out, and again, it's still a very slow game. Like, you are still behind as RNG. Sure, you're one racks up now, but you could lose one team fight, and the game could just snowball back the other way. Though I say that, Pure does get caught out. He's the biggest target. The Gaze is going to lock him down, drag him out. The Kataomi, he's got the tie back on the Lich, so X-Nova, he's down for 80 seconds. In goes Pure with the wolf form, but he needs to run away as Kaka, looking for the chase, waiting for the BKB, but now the Fisher is going to lock him down. Somnus should have the damage and will eventually get it out. Pure's down for 100, but he does have buybacks.
He can come back in. He's not going to have the wolf form, and Kaka again with great blocks in this game, ensuring they find that major kill. And they might not be able to take the risk onto the high ground. It's not the comfiest spot. You feel like a bit of a reset. You're waiting for Metamorphosis to come back up, but Roshan's up in a few seconds. So you've got this big objective to play for, and Entity, even with that buyback commitment, can feel a little bit risky going into that pit. Roshan's up, everything on hand again.
Absolutely. Everything now available on this Roshan. RNG, they'll get to work. Entity, they've got no way to answer to this. I mean, this is the first Roshan. It feels like that RNG could just kind of walk into the pit and finally get it done. And here we go. Everything available. Let's see what they can get done with it. Entity, they're the ones now that need to find a way to slow down this game. Kaka, it's like he's got the Axe blessing on himself though. Has he handed it? He has. Chalice will take it for himself now.
That's really disruptive with the Fiend's Gate, with a Pit of Malice on both sides, and the slow as well. Like, combining that with the control coming out from Kaka, it's going to be a lot easier for them to lock in these heroes like the Lycan, like the Visage when he does have the Grave Chill on, yeah. So, you've got a lot of control coming in to counteract all that movement. There is still good wave clear coming out from Kataomi. He just gets a tree volley off, your wave does die. So going into the high ground is still a process here for RNG, but they even get a refresh up on Ghost. He's ready. Whew. Secondary life, doesn't matter if you waste the Metamorphosis or Terror Wave or the BKB, you're always going to be able to have any of that on hand for the next. Although it is costly in the mana, does have the stats to back that up.
Absolutely, this game just feels so much tighter now. Break advantage, just doesn't matter. 4.5 minutes away from that time. Gaia Triangle, occupied by Entity, but they are eventually going to back their way out. RNG was slowly making their way over. Get down towards the bottom side. Bottom lane is the lane with the final outer tower here for RNG. They want that bottom tier 2 gone. They might approach high ground with that Aegis up. So plenty of time available, and like you just pointed out, John, the refresher orb going to be very impactful here on Ghost. Especially with that Terror Wave, you can't underestimate that fear. RNG, they'll find the bottom tier 2. Question is, do they want the high ground?
I mean, they could just go. There's not too much of a risk left. Buybacks are available once more. The issue is, with Kataomi around, as long as he gets the Protoss trees out, your creep wave just melts. It is tougher, although the next creep wave is coming in. They're just poking and prodding again, sending in the illusions to get that 30 work done.
They say pigs don't fly, John, but the Ghost, we just saw him flying there for a moment in that Hex Ball. So he's still going to keep moving in. Creep wave is there now. How do you slow this one down? They are going to fortify up. More Cyclones out onto the TP as Ghost. Very patient, still has that Metamorphosis, the pop, and still has the refresh available. Slowly chipping away with the illusions, but they are being dispelled here by the Storm Panda. Eventually, I think RNG might just have to let this one go and go for a reset. You've still got 2 minutes, 20 seconds on this Aegis timing. I think you can afford to reset and maybe come back another time.
no rush. You've got all the tools under your belt here for the side of RNG. The entity's just gotten pushed back. Dagon does fly on. So a little bit more burst damage on hand. Let's see if it's going to be enough to make a big difference here. Love me, Dagon, though. Always fun.
Absolutely. It's a lot of fun. Another double damage room on that top side, Jonathan. Like, another double damage available for RNG. I mean, it feels like they're just getting blessed with double damage after double damage here, and they're certainly going to be happy to accept this one. Ghost will take it himself. Well, now you've really got no choice. You've got to try and go high ground again.
You've got Metamorphosis ready. Terror Wave not too far off. So, yeah, no risk here at all. The one thing is, again, wave clear is still pretty good for Entity. It does feel like you'd want to catch one of them off guard. Get that pickoff once more, so we've seen RNG sort of find the angle for. They haven't really been using the Fiend's Gate for any aggressive movement out. More defensive, but they'll get to it.
They're away about Ghost, just going to get right to work. The box tier 3 tower already gone. Bottom racks, not going to last long either. Tadaomi is going to jump in though. Avalanche tosses out. Ghost is in big trouble. He got silenced and he will go down the first time. But he's got the Aegis. He's got the refresh. He's still got the initial better, but the silence is there with a nullifier. Oh my god. Oh, Ghost is gone. And the rest of RNG, they need a way out of this team fight. Chalice just leaves, but he's left by himself. Somnus needs a TP on the tree line. With the BKB is going to be all right. But they've got Ghost down. He does have buyback available. And Jonathan, we've jinxed nothing. It's 60 minutes in. We've got tier 5 items.
Yeah, it's coming out. And I think the one thing that changed was really who had control of the map. 10 minutes ago, Entity had control, and for a while, RNG had it. Now, Entity has it back again. They find the Arcanist armor. It'll be pretty damn useful up against something like Leshrac on hand.
It does give the Giants ring. We know that's what everyone wants to see.
Yeah, I want to see a gigantic flying visage around. See that last fight? Great toss back from Kataomi. Catches out that Terrorblade and the instant hex. He couldn't refresh the BKB. All the control in the world, and no one could follow up from RNG's end.
Absolutely not. Mirror Shield now coming out. Ex Machina as well. And the Sea Stone. Just so many items being dropped. RNG just taking those items as soon as they possibly can and backing their way back towards their base. Knowing they don't really want to have to try and force the buyback out from Ghost.
Radiant's
trying to avoid it and just hold out for now. Ex Machina was taken by Somnus, and Mirror Shield actually taken by our TB, though he is still dead. Maybe just prepping for that buyback. Meanwhile, Parrot Hat is going to be sitting there on pure, so no attack speed on his side of things here on the Lycan. Everything else gone. You've got the Arcanist armor here on the Visage. Makes him an even harder target to try and burst down than the rest of his teammates. Seastone, of course, naturally on the Pulse 5 Fishman. He has to suffer. He gets the boring item.
It is what it is. It's the destiny of the support. You don't get the funnest item in the world. No. But it is a useful item. Seer Stone is pretty nice, revealing an area. And be nice to cut off any movement RNG might want to bring out there. And the side of RNG for their part, it's not the end of the world losing that push. They still have the advantage. You've always got to send some units, send some heroes up top to control that. Smoke out here, though, could find themselves in an interesting spot.
Oh boy, here we go. RNG, they're trying for something. They found Toby. The route is there. They should have follow up. You don't have the burst damage, though, with the Aeon Disc. He's going to be just fine to reinitiate this team fight with his own primal split. But they are trying to back off a Kataomi. Look at the damage output from this Tiny with the tree volley. He does at least find Karka, but the buyback is there. Ghost now is trying to force the fight once again, but does need to back out. It just doesn't seem like the one. So the BKB does wear off, and now Entity, they keep moving forward. They want the Terror Blade. They've got it locked down with the Abyssal Blade. Ghost is in big trouble. He's going to try and find a way to buy back. He'll go for the Terror Wave, but it does nothing through the BKB. This is not the team fight. RNG needs to get back to the high ground and will do so. Did you see the damage out from Kataomi, John? This is a support Tiny with an Apex. Don't underestimate the amount of damage this man has.
Apex, Monkey King Bar, BKB, Daedalus, very standard support Tiny items at this point.
Divine Rapier queued up as well.
Yeah, of course. You want to end this game, just get that Divine up, splack away on those buildings, and the game's going to be over pretty fast if you're not careful. RNG for their part, and that was such a costly fight. Refresh pop from our Terrorblade Ghost, and he has that refresh orb in the backpack. Yeah. So it's also just not going to refresh anything for the next long time. We'll have to bring that active. And Entity, again, they find themselves in this position where they've got so much more to play with. Refresh up on Stormer as well, flying out. Roshan going to see that timer in about 15 as well.
Let's get a Stygian Desolator now, John, this support tiny, so things are even scarier for the side of RNG.
Balanced.
Very balanced, Jonathan, very balanced indeed. Look at the T5 items for RNG, like what have they... We've got one more to go. Can we get a Giant Ring in this game? Like, we haven't gotten one yet from either side.
I don't know if you really want it on RNG anywhere. Like, Giant's Ring on Ghost is going to be nice. The added strength is good. It feels like you might want something else. It's going to keep the mirror shield. I know. Like, Giant's Ring on Chalice would be funny. I just don't know if it really does anything. Arcanist Armor just kind of does the same thing for your team.
Yeah. And they go again. Mid lane, they're going to find some familiars and some units. They're pure. He's going to pop the wolf form. They have found him out. He'll go for the BKB right back in onto Somnus, just chomping him down. It's a fair bit of damage, but not quite enough. Somnus, he'll turn around. Looking for the fight, but Pure is out of there. They know where RNG are. Entity, we don't want to fight without the wolf form, but they might just think about it. Mid lane, Chalice will get hexed up here by Stormstormer. It's a fair bit of damage with that Bloodthorn. They're still going for it with the familiars, but with that Crimson Guard, he's taking a fair bit of it as Chalice. Still in trouble. He's going to walk his way out. Meanwhile, Kataomi looking for a way back into the team fight as Stormstormer. Now the one in trouble. Somnus moving back in with the Bloodstone charges, trying to get some damage down. Chalice in the meantime, in the mid lane, just tanking all the units out here from Entity. They're just dealing with Broodling.
They dance around really nicely. Kataomi gets a really good angle to just get 2 tree volleys off. No one dies in the end. So a lot expended from both sides. It does feel like you risk it a lot more on RNG's part, having to pop the BKB on Ghost to just try and find something in the middle. And Entity, they don't find anything for their trouble either. So we're stuck in a bit of a deadlock here, Mike. Yeah. Probably the longest game of the day already. 65 minutes in, 66 minutes in for day 1.
And there goes X-Nova. He's not going to last long against a support tiny, but in comes Ghost, trying to punish as he cannot. In fact, now Ghost, he's the one turned off. That's a bad position. Somnus, he's shot in though with a massive split up, and now Chalice, he's there with the Pit of Malice as well, trying to burst them down. The familiars, the Visage, he's in big trouble. Karka's out with the Echo Slam. Maybe they've got it up, and they do. Stormstormer's got it. Somnus, he will drop as well onto Toby. The Aeon Disc is going to proc into the Primal Split. They go. X-Nova, he brought back into the team fight. He'll back his way out at least for now, and he's going to be just fine. It's another reset fight.
Yeah, it's just back to the start. Buybacks expended by both sides. You find a bit of a bigger kill on the side of Entity, managing to take out Somnus, who did get a little bit more in exchange. It's back to this next Roshan, Mike.
It's best of 1 Dota.
Back up. This is best of 1 Dota. No one wants to leave TI.
No.
So everything's on the line. You're playing as hard as you can to find that clean win condition. You don't want the risk. Roshan, we saw them dance around this objective for a long time as well last time. Like,
oh boy.
And be tough to really fully commit.
I wonder what, if you get the gold as Kataomi, do you just buy the Divine straight up? Like, I know we're 67 minutes into a game now. Do you just buy it?
I can't say yes to that. I mean, if you have buyback gold, sure, because the toss back and high ground defense is huge. But if you just go in, risk it all in on that Divine, you probably have enough damage with a tree volley, to be fair. Like, that could just literally end the game. But if you do die, you give away the Rapier, you won't have buyback, you don't have that toss back for these fights. It does get a little off. So I'd say at least save for the buyback first.
Double sight device now coming up from RNG. They've got one on Chalice, they've got one on Somnus. That could make all the difference here for RNG. They can catch Entity off guard with those hexes up. If they get the damage off in time before those BKBs do come out from these pools. And Roshan is the main objective. All items up. In they go. Toby will just do it himself with the Flame Panda. It's a slow process, but he's getting there. TB Illusion will move in as well.
Yeah, this went on for about 5 minutes in the last rush, right? Just Illusion in, Primal Companion in, and then just keep going. So reset.
What you're telling me is we need T6 items now.
You know, that'd be pretty interesting. How crazy can Dota really get? Tier 6 would be fantastic. When your games go 18 minutes and no one ever wants to win, yeah, maybe that ends the game. Still, you know, it's not quite enough for either side to feel comfy yet. 16k lead for Entity, 19 to 25. I mean, at this point, 17k lead just doesn't matter. Everyone's got items, everyone's got farm, except maybe class 5. lives. And it's all about execution. It's all about if you can catch certain heroes out, if you can get your enemy in a man position, punish them harder. No one wants to give that opening. And if you're not looking to give away openings, you're just looking to hold your ground, keep farming, and just be patient. Very, very patient teams here, Mike.
You've got to be, John. This is the thing you've been playing for the whole year. If there's a time to be patient, it's right now. And there's the Divine Rapier. Does come out on the Tiny. Support Tiny with a Divine Rapier. You love to see it. 69.5 minutes in. You said, John, it was a risky maneuver. I say Giga Chat maneuver.
He doesn't have buyback, but Kataumi's positioning has been on point. They haven't been able to really kill him off. So, 3 volley away.
Yeah.
As long as RNG doesn't catch him out, he is set for a really good time. Because, boy, oh boy, did he just melt.
Yeah, fun fact, by the way, the damage is not reflecting on the Tiny damage right now. So whatever damage you see on that Tiny, just add 350. That is not accurate.
Yeah, it's just a bit too much damage.
I'll do the math for you, John. It's basically what, like 900, 1,000 damage base on this Tiny right now?
You might, yeah. That's a good amount of damage. Now we just need to see that action. Entity, and the moment they see that opportunity for Kataumi to just do his thing, that's where it gets wild. And again, it just goes back to this draft, right? Goes back to what we were talking about with timings in this lineup. The scaling of entities kicking in, because this Tiny was a support. And he's got the Divine Rapier now. You can't do the same thing with, say, a Lich. You know, it's not the same thing in terms of scaling. Even Chalice can't really do as much now on the Underlord. It's a little annoying, but it's not the most annoying thing in the world. So
I don't like your lack of faith in the carry Lich, John. This is the SCA TI. I'm sure we could make it happen. Any serve that makes it happen is probably on.
To be fair, I've seen my own share of mid Liches.
Top lane.
Interesting.
Certainly is. Look at that damage from that tree body just bursting down 2.3k damage as now they make the jump in. Somnus in trouble and they toss him, they burst him down just so quickly. Pure, he has the damage. Stormer trying to back his way up, and now it's Ghost that's in trouble. Can they surround him? Pure, he's looking for more on the backside. He's found Karka on the Earthshaker. No forced upward this time through the nullify, but Chalice trying to buy a bit of time, but Karka's gone. Pure going for more now. Somnus, keep in mind he has no buyback available for this fight. Where's Ghost? All by himself, still trying. Does end up getting the Terror Wave off just in the nick of time to force them back, but he's going to find a target that can be aimed down. Toby will move in. Now with the plot on, he's copying way too much damage, but the Sunder is there in time. Ghost trying for the TP out, is going to make it. Just barely. This game is not over yet, but it is a 4v5 situation, and they are missing their mid-lash right.
And no buyback out in Somnus. It's still a big window for Entity. I mean, you had to expend so many resources on RNG. Refresh down from Ghost. He's going to have to wait a lot longer for that safety net. Now Roshan opens up for Entity. There's no contestion out from RNG. All the items once again going the way of Entity. I wonder who they give the axe to at this point, because I would say just hand it over to Pure. Yes, have the Wolf Bite. Wolf Bite a Visage with Silent as the Grave. Or no, just Wolf Bite your Tiny with Tree Fall. Yeah, it sounds
Wolf
fun.
Bite your Tiny. That's about it. Here we go.
Pretty much.
Go on, Pure, do it. He's going to wait a little bit. This is going to be a real treat to watch. I mean, we saw this last grand final of TI10. We're going to see it all over again. Some things never change, John.
Some things just stay the same, and RNG, and this is a toughie for them. They still have their racks intact too. That's the crazy part. Their high ground's still completely there, but they haven't been able to do anything else with that one lane racks they took. They've not been able to find more beyond that Bont melee, and Entity just worked the map a lot better. They're trying to get the second set of talents up for Somnus. He's eating all the books once more, rushing into 29 for that 20 strength. And that's going to help a little bit in durability, but we're talking about Tiny with Divine Rapier and Daedalus. I don't know if that helps by that much.
Swift Blink by there, Jonathan. Tiny's now got a Swift Blink up as well. So Kataomi, up and available. Still grouped up the Entity. Daedalus being built up on Pure, by the way. I mean, this is the play where they're just running out of slots to put items in. It's kind of rough for them to try and decide what they really want this game. Resources is, I believe, the key word here, John. Resources.
Those slots, it's not something you can always just find more of. So,
yeah.
We've seen that be a problem for Ghost, right? Like having to juggle in the refresh.
What if you could, like, say 75 minutes in, they just give you 2 extra slots?
That's really broken. That's absolutely broken.
Yeah, but you're 75 minutes into the game, John. What else are you meant to do?
That's fair. Everyone's going to get the slots in this hypothetical scenario of yours.
Yeah, I mean, you've got backpacks. Why not have pockets? Makes sense.
I guess it could work. That would just make late game Dota even more insane.
Yeah.
To be fair, like, you know, it's already hard to understand whatever's going on here.
He's a wolf right now, John. That's a very, very scary predicament if he does make the jump in with that swift link. Let's see how it works out for them. They're going to try and defend high ground here. RNG, in they go. Kataomi, he's in, but the A on disc is going to save X-Nova. He'll be back out of there. That Ghost, he's the one to move in. They found Pure. Oh, Lycan, Pure's in trouble and he's gone. At least the first time. That's just the H, the tree volley. He's going to fly in, but Pure casually walk out as they do cyclone up the TB once again. Ghost cannot get to work, but now they found at least Fishman on the AA. Ghost forced the BKB up, but he's going to be just fine to take the AA down. And they hold on to the top racks. This is quite literally defense of the... This is what defense of the Ancients is, John. They are defending.
Yeah, but we're not even at the Ancient. We're still at the racks. Like, they still hold on to the racks, and it's Entity who's at least a lane and a half behind. But they've got the 35k lead. And RNG just managed to execute in that tight area so well. Like, you saw Kataomi try to jump in on the flank, and the Aeon Disc just managed to buy enough time. He doesn't want to stay around there. It's too risky for this Tiny to take that frontline role instead of just playing with the tree ball. So even if you have that wolf fight, if you don't find that instant kill, he's out of there. And that just gave RNG the chance to jump in, punish Pure, chain stun off. They've got so much control in a choke point like that Somnus just really shines on that Lesh rack. It's that point where it starts to really stall the game well.
You got to give a shout out to our boy X-Nova as well, John. He's still on the stage by himself right now. It's 75 minutes in. The guy's just been stuck there the whole time.
Yeah, well, with his 4 teddy bear teammates, of course. Those teddy bears are playing mad Dota right now.
Yeah.
An Entity, it's so hard to say that they're behind. They're not any metric, but as long as the high ground looks better for RNG, the game looks better for RNG.
Oh, mid lane, Ghost. It's like a very aggressive jump in, but it's only onto the creep lane. Entity don't want to borrow this. They do back their way out. But keep in mind, you are basically one mid lane barracks away from having Megas up for RNG, but I don't really think it matters so much right now, considering we're almost 8 minutes into the game. RNG gonna move their way in. There's your tree volley. It does do quite a bit of damage onto Ghost. He's lost half his HP pool. The Ice Blast also gonna land, but they are gonna be fine to back their way up. Buyback was forced out from Fishman. That's gonna be enough for the side of RNG.
Yeah, just go back, reset, maybe. If this game keeps the pattern up, we're going to be waiting for that next rush.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I do feel like RNG's got so much more to play with. Like, just having this Ags up as well on Somnus, it forced this build-up of the Revenant's Brooch up on Pure, because he needs a way to hit while Ghost Form is up and everything. So he has to go for the Brooch. Very unorthodox, but very good counterplay for the Lesh. We'll have to see if it does play a big part there. As it just feels like that Nihilism's also going to be a problem up front. 38k lead still up for Entity, 20 to 27. And next row, still 2 minutes 40 when we see that timer come back up. Entity, they've got Travels, 2 on Kataomi, and they've really just got 4 cores. At this point, you know what? Yeah. Get the Ags up on Fishman. Just go for it. But we're going into that point of Dota where everyone's going to be a core.
I don't care about the core AA. I want you to tell me how we can get a core lit. That's what I really want. How do we translate X-Nova here into a POS 1? Never mind. Toby could be an Attanger. RNG trying to move into that mid lane. There's 2 big targets. If they can make the jump, Somnus is there with the scythe device to get started. Hit a Malice, goes trying to move in, but the tree volley damage. You've got to be wary, but he has the Sunder. He'll reset. Back in onto the fishes they go. Stormer is going to be able to back his way out. Now without the BKB Ghost, he's going to be so careful. It's in the backside. Chalice is gone on the Underlord. Kaka, he'll go for a vision and try to hold them back, but they can't control this Tiny. He's in that wolf form. In goes Pure as well. The Echo Slam. It literally does no damage.
That's a big win for Entity. They managed to force the buyback out from Challenge, take the dieback out from Kaka, and you saw RNG try to be the aggressor. They just don't have enough to eat through just the Brewmaster with his own save. And even then, we saw Ghost focusing in on Stormer. He doesn't have enough damage to eat through. Just how Tick of Visage is at this point.
Yeah.
So, Entity find the fight outside, but RNG, again, just look at these waves. Side lanes are shoved out top and bot, mid lane shoving in a bit, but your Leshrak's still alive, so you can just hold it back. And Entity isn't moving bodies forward. They're just holding their ground, farming up more, waiting for next Roshan. You just not want to take that risk with here. They took a big risk in RNG jumping in. They tried to get control. Ghost just nearly melts.
Yeah. You cannot underestimate the damage from this free volley right now, John. It's if you get the lucky crits, I think he's critting for over 2k each time.
Oh, yeah.
It's a scary affair if he gets a few crits in a row, that's for sure. Still, no high ground attempt coming up from Entity quite yet. I mean, Taka does now have buyback available on the Earthshaker, 30 seconds away from respawning. Like you mentioned, it's all about the next Roshan. How many Roshans have we gone through now, John?
I can't count.
You can't count.
I'm not capable of it. Working,
use your hand, John.
Seventh or eighth Rosh. All right. Maybe my count's off. It probably is off around that point. RNG, I mean, again, their line is so good at just holding, though. And there's been no progress. You know what? If X-Nova manages to hit his level 25 and goes for regen, these towers could just heal up. We could be here all night.
I forgot that existed. Yeah, plus 50 HP regen. Let's see it happen.
Yeah. I mean, you know, all the tomes have been going over to Somnus for the most part. Now I think you'd really want them. It's kind of weird to say, but really on X-Nova. Yeah. Like just additional HP regen on objectives at the least is nice. If not, going offensive for the Chain Frost bounces really clears out that army. Well, smoke out from RNG here, though.
In we go. In triangle, they hold. That's Omi. I mean, he has a Divine Rapier. If you can find the kill, it's a pretty big one. X-Nova, Aeon Disc.
It's not the target.
No, it's certainly not. Ice Blast will land. Kataomi, he'll get the wolf by now and be fine to back off. In fact, he wants to go back in. Double wolf strat here. They do move in. Somnus with the Shiver's Guard. In fact, they found Toby, but he has his own Aeon Disc, so he's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, Pure, he'll get stunned up through the BKB. Will retreat immediately. Didn't have enough time on that BKB left to keep going. Understands he can't really handle Ghost without him. Just back his way up. Speaking of Ghost, he's got a Divine Rapier locked in his backpack right now as well.
We're ready. Roche respawning. This is pretty good for Entity. They have the better position here to take Roche. Another full complement of items. It's time for Fishman to have his own axe. So you will see the Chill and Touch remove. Secondary life in. Is this enough to open up high ground for them? It surely should be.
Are you kidding? I mean, 7th Roshan, you're telling me now it's going to work?
Yeah, it takes 7. Okay. It's all the way up to 7.
You don't even know if it is 7 yet, John.
I'm really not sure. I can't count.
Right.
I really can't count. I'm just not capable. Now, but yeah, we were at the point where you do have the Axe and Fishman, so he can just kind of build up into whatever he wants. You've got another core. Everyone's scaling on Entity.
Yeah.
He could buy a Divine if he wants to. That would also be really fun. But I don't think he would do that. RNG for their part. They still have this hold. They have the lanes all shoved out in a very favorable position. So Entity has to kind of take initiative here. They've got to shove out the lanes their way, get the commitment onto the high ground, and try to make it work out. I think the one issue with a high ground siege is positioning Kataomi for a good 3 volleys a little bit tougher in that choke point. So finding that angle for the burst from afar is a bit of a challenge here.
It certainly is. 82.5 minutes in. Again, Divine Rapier was combined here by Ghost. Now a Refresh Orb available on the Tiny as well. So you've got double tree bomb. Maybe that's the... More trees are the answer, John.
It could be. It could be. And that might be enough. Now the issue is, again, in some of these choke points towards the high ground, you will run out of trees. I'm not sure if the refresh does everything you want it to. I think the bigger thing might be just multiple tossbacks.
Right.
That could be it. Opens up this game. Just instantly relocate multiple heroes back. Keep controlling Ghost. Keep controlling Somnus. And open up the high ground. Still, you drop the Pit of Malice, you drop the Split Earth, you drop the Firestorm, a push just doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't. Now, Submit Rider, who they got? It looks like Somnus on the left track has been caught out, but he'll be KB up, he'll survive. His Ghost will go for the Terror Wave. He's going to be just fine. Hasn't popped the real Metamorphosis, still has Refresh anyway. I suppose if you're Anthony, surely you're just going to keep chipping away. I mean, you've got the Aegis up, you've got to keep going, and that they will.
Yeah, still, again, now a bit of malice out, Sonics.
Oh, here we go again. Ghost just brings him right into the center of all this, dealing with the units. Stormstorm's familiars are just going to knock through this. It's one of the rulings from Toby. He'll keep sending them in, trying to get the damage out. Just a slow chip away. That's all they got there on the bottom side. It looks like Stormstormer was caught out there for a moment by the pit of Malice. He's going to be just fine though. Entity still trying to move in onto the high ground. Just can't get it done though. Familiars are being fed back the way of RNG. And that's going to be it. Entity there out once again.
Yeah, they hold high ground. Pit of Malice, Split Earth, Firestorm. What push are you really looking to get out here?
Yeah.
And does take some risk from Ghost. He has to come in, get the Terror Wave off, had to pop the refresh once more. So Entity are draining resources still, but they also drain their own. Like, they don't have familiars for a bit longer. They're going to need to kind of finagle their way in somehow, and they're just going to have to go back and farm. Next Roshan, 4 minutes 40 until we see that timer off.
Yep.
Age is still up for a little bit longer here. It's maybe time to chill out again.
Yeah, and for anyone in the crowd as well, by the way, if you do have work tomorrow, I highly recommend you end up falling in sick right now. And this one's not ending. We're going all the way. I don't know where the end is, John. I don't know where all the way is, but we're going somewhere.
We're going somewhere. We're going on a journey with RNG and Entity. They're taking us all the way to truly explore the concepts of Dota, to explore the concepts of sieging high ground. This is really just a great class to understand how to play Defense of the Ancients, how to hold that high ground. So you have a lot of AoE, toss out all those spells, and eventually, Mike, we're going to get the point where X-Nova has 25. Why is he stuck at 22? He has not moved at all.
Someone's buying with the tombs, John. You know, these damn calls. They're like, oh, I'm level 27. Let me get level 28. You know, I need that extra talent.
Just get the healing, and then just heal up everything.
Never let the game end. That's what I want to say. It's exactly what we want. Bot lane. Creep wave being pushed out again. Wolves are in now. 4 wolves in fact. They'll wrap them around the mid lane instead. And this is what the game's all about now. How well can you micro these units? It's not even about heroes anymore.
Just about sending something in, sending the bodies in to try and rip apart. They find the tier 3 tower down bot, but he can't move in onto the rack. So you're still fairly alright here on RNG's end.
I mean, with all due respect, John, I don't think the Raxes matter anymore. I don't think the T4s matter anymore. I think the Ancient is literally the only thing in this game that matters at this stage. Right now, for both sides, they are still well protected. Nothing's happening.
Aegis does expire on Entity, so your backup plan on Stormstormer is kind of gone. Time to wait for the next Roche perhaps here. And yeah, they just leave the racks alone. Can't really find a pickoff. That will force RNG to constantly look down bot, especially since you do have the shard up on Pure. He's had it for that bot lane is always just going to naturally shove in without the tower to protect. 68k lead for Entity, 20 to 29. 69k lead now. Really doesn't matter.
John, I didn't think I'd be asking you this on the TI stage. I really didn't. Have you had Berry Ender today? I've got to ask you one.
No, I haven't. I haven't been able to have my high tea, as they call it here. I always loved myself a high tea, but it's been a while. I haven't been in Singapore in years. Right. Always good to be back. And we are well past high tea as well, Mike. We're starting to approach supper.
I'm aware. That's why I asked you if you had Berry Ender, John. Not if you're having Berry Ender.
I mean, it's TI. There's no time. Only time for Dota. And RNG and Entity really maximizing that time here in Dota. Next Roche, minute 50, minute 40 away. Again, just lining up for that. Great pack up on Toby. A little bit more damage mitigation. It's getting really hard for RNG to pierce through. Like, they just don't have enough damage. Even with that Divine Up and Ghost, it's not like Kataomi, you know? It's not like this big, tiny, with the crits, 3 volleys. It's just not the same.
Gentlemen's agreement. Everyone deletes their items. 6 Divine Ray fuses. That's what I'm thinking. Top lane. Stormstormer. Oh, in goes Ghost. He does pop the Terror Wave. Gets the familiars. That's about it. We'll just respawn the familiars once again. Just slowly chipping away the base of RNG. And I've said it a few times, I don't think Megas are going to matter. Like, you'll get Megas up. literally nobody cares on RNG or Entity. They'll just keep defending.
Yeah, you're way too farmed up on everyone. It's just not going to really influence the game state except for having check lanes alone.
Jump in, Somnus by himself, just trying to go for those units, does clear out the Familiars and the Ancient Black Dragon, so the units are gone. The Pure does pop the Wolf Form, in goes the Tree Volley, but it's off the mark. Kataomi not able to find the targets he wanted. RNG still doing a fantastic job of defending in this game. Lane, Toby, and he gets spotted out though. Kaka, he's the one getting jumped here on the Earthshaker, but he does have the Aeon Disc. Meanwhile, from the backside, Kataomi, he's got that tree volley in X-Nova. He's going to go down, but the immediate fightback is there as Ghost now. Man's up against Pure. It's a lot of damage onto that Lycan, but he backs his way out of that. The Hex is out. Ghost is in big trouble. The Ice Blast will connect him. He is gone, but he does have buyback.
They've still got the options here on RNG. Not going to immediately pop that buyback. Entity, this is their opening. They need to find something off the back of this. Start to rip into the high ground. As we approach the 19-minute mark here. Onto the high ground they go.
They go once again. Divine Rapier now combined by our TV. Dagons are out by our AA. Everyone's just buying out as much as they can. Tier 3 tower. Siege. Somnus trying to defend by himself. Entity just understanding the buyback is available for Ghost. Do not want to throw a team fight back the way of RNG, but they are going to pop that Wolf Form again on Pure. Just trying to get the job done. Somnus, he'll get hexed up. There's a tree volley on Tex Nova, but he's barely going to survive the Ice Blast. Might connect, but it shouldn't be enough damage, and it won't. Entity still just focusing down the bot lane of Barracks. The Pit of Malice will lock them down, just taking down all the Familiars. Somnus moving in with more stuns available. Stormer. Again, gonna back off. That is a big splitter.
It really is. And
here we go again. That's a big fish up. They're not done yet, Entity. They're gonna keep trying. Hex is out. Kataomi just gonna slowly walk his way out. More stuns are just permanent stunning Toby here in this bottom lane. There's nothing he can do about it. Meanwhile, mid lane, they're onto Chalice now. They've got the Underlord, but he's going to be KP available. He's going to be just fine as the gaze now X-Nova. Look at that range onto Toby. But the Aeon Disc, it's going to save the day once again as Ghost. He does move in with the Terror Wave, but it's not going to matter. They just don't have the lockdown.
No, they don't have a lockdown, but Entity can't clear out the racks or make a path for themselves onto the tier 4s. They do have Roshan up. They've got the double damage scouted out here. They've got the blessing into the Rosh. Another side, I mean, at this point, the axe stuff.
You're going to talk about Roshan again? You want to talk about Roshan again, John? What number is it at now?
I can't count.
You can't count.
No, I want to say 8 or 9, but I can't be sure. Refresh out on Toby just to ensure they take this next Rosh, no problems. RNG though, smoked up. Close by.
They're going to try. They don't want to let this Roshan go down. Toby and Q1. Around.
Oh no, they're ending. They're ending.
Oh, they are ending. They're going for the Ancient.
RNG's going to get away with it.
They go. RNG. Can they get it done? The clip is there. They are moving back to rotate back in. This could be the play of the century as RNG. They're trying. X-Nova in big trouble. They're Pure. Should drop. Meanwhile, Somnus still going. In the meantime, goes. He's had enough. He's popping his BKBs right up to the Ancient. He goes.
He couldn't sunder.
Oh, he couldn't sunder. They are not going to be able to end. What in the hell am I watching?
That's what you want to see. You take the risk, you try to go in. I mean, tier 4s are down. They're playing defense of the Ancients now, and Entity's in. They have to defend.
There's a Divine Rapier on the deck. Literally nobody cares, Jonathan. I mean,
Kataomi cares, again. He picks it up.
It's his Divine Rapier. That's why he cares, John.
It's all right. Just cleaning up some pollution here. But now, the next time Chalice decides to do that, Ancients exposed. Fortify down. They just need to find a way to get back there. Because you can always do funky stuff like that. It's Underlord. You see your creep wave shoving up top. You sneak in. And yeah, this is Dota. This is literally the name of the game. This is it. Entity are in a very awkward position. They do take Rosh. They've got the security of Aegis. They have everything else that they're not going to need there, unfortunately, as everyone already has the Ags blessing up. Refresh is nice. Peace is nice as well.
Oh, here we go. Chalice. He's got Fiend's Grip up in 7 seconds. Are they going to try again?
It's risky. They need to fix that mid. They need to ensure their top lane is shoved out completely as well. And it's not quite shoved healthily enough to eat through back door. So they're going to have to play defensively in RNG. And an Entity, I mean, they know something's up. Divine's gone from Ghost, not going to be hitting as hard. They haven't managed to hold on to buyback though throughout this entire time.
Back into the bot racks they go, Entity. And they are really trying to get this Rax finally down, but Ghost has respawned. They do at least find the range Rax. Ghost has bought it. That's when they're going. They're going for the Fire Ranger once again. He's got the rotation. They're going to try, but Ghost, he's got the Terror Wave. They're just going to man up through this. The Echo's not being committed. RNG, have they gone too far? Or are they going to be able to make it? It doesn't seem like it. They are going to drop. Once again, they will go down. They've got buybacks available, though. This game is not over yet.
It ain't over till it's over. It ain't over until the Ancient Fall's over, and neither side is any closer. That RNG gets a few steps closer. They had no creep wave. Backdoor was there, but they tried to counteract it. You know what that reminds me of, Mike? That reminds me of when a good old local boy Paulo sold his hags and went for a Desolator and tried to backdoor as well. That's the same thought process, but doesn't quite work out here. You know he gets a big head when you bring up his name. Well, you know, he's from here, so throw his head as big as he wants for now. 113k lead on Entity, and that brings them nowhere closer to ending this game just yet.
Satomi, he's in that wolf form once again, John. They are not done. Back towards that Borax they go. They want the mega creeps up. Entity, they are going to find it. Kaka, he's in with the fish shot. One lane of barracks now left for Entity trying to implement the top side, but they're going for the tier 4 towers. They've had enough of this game. They're onto the Visage though. They could have him. Stormer, he's in big trouble. Somnus will keep moving forward. Stormer, he does go for that stone form. He'll survive for now. Is RNG. They will go for a reset. Or do they? Backing up to Stormer they go. They want the Visage. They've got him down. But he's got buyback. He can rejoin the team fight if necessary. For now, no need. RNG, they'll continue defending.
They hang on. It does cost them a lot with those 2 buybacks, so options are growing limited here for RNG.
I saw a refresh.
Yeah,
it was that.
Refreshing out just to get more use out, I believe that. Like, I want to say, I can't even tell. There's just too much going on. But what RNG needs to do now, right? Entity's got the right thought process to bash their heads against the wall, get Kataomi forward, siege away. RNG needs to free up the top lane. That's the only lane they've got the advantage in. Needs to free it up and backdoor sub lane.
Somnus, he's going to be okay. In fact, the turnaround now, backing onto the Tiny, but the Tiny is fine. Everyone's got a BKB. Everyone walks out of there just safe and sound. Reset, come back another day.
112k, 96 minutes in. I think that's the longest that we've been together in one spot at the same time. 6 minutes in.
It's only our third land, Jonathan.
That's fair.
Don't get all sentimental on me, John. Look at me in the eyes. I was like, what's wrong with you?
I mean, we're approaching the 100 minute mark. You know, at this point, I would say it's fair. Hand in 2 more item slots at this point.
Yeah.
Make the Ancient attack when it's under attack, when the tier 4s are gone.
I love this game. I hope it literally never ends, John. I hope this goes on forever. This is an amazing game.
It has a very high chance of not ending. I'm still baffled that X Nova's only level 23.
Hey! Toby just gets rid of the expert. He just denies it all. How rude of him.
It's just there. It's littering. You know, almost everyone's upgraded except the side of RNG. They don't want to give the free axe away onto X Nova. AoE Sinister Gaze actually would be pretty good in this game. So you don't want to hand that off. Kaka could make great work of jumping around with the enchant as well. And no one checked it anyway. So if you don't see the axe blessing being denied, does it really disappear?
Very good question, John. Bot lane, a great question is, can Somnus survive through this one? For now, at least he can, just trying to walk his way up, but he's surrounded, and once the ethereal ends, he is down. In goes down to X-Nova, trying to chase down the Lich. The nice fish alert from Kaka, going to make sure he's fine. X-Nova, still fine. Pit of Malice is out into the Chain Frost. They just want to make sure Toby can't keep chasing back Toby. Dropping so ton low to this Chain Frost. When does it end? It won't be enough in the end. Toby's going to be alright.
You've got the Divine and Fishman now. With the Axe blessing on him and his own Divine that he buys out. There we go. This is what we were talking about. This is how you end the game. This is it. This should be it for Entity. And if somehow Fishman dies in that, which honestly as an AA isn't too hard to do, And that could help RNG hold on once more, but they really have all the tools they need. This massive Tiny, this massive AA. For RNG, if they manage to hold on somehow, that's, I don't know what to say.
Oh, here we go. Three tower top lane, still up, goes, still take care of it. With the Terror Wave just pushing back all the remnants, though Kataomi will go for a tree volley, but not going to be able to get any damage off onto Ghost. Toby going to move back in, does find the tier 3 tower, so that's the tier 3 goal. Onto the racks they go. Got the mid lane to go through as well as Entity. Familiars getting the job done. Eventually, that is, though Ghost trying to slow them down the best he possibly can. Out early on, racks up. Indeed, in goes the Tiny, though the Hex is out into the Fissure, and now the Chain Frost for Kataomi. He does have a BKB up, so he's going to be just fine. Back his way up. On to the top racks they go. They do get Pit and Malice up, just everyone being rooted here by Chalice. Ice Blast is going to fly through onto Ghost, but there's going to be no follow-up. They just want the Megas. Onto Pure, though. He does get caught on the left side. The refresh is there by Somnus, but it leads to nothing. Is now Kataomi. He does move in onto Toby, onto that Brewmaster. Can they take him down? Not quite. Aeon Disc is there once again, though. Toby, he is dropping low now. He might just drop and does, but he's got buyback. And I know Mega Creeps are up. It literally means nothing.
It does make it easier for Entity to kind of pressure into the high ground. It will leave RNG stuck in their high ground as well, but they've been stuck there for a very long time. What it does do is take away the potential for RNG to try to go for that cheeky Ancient play.
That's fair.
Like, they are not going to be able to shut out the lane safely anymore and make their way onto the Ancient to try to force the end. They haven't been able to repeat it. They tried it last time, didn't quite pay off. So we're crossing the barrier here, Mike. 100-minute game.
Yeah.
It's RNG clanging on. 127k deficit and making Entity work for every single game they get on this map.
Welcome to TI, Jonathan. Welcome to TI. What a game it's been so far in this best of one. Elimination Dota, nothing's more entertaining than that. RNG not out of this game yet. Still pushing out the mid lane, and I suppose you did make a fair point, John. It's going to be hard to rat the base now if you are RNG. The wave is naturally just going to keep pushing in over and over again. Luckily for them, they've been dealing with this for roughly 101 minutes now, so they should be pretty used to it on the side of RNG. So they are going to move in through the mid lane, see if they can try to force a fight against these Mega Creeps. Rather against the side of Entity with the Megas, and in they go. Ice Blast is there. Chalice going to be targeted. Here comes the killing touch. It's a lot of damage for Chalice. He does have the Crimson Guard to protect us now. They move in onto Summons with the Terror Wave. Goes to Sound. Onto Kataomi, who'll try to focus him down, but the Wolf Form allows him to get away, as it seems like they need to try and reset. RNG, it's not the fight they wanted. They just can't lock them down long enough. In goes Pure, though. Onto X-Nova. The Fisher was not there in time to block him off. X-Nova still actually being left alone here by Pure. Instead, he sees Chalice on the Underlord. He'll Abyssal blade him up. Chalice in huge trouble. Should drop surely. Eventually, he is surrounded and will go down. No buyback available on the Underlord. It's X-Nova. He's going to go down to the Ice Blast of Fishman. We'll buy back immediately. Chalice, he needs another minute to be able to buy back into this game.
Guess what?
Roshan's up.
Yeah, with a double damage rune as well. On to the next Roche. Entity goes. And RNG on their backs.
8th Roshan.
9th, 10th.
It literally says 8th Roshan.
Oh, yeah, I'm just very
You can't read either.
I can't read either. 8th Roshan melting. Probably just deny the Axe Blessing once more. Smoke out, and Entity look to make this game end. 102 minutes in, RNG. And they've been holding for such a long time. They've been able to just play their hearts out, but it's so tough with how well Entity's scaling. Even just the damage from Fishman. It's no joke.
No, it certainly is not. You see the Axe Blessing getting denied off once again there by Toby. This does not like the being left alone. 60 seconds without Chalice, but buy back up in 3 seconds. It's not really too big of an issue here for RNG. They are up against the Aegis, they're up against the Cheese, they're up against the Refresher Shafts. It's not that easy as Chalice. Immediately, no hesitation, will pop buyback. Not messing around, doesn't want to lose these tier 4 towers. The creeps are pushing in. Entity, again, I mean, they've been patient for 2 hours now. They may as well keep being a little bit more patient. Kataomi, Reform is there. Double damage rune. Avalanche toss back. They've got a big target on Chalice. They've lobbed a dieback right now. Ghost, he's going to try and jump in and save the day. Refresh is out. Terrorwave is out as well. Toby, he's the one to drive back. No buyback available. That was a dieback on the Brewmaster. May find more. It seems like for now they're going to hold because the creeps are moving into the base. Turns out the creeps are in fact doing something, Jonathan. Very, very pop.
It makes it so hard for RNG to try to get anything done outside. They do manage to hold on though. Again, Entity with 129k. It's not enough. RNG still has bite in them. RNG still has a way of playing. They have a way of holding. And they do have 25 up on X-Nova. He does opt for the Chain Frost now, and there's not much to really defend with a regen on the Frost Shield. But they've got a good way of just holding back. And if they manage to keep at least one wave shoved in, I mean, they don't have tier 4 to rip through here, Mike. Yeah. The Ancient is exposed.
It certainly is.
You just need to keep that creep wave alive somehow.
It certainly is. They've got the Fiend's Gate available if they wanted to try and abuse it. Microfish are going to miss. Somnus, he's right in as well. In fact, it's Ghost that we need to watch right now on this TVs. They've got the A down. That's 2 Divines in the deck. Is this the turning point now? As they found another. It's going to be the Aegis down on the Visage. He'll respawn very, very soon. Toby, he's still got no buyback. They're back up to Stormer. They might just have him, and it seems like they do. He is going to drop, but he does have buyback.
This is just...
They're still going. Fishman, he's going to drop a second time, but Pure, he's going to be right to back his way out as Kataomi now getting caught out on the Mighty. He might drop to Boo, and he does. Pure, he does move back in. Chalice is going to drop. That's 2 down with that buyback for the side of RNG. How do they do it now?
Well, I mean, their tier 4s are going to be under siege. Someone's got to go back and hold. None of their creep waves are shoved out. It's back to just having these mega creeps up, and we are now in the longest main stage game in TI history. This is as far as it goes. We're just going further now.
In literally all of TI history, this is the longest game.
Yes.
Wow. Well, there you go.
On the main stage. This is just a marathon from both sides. RNG, again, they're still there. They managed that gold swing from 123k to 84k. I mean, that's the biggest gold swing we've ever seen. And multiple Divines being dropped. They're rushing level 30 talent up on Ghost now for the Sunder cooldown. And despite that win, because of the mega creeps, RNG are still stuck here. So they're going to need to repeat that process again, Mike.
Here we go.
They need to knock him out one more time.
Get started. They've got Ghost with a toss back. The TB official blade is out. He's going to go down. He's got buyback. He'll commit immediately. It's going to be a 4v3 situation. RNG are being trouble. And Somnus dropping low. Pops the bloodstone. Tries to run, but it's not going to make it out. He'll buy back as well. This could be the opening though Entity needed as they can go onto those T4 towers. They've got the mid creeps incoming. Ghost, he's going to find a way to fight. Kaka, he's in with the Echo Slam. And the Fisher locks them down. Tearaway villain with the wolf form. It allows them to just keep running as Kataomi still trying to fight back. Stormer, tree volley, everything thrown at Ghost, but it's going to be enough. The tieback is there. RNG are in huge trouble now. It's a 2v4 situation. Surely there is no way to defend this. Those Somnus will try one last time, but it's over. Or is it? They paused the game at a very awkward time. Fisher's out. It's all over. The Victims around the Ancient. GG scored eventually. Entity barely managed to do it. 107 minutes in. I don't know what else to say here, John.
Oh, that's just insane. I don't think the longest game in the main stage ever. And my God, Entity, what an amazing game they played. But props to RNG as well. They held on when it just looked like they weren't supposed to.
Yeah.
But they hung on for so long. And Entity, I mean, yeah, it just took way too long. But they do manage to ride on. And the crowd's loving it. What a game between these two titans.
An incredible game here. Of course, you're seeing X-Nova as well. Not looking the happiest, John. But this guy's probably the biggest Giga Chat on the stage right now, all by himself, without his team, putting on a performance here with the side of RNG and Entity. Of course, happy faces from them right now. Just you almost had a 2-hour game. You've got to be smiling after that one as X-Nova again has to walk off by himself. But he's a Giga Chat here, John.
He did phenomenal for not having his team physically around him. And RNG, again, considering that they're all, staying safe right now, separated up, they put up a hell of a fight. And it's such a shame. This team has gone so far. They managed to fight against those odds really well. The handshake coming out, it's just such wonderful.
Yeah, I thought they almost had it their RNG at the end as well. Like, just all over the place. Just hard to know who was in the lead. You hear the crowd very, very happy here. Entity doing a fantastic job once again, making it through the best of ones, getting through those best of threes. With that, Jonathan, of course, it's been a long game. We are going to head back to our panel who are waiting to talk about how this game went. We'll see you very soon.
Thank you, MLP and John X Nova. Yeah, we're going to break it down 10 minutes at a time. The longest main stage game in the history of TI. Entity take the win over Royal Never Give Up. Heartbreaking to see with Royal Never Give Up as well. X Nova, out there shaking hands by himself. But for Entity, you can't take anything away from them just because of Royal Never Give Up situation. They played their hearts out. That was still amazing from both teams.
Yeah, I think both teams just played some of their best they've played the entire year. Like Entity, they're a push strat. They didn't even take a Rax or a tier 3 until 90, 100 plus
they
minutes.
lost the lanes
exactly.
as well,
like they were behind. They're behind on the lanes. They're behind on the team fights. But they find this beautiful way to kite out so many engagements that this RNG lineup that against other teams probably would have out team fought and won the game. They just again, it's hard to go back. But minute 40, 50, 60, all this just amazing team fights.
It could have looked like nerves and non-commitment, but they were like, no, we can't go further than this. We know that yes, we've pressed spells and abilities, but we can't go deeper. So they kept on having to have that discipline and kept pulling back out until there was these sliver of moments and chinks in the armor of Royal Never Give Up.
It's always like that. This rule form, you pop it, you pop your BKB, you go in, you go deep, but you have to pull out eventually. You can't just continue attacking. As the moment your BKB and full rule form are off, you're going to feed. And they played perfectly around that. Did they have some opportunities to maybe seize the game a little bit earlier? Perhaps. But the emotions are running high. You're in the lower bracket. It's a best of one. You can't afford to make any mistakes. And this here was just... Yeah, it was one of those moments where your heartbeat is 200.
Bro, we were begging for this play with the Underlord for like 10 minutes. And it took so long to come out. And when it did, it was like so hype. You have to force these glyphs.
The bash, sorry, I just got excited. I'm getting excited and watching the highlights, I'm like amped up again. Oh, maybe we can do it. Maybe RNG can win.
You don't have to be excited. We have like 30 more minutes of the highlights.
He was the most excited. He was like, no, this is, and I was like, how do you analyze this? He's like, you don't. When it gets here, there are no rules.
It's just the Wild West. Like at any minute, RNG can make this clutch play. There's rapiers on AA. We got Dagon 5. Like everything. Like this is what everyone wants their pubs to be. Some messy tier 5 item, 80-minute games where you have to completely forget you need to cook dinner and stuff. You're just committed to the moment.
I know, and it's like you feel so bad as you get further in the game and you have these amazing scaling supports on Entity side, and RNG just have a lich. He's just the saddest little lich you've ever seen in your life. Who can't scale into a core. He's not even hitting his level 25 to get that like frost shield, that talent to defend his base. Like, he's having the roughest one.
Yeah, so it's something the teams have to think about when they're playing Entity. Better pick supports that can become cores.
Yeah, they did end up with 5 cores. Who stood out for you from Entity? Because when it gets into these weird situations and you start shifting into this game, it felt like
it needs to be said, Katon, right?
Okay.
Okay. On the Tiny, come on, he brought the game back in, or at least he gave them that glimmer of hope, right? Because you're playing a Lycan lineup. It isn't really a lineup that can scale that very well. However, at a given point, you get that rapier on Tiny, suddenly you're a threat in every single team fight.
Yeah, the first time they showed that in a really big way, they deleted Somnus on his the Shrek, and it was like, oh, okay. And for the help of Underlord, they were able to kind of walk back their carry into the base, but it was like, okay, this is a real threat now. And then, of course, Ancient Apparition can do the same thing to some degree. But who were you thinking? You disagreed.
Oh no, I agree. He played phenomenally. He held the rapier for probably some of the longest of any players.
I said most impactful. So you do disagree.
Okay, I'd say Brewmaster Toby. He kind of forgot about it due to how long the game went. But during the mid game, the 30-40 minute marks, he was going these clutch dispels and stuff to keep his heroes alive, to keep them going, and just purging the Crimson. So I think just Toby as well is a close.
Dispels. This guy had the rapier damage.
So I just want to point out, it was the longest game on main stage. I think it was probably the happiest team I see win a game that wasn't the grand finals.
Yep.
And that's great because I'm wondering if they still have that energy, because we're going to go to Casey with an interview.
Oh my God! Stormer! I'm exhausted watching you.
Yeah, me too. No, this game actually insane. Man, holy shit. We played a 128-minute game against one player on stage. No, just kidding, but holy shit. This game actually, I don't know. It's TI, I don't know.
Did you ever have any idea what the maximum gold difference was? Do you know?
No,
I do. Do you?
It was a 3-digit even.
Yes.
It was 3-digit?
Can you guess?
I have no idea. I mean, we got like, I don't know, I know that Toby destroyed one Aghanim's Blessing, so 110K?
At one point, you were over 131,000.
I mean, that's like the point, you know? We were buying moonshards. Like, I was like, Tiny, do you need my moonshard? Or AA. In the end, AA had freaking... I looked at Fishman's inventory. He has 2 rapiers. And do you want my moonshard? It's like, sure. 3 people were offering to buy moonshard for him. We actually, yeah, never had a game like this.
Congratulations. How are you even going to come down from this?
Probably not at all.
That's good. You're going to need it the next few days.
I mean, holy shit, TI. I mean, this entire best of 1 situation. I mean, this game was absolutely phenomenal to play. Probably pretty nice to watch too. Like, RNG, man, they're such an amazing team. Like, they are struck by COVID, but they're still, like, I don't know, you can feel how they're playing such a disciplined game, doing little mistakes, little pickoffs. You were really looking for every inch of the map to get them, like, get a pickoff, and they played so freaking well, so really shout out to them. I think it's a tough situation they're in, that they basically have 4 COVID players and have to play from hotel room, so big shout out. It was really an amazing series.
They definitely made you earn it. Congratulations. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to you.
Welcome back to the panel. Yeah, Stormstormer, first TI.
Love Stormstormer.
The energy. That is just infectious energy.
It's just, I mean, the adrenaline that he's, still kind of got holding from there. And, as we kind of mentioned, even though they were in a tough situation, he was like, we had to work so hard, to the point, 133K gold lead, or 31 Casey mentioned. But unfortunately, they don't get to take that with him. But it doesn't carry on.
I need a true sight of that team comms offering the moonshards. I just want to hear them go, I can do it, and then battling about in a 100-minute game, the core's going, who needs to take the moonshard for him?
Imagine the moment in which you click your position 5 AA and he has 2 rapiers. It's like,
we've got more than you. You're like, wait a minute, who's the carry here?
So much in general, like just that mid-game time. It's not even late game yet, and Stormstormer's just at like 10,000 gold on his visage, just waiting. Oh.
Well, it's been an incredible day. It's the kind of the monster day of the first day of TI main stage. We've had everything. Let's take a look at the brackets and kind of break down what happened. It's very far away. And in the upper bracket, we did have Thunder Awaken beat Evil Geniuses 2-0, moving on. And then Team Spirit taking out PSG LGD. Tomorrow we'll be seeing some more upper bracket games. And then in the lower bracket, which is what we were on today, we had 4 matches. It was Beast Coast knocking out Hikori. They will be moving forward to play Evil Geniuses. Team Spirit lost out to Boom Esports. Boom Esports will be playing PSG LGD. Fnatic losing out to Gaming Gladiators, who will wait their opponents, which they'll find out more about tomorrow as we go back into the upper bracket. And Royal Never Give Up, as you just saw, unfortunately missed out to Entity, who also await their opponent. So, looking at the upper bracket and lower bracket, it's hard sometimes, I think, with this TI, it's stacked. It's hard, you say, like, which one's which? If you took away the text, because, you've got PSG, LGD in the lower bracket, EG are down there as well, but, they had, they've always been a TI contender, really. They've got so much experience and, within their team, Chris and Arteezy, but it's not obvious to me, at least. I don't know if it is to you guys.
Of course it's not. Like, if you even think about today's games, like, we had a lower bracket in which the ex-TI champions were eliminated, right? So it's very, very close. And I'm actually really happy that we will not get to see any more best of ones. They are fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're good.
They're just so draining.
Yes, it's You're like, give me the
which camera
longest
do I have to look at?
games.
Come on, which one?
Yeah, go on.
The red one.
You got
the
this
red
one
one.
there.
Okay.
You look at all the cameras.
The best ones are the best thing in TI. We have so much Dota in the group stage. Like, come on, we can have one round of best of one. Oh, I love best of
Long
ones.
games.
All right, relax,
best of
T.
one.
Calm down. Calm down.
Don't put T in charge of anything. But I think the biggest, like one of the storylines, and I know we just went through the brackets, but one of the biggest upsets today was Team Spirit. Were you guys kind of expecting that? Or, it's the defending champions to go out on day one of main stage.
I don't think anyone was really expecting it, but I think when we look at the group stage, right, the biggest story through that was people just taking games off everyone. Anyone feels like they're beating anyone. It's like the closest group stage we ever had. It's also close with these tiebreakers too. So I do believe that these knock out Spirit potentially.
I actually think we've either got a soundbite from Mira or potentially even an interview. I'm not sure which one is coming up, but Mira was, did have a chat with Casey. So we'll see if anything comes up if I magically try and conjure it.
Appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. It's really got to feel awful to go out that way after such a stunning performance last year, but I know and all the fans know that you guys are a really strong team. What do you think was the difference maker this year? Why was this year different for you? It's the same roster and everything else is the same. Why do you think it was harder?
This year was definitely different compared to last year. A lot of things happened to us. We had to move from our countries because of Russian-Ukrainian war, so it affects me and Yatur the most, I think. But we somehow managed to get through this and to live with it. But in this tournament, I think we disappoint our fans, we disappoint ourselves, and I think personally, if I can speak for me, I just lost my confidence on this tournament. I wasn't sure that I can do it, I wasn't sure I'm good enough, and it was really hard to play with this mindset, so it's just bad times.
I'm so sorry. Do you think the other teammates felt the same way, or do you think this was something you were struggling with? Did you feel kind of alone in it?
I think it's about me personally, hard times in life maybe, and I think we're gonna manage to go through this situation, and I hope we will play together next year and show what we can do, because it was like 10% of our power for sure. It's just hard times for all of us, I think.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the gravitas of the international and how people feel, when you turn up and you aren't able to kind of, really bring your best, what it really means to these players. And it's heartbreaking, that we did lose a lot of teams today. And of course, Team Spirit with Mira there, the interview with Casey, hopefully they do come back next year.
Yeah. I hope they don't change anything when it comes to this roster. They definitely have proven to us that they can take it the whole way. Even Mira, what's so interesting is, man, you're a TI champion. Like, you don't get to say, I feel that I'm bad. Like, you're great. Like, he is a great player, and I hope that they stick together.
All right. Well, that's been a lot for today, but let's think about tomorrow, because we've got even more coming up. And we haven't seen some of the teams compete yet on the main stage. We've got Tundra Esports going up versus OG. After that, we will have Asta versus Team Liquid. And then in the lower bracket, we will continue moving forward with Evil Geniuses versus Beast Coast and PSG LGD versus Boom Esports. This is what happens when you watch 100-minute plus games. You lose all will to be able to use your words. But this is a great day too. Yeah. And it's really going to solidify some of the storylines here and show us who's looking to go further, I think.
Yeah, key storyline for me is simply EG obviously lost to South America today in upper bracket. Now they go against South America again in the lower bracket. Potentially South America could just remove the last NA team from TI. So that's a pretty cool little storyline in that. I think it was a third game. So
yeah, potentially they were brought to TI as well by a South American team,
yeah,
right?
From the DPC points and then taken from other teams. So yeah, a lot of interesting lines tomorrow.
Yeah, and speaking of interesting things, I'd like you to meet two of them. It's Slacks and Casey.
No problem. Oh! That's us.
Oh, hello. Yes, we're here with the survivors of one of the most incredible days we've ever seen at the International. Hello, everybody. Still the arena, still here, guys. Woo! Favorite moment of the day. What was it?
Hey, buying 2 rapiers.
Ah, yes. Were you rooting for the loneliest druid out there? The one man and his friendly bears for like 100 minutes? Did you want them to win?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, too bad. Sorry about that, my friend. Don't worry about it.
Why don't we try over here, guys? What do you think? All right, what was your favorite moment of the day?
The cute teddy bears.
The cute teddy bears. Aw, I like those too. What about you?
About secret. The Knicks of Zach.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Another worthy contender. Did everybody feel like even though we didn't get the game 3 that we were all asking for, we kind of did with the way that last game felt?
That was enough games
It
for a
felt
lifetime. Yeah, like game 5. Good Lord. Those poor children. I'm so happy they get to go home. But,
this is what it's all about, though. It was so exciting to watch it that way, and then to hear all the players give shout-outs to the opposing teams and the fans, and this is why we're here.
Give me a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To the people still in the arena, you guys are legendary. You guys are screaming for 100 minutes straight on that one. That was it. Thank you for that. But yes, it's been an incredible first day, Casey. I can't wait to see more, and it's good to have you back too.
You hit me again, I'm going to hit you back.
All right, let's plan on it.
Back to you.
That's what I like. Back to you, Silver Fox. I love you, James. I love you, James.
There's one advantage to being in Norway here at this international, but we'll find out a little bit later. Hello, welcome back. Favorite moments?
Please.
Favorite moment? Biggest highlight? What are you going to remember from today?
Storm's interview. That's what I'm going to remember. Very wholesome.
Their winning celebration.
Oh, when Boom won their game, I went wild for them, dude. I was so happy.
You were, you channeled your inner entity.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, to cover them all year, first TI, let's go, Boom.
I mean, I'm sure, like, when you ask the fans, as you heard there from Slacks and Casey, it is about, like, my team turned up, my team won, my team showed amazing games. So it's, huge support from the Dota community, and thank you so much for, supporting these teams. Of course, what they do is really because of the community, as well with a lot of the prize money. So, just buy a couple more battle passes, and I might be back next year. Who knows? But from us today, we're going to be wrapping up at the panel. But please stay tuned, because in a little bit, when he's ready, because he's a bit of a diva, there will be the late game with my friend Pyrian Flax. But thank you very much for tuning in to day 1, and we hope to see you for day 2 here at the International.